7. I'm delighted to have those here that are here for proclamations, and I'm delighted to be able to present them and deliver them. And the first person I'd like to invite to the podium in Channel 6 is Dave Glenke, who is the principal and director of Hope Lutheran School and Child Development Center. Dave, how you doing? Welcome. Glad to have you today. Hope Lutheran Church has directed a ministry to the people of Northeast Austin since its founding in March of 1960. I think that goes on about a little over 30 years. On Sunday, June 10th, this Sunday, Hope Lutheran will celebrate its 30th anniversary as a member of the Austin community. And in addition, the School and Child Development Center at Hope will celebrate 25 years of service to the children of Northeast Austin and their families. And in recognition of the contributions that Hope Lutheran Church has made and the School and Development Center, both of these organizations, to the strength and the well-being of the entire Austin community, I am proclaiming the day June 10th, this Sunday, as Hope Lutheran Church and School Day in Austin. And Dave, let me present it to you, and let's give Dave a round of thanks and applause, and we'd love to hear some comments from you, Dave.
Thank you. This Sunday we have several opportunities for our worship and fellowship. At 10:30 we have a service which will center around the theme, Praise for the Past and Hope for the Future, followed by a fellowship meal and some nice entertainment in the afternoon. We invite the people of Northeast Austin to come out and help us celebrate 30 years of ministry. We thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah. Betty Blackwell, the chair of the Legislative Committee of the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. Betty? Well, boy, you got up here fast. Welcome. Sure. All public officials have duly sworn to uphold and defend the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights as supreme law of the land. I think Terry Liberty Parker would agree with that. Is that right? All right. Every day, the general welfare of this nation is promoted when we enhance our appreciation of the Bill of Rights and the principles that it protects. The Sixth Amendment protects the rights of the people accused of a crime with such guarantees as a speedy and public trial, impartial jury, and the right to counsel. Those and other protections are guaranteed to each of us under the law. It is important that we, as citizens of the United States, and that many citizens across the world would love to have these rights and are still fighting for these rights and risking life for these rights, appreciate such protections and the rights that are granted to us. The United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights are documents from which our nation is founded and from which our society exists. And in recognition of continuing to highlight the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights and what these two instruments play in our society and for the personal rights that they protect for all of us, I am proclaiming, Betty, to you for your organization the month of June as Sixth Amendment Month in Austin, and I present this to you, and let's give you a round of thanks, and I'd love to have some comments for you to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Sixth Amendment is not known to many people, and so I would like to take just a moment to explain briefly what it covers. Its primary purpose is the right to protect the right to a public trial by an impartial jury. And this right of a jury trial is what separates us from these oppressive dictatorial nations. We have faith and trust in our ordinary citizens that they can decide the most basic, important issues in our society, and that is who should lose their freedom and when. We cherish freedom. A jury trial is what guarantees that freedom. Our founding fathers recognized that by establishing this centralized national government, it would grow naturally larger and larger, and that would have to be restrained, or this expansion would trample individual rights. The Sixth Amendment is our greatest limitation on the government. No one in the United States can be imprisoned without a jury trial. Part of the fair jury trial is also the right to a speedy trial. As many of you may know, there are students in China who have been held since last year without a right to a trial. This is unfair. Justice delayed is justice denied. Being given notice of the charges against you as part of the Sixth Amendment, as is the right to have a public trial. We do not have secret trials in the United States. The right to confront and cross-examine witnesses is guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment. It is the only way to determine the truth is to have the accuser face his accused in open court. Compulsory process allows the accused to bring witnesses in their behalf to court, and the assistance of counsel is recognized by the Sixth Amendment. The right to have an attorney speak on your behalf is the essence of fair play when one is facing a professional, highly skilled prosecutor. The right to a fair trial is the very basic fabric of our freedom. Without a trial by jury, arbitrary and illegal arrests occur, unjustified detentions occur, and a society becomes run by secret police. We must be ever vigil of this right, and every day there are attacks on the Sixth Amendment. The forfeiture law allows property and money to be seized, bank accounts to be frozen prior to any jury determination of guilt, and this denies the accused the ability to hire counsel. Some victim rights groups believe that a victim should not be required to appear in court, thus eliminating the very fact-finding nature of a trial. So the attacks on the jury system continue, and the very right of a jury trial may be in question. We need to realize that every day, somewhere in the United States, an innocent person is arrested, and their life and liberty depends on a fair and impartial jury trial. And God bless the Sixth Amendment, and we certainly appreciate this proclamation.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. Reverend Marvin Griffin with Ebenezer Baptist Church. Reverend, the National Baptist Congress of Christian Workers has elected, thanks to your good work and your diligence, and hard diligence, I might add, to hold its national convention in Austin, Texas on June 11th through the June 25th, 1990. This conference will generate in excess of $2.5 million to the Austin economy, and there will be 8,000 delegates in Austin during this period. The National Baptist Congress of Christian Workers will provide a venue for Christian fellowship, education, music, you bet, okay, and commerce for participants, the Austin community at large. In welcoming this has got to be one of the largest we've ever had, National Baptist Congress of Christian Workers to our city, I am proclaiming their entire period that they're here, the 11th through the 15th, as the National Baptist Congress of Christian Workers Week in Austin. Let's thank the good work of Reverend Marvin Griffin, former head of the school board, former everything in Austin, Texas, and thank you very much for this hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The National Baptist Congress of Christian Workers is delighted to come to Austin. It is the teaching arm of the National Baptist Convention of America. We expect to have a large delegation of youth. About 4,000 will be at Burger Center, and about 5,000 persons expected at the Coliseum in carrying out this work. It was 86 years ago when the National Baptist Convention met here, and after 86 years, we come back to have what we consider one of the most meaningful experiences with some of the most outstanding pulpiteers from across this nation, and we're concerned about those issues of family, of development of Christian character as we seek to improve the quality of life for all. And with that, we are delighted to accept this proclamation.
Thank you very much, Reverend.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Mr. Robert Mendoza, the president of the Greater East Austin Youth League, and Mr. Charles Martinez, the director of fundraiser for the Greater East Austin Youth League, would you all come forward? And I'd like to invite Councilmember Barnstone to the podium for this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good afternoon. The Greater East Austin Youth League, newly established in March 1990 and an affiliate of Pony Baseball Incorporated, was developed by several dedicated individuals to provide opportunity for many of Austin's youth to participate in baseball. Well, Robert Mendoza and my good friend Charles Martinez, I want to congratulate you for your fine work.
Thank you.
This proclamation. You want to say a few words?
Well, we're giving the kids from East Austin an alternative, and we're having a year-round program. We're going to soccer, baseball, and basketball, and all kinds of activities Right now we have about 475 kids, and we're 2 months old, and we're working very hard trying to get more kids in there. And we're getting kids out of the streets, we're getting kids out of 6th Street, we're getting kids from all over. And we're working with them, and Charles will tell you a little of what's happening Saturday.
Thank you. We're having a carnival this coming Saturday, June the 9th. We'd like to invite everyone here and the public to come out and participate and help us reach a goal of that we set for ourselves of $10,000. And we're very positive about this. We've also come up with a little slogan, and it's entitled "Welcome to the Turf of the Gang of the Good Life." And I think that we need to come up with this because we've had so much negative exposure about the gangs, and I think that we have a lot of kids out here in our community that are good kids, and we need to recognize these kids and show them that we do care and that we're here to help them. And you're welcome to come out Saturday. The function will be from 11 in the morning till 10 in the evening. We'll be having food, games, demonstrations, and exhibits. So please come out and help us. Thank you very much.
Charles, I just want to say that it is true that there are good kids out there, and to keep kids good, we need good adults like yourself with the help that you all have given. And I'm happy to say once again, now what's that, the fundraiser, the date, just so we get it right?
Saturday, June the 9th.
Saturday, June the 9th, and there's going to be a lot of hoopla over there. Where? At Fiesta Gardens.
Fiesta Gardens. That's
At
the
Fiesta Gardens.
west side of
Have a good time over there. Beautiful place. Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Thank you. Let me just say one thing, too, that my exposure to this Greater East Austin Youth League and Youth Association that Robert has worked so hard to put together, and Charles, I'm glad you're here today, too, is probably one of the best examples that I've seen since I've been mayor of people, rather than complaining, going out there and taking charge of a situation, a difficult situation, and making a positive difference. Soon, I believe you will be 800 young people in your program, Robert, and a lot of that is the credit to you and your inspiration to the parents of these kids and to all the team of citizens that have worked around you. And I know you've done it without government funding, and you've done it, you've bootstrapped yourself up, and I tell you, it's a real treat, and I am delighted to proclaim today, June 7th, as Greater East Austin Youth League Appreciation Day, and it probably also should be Robert Mendoza Appreciation Day, too. Thank you very much. If I could have the Reverend Randall Wiles with the South Austin Church of the Nazarene. Reverend, we'd sure appreciate an invocation by you before the beginning of our meeting. Thank you so much for being here.
Let's stand together. Father, in the giving of praise, we want to stop and remember you. We praise you for this, your turf, Austin. We thank you as Creator for what you've provided for us. We thank you for the quality of life that you've enabled us to receive here in this city. We thank you also, Lord, for the fact that you have given to us the responsibility of governing. I ask, Lord, that today you would give us an open mind as we hear each individual case, that whether individual or business, there would be a fair and impartial hearing. Pray also, Lord, for wisdom today, that you would give us discernment, that we would understand what would be best for the city of Austin and for your people. We thank you, Lord, for the good life that we're enjoying. We stop to give you the praise and the glory and ask for your leadership and blessing upon today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Reverend. The council meeting for June the 7th will commence immediately upon the arrival of a fourth member of the council. Let me acknowledge that Mayor Pro Tem Shipman is in the council chambers, Councilmember Barnstone is in the council chambers, and the minute we have a fourth council member, we will commence the council meeting. After the approval of the minutes, we'll take citizens' communications, starting with Mr. Tim Halplin, followed by Mr. Luther Carpenter and Ms. Charlotte Flynn. Mayor Pro Tem Shipman. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Barnstone. All those in favor of the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of May 31st signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That carries 4-0. With council,
Do we need to approve the minutes of the special call meeting?
I don't believe they're ready yet. The meeting of on the.
That's it.
Yeah, we can.
They were passed out, but they were not posted for this meeting.
Okay, we'll approve them on the next posting then. Okay, we'll now go to citizens communication. First person to speak is Mr. Tim Halplin, who will be followed by Mr. Luther Carpenter, who will be followed by Ms. Charlotte Flynn, and then Ms. Sue Shore and Mr. David Elliott. Welcome.
Thank you. Before I start, I'd just like to say, as it's Customer Service Week, I would like to thank the folks at City Clerk's office who got the agenda right and my item right on there, so we appreciate that, as all citizens do, that this agenda is correct. And I'd also like to thank Zelma in Byron Marshall's office for her help, who's been very helpful. Last week at Communication, George Humphreys requested that ACTV meet with the architect of the new public access facility. We did have a very productive meeting this week with Tom Sheffelman, the architect, and a representative of the Public Works Department. The outcome of this meeting was that we all agreed that there were problems that do limit the usefulness of the new public access facility, many of which have not previously been addressed, with existing change orders now totaling around $100,000. It was agreed that we need to work together to review the problem list and determine possible alternatives and their relative costs. Specifically, ACTV agreed to prioritize the list of reported problems to facilitate this process. Subsequent to this meeting, I had a lengthy discussion with Marion Wizard, who has been a cable commissioner since the commission's inception. Marion stated to me that she felt sick to her stomach when she first viewed the new facility and realized that serious problems existed there. Marion was understandably distressed, as she was the chair of the Commission's Studio Task Force. Marion is most concerned, as I am, that we resolve these problems as quickly and economically as possible. Thus, I can report that all parties involved agree that there are serious problems with the new access facility, and these need to be resolved. That is everyone with the exception of Brenda Traynor, the cable officer, who as of last week was still claiming on live TV show that these problems I'd outlined did not exist. So I'm asking council to investigate and act immediately on this matter. Especially, I would like to request that council instruct the Cable Commission to freeze the very limited access funds and for them not to consider funding competing projects until this project is totally finished. Finally, I would like to stress that many of the producers that I represent want you to know that they value dearly the precious public access resources that this city possesses, just as they value Barton Springs as a precious natural resource. And we would like you to preserve these resources which help make Austin the best city in the world to live in. And that's why we live here. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Yeah, not a question, Mayor.
Yes, council member.
Yeah, Tim, it's my understanding you all, as you said, had a really good meeting this week. And I talked with Tom yesterday, Mr. Shuffleman, the man who was the architect, and he said there's real open discussion and positive, and what you all need to do is just sit down with them again. It's my understanding you're going to, and you need to make a list of your objective issues, and you know, we need to move forward on that. And if, you know, if there are 5 things you've got and 3 of them that they agree with, then we can take care of that. And then with the 2 that there's disagreement on, then you need to bring those to the council.
Yeah, I think the problem is that the blockage seems to be in the cable office, where there seems to be a problem with communication. Lots of people agreed that that was a problem, and that's something that you need to address.
If you can make a list of the problems that you see.
We are doing that, yeah.
And then if you can sit down with Mr. Scheffelman, and if he can make a list of what he agrees with or possible problems, those seem to be common areas that you agree on. We can get those taken care of. In the other areas, then we can deal with them then from there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
Appreciate your help.
Mr. Luther Carpenter?
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Luther Carpenter, publisher of the INET News, a newsletter that concentrates on cable television issues. I represent no one else. There are essentially 3 things wrong with the city and its approach to telecommunications and cable issues. The first is the cable office. The city's cable office is atrophied and useless. For anyone that has to deal with the cable office, this is obvious. It may not be obvious to council, but then you don't have the involvement with cable issues that others do. Second, the Cable Commission is not functional. An interim solution would be to remove all cable commissioners, with the possible exception of Mary Ann Wizard, that have been on the commission for more than 1 year. A year is long enough to determine whether someone will be effective. We have seen good commissioners in the past, and we can judge the current commissioners by them. The current ones fail that comparison. Third, the current city management has no sense of history. The people who are in charge don't even know what their responsibilities are, because they weren't here when their departments were charged with straightening out the problems. Hardly anyone even remembers what happened 2 years ago. The old saying is that those who don't know history are bound to repeat it. The only way management can know of the problems is through the efforts of citizens coming before you and repeating over and over the same things that we've said before.
Put it upside down right there.
I became involved with cable and telecommunications 5 years ago. In that time, telecommunications has been in 3 different departments and had at least 4 department heads. Cable has been through 4 cable officers and several departments and department heads. We now have our 4th city manager. Thus, citizens have a sense of the history, and management has none. As someone once said, if you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Thus, this is the moment of truth. Who will help resolve this problem? And it is deeds, not words, that will answer that question. Now, since this is my last meeting before the new city council comes in, I'd like to say thank you to George Humphrey, especially for helping. Any questions or comments?
Well, we've got 1 more meeting. Don't count me out yet. I can still swing a few more times. And we got another meeting, and we'd love to have you on Citizens Communication next week, and I think you're going to see something kind of interesting coming on the agenda next week.
Do you? Okay,
I hope so.
Well, I will try to make that meeting then, George.
Okay.
But I just want to say thank you in case I don't.
Charlotte Flynn, and she'll be followed by Sue Shore, who'll be followed by Mr. Dave Elliott. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. We would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the whole council for the support they've given to the medical assistance program and Brackenridge Hospital for the past 2 years. Access to health care for all citizens is an important part of the quality of life for the total Austin community. We congratulate the council on recognizing health care as a top priority. The federal government has drastically cut back health care dollars, and in addition, the state does not take advantage of optional Medicaid programs such as dental services, and we're well aware of this with 500 older people waiting for dentures. The result of these actions is a critical cutback in health care services at the local level, unless the local taxpayer comes to the rescue. Today, we especially want to recognize and thank Mayor Pro Tem Sally Shipman for her understanding of the depth of misery experienced by the people who cannot get medical care when they need it, and further, recognizing the impact that this has on the economic and physical health of the entire community. Last August, Sally introduced a resolution that was passed at the City Council meeting. It stated, whereas the cost of health care is a major problem for poor and needy citizens, and whereas the City of Austin population at or below the 100% of poverty level has grown over 18%, that was last year, whereas the funds available for allocation to the medical assistance program on the local level are not sufficient to meet the needs, and whereas the Austin-Travis County Citizens Health Care Network has initiated a program to encourage government to give high priority on the national agenda for comprehensive universal health care, and whereas the magnitude of the problem dictates that the solution for the problem must come from the government to provide for the general health and welfare of the people. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Austin that the City Council endorses the effort of the healthcare network and supports a high priority on the national, state, and local agenda for a comprehensive universal health care plan. And this was adopted on August 10th of '89. Sally, we thank you for the special attention you have given to healthcare issues. We wish you Godspeed in your new endeavors, and the people that you work with will be very fortunate indeed to have you. As I mentioned, healthcare is a real problem, and as you may have been reading in the paper, the Department of Human Services is undergoing a real problem at this time, and there are many organizations here statewide that are concerned about cutbacks at the Department of Human Services, and there will be a rally and a press conference next Friday prior to the department's board meeting, and we'd just like to invite you all to attend. I'll pass it down.
Mayor, Ms. Flynn, I thank you very much for your kind words, and I'd like to share with the council that I met Ms. Flynn about 7.5 years ago, right before I was elected to the City Council, and all I heard was, you're going to meet the Gray Panthers. And I was terrified because I couldn't imagine what this organization would be like. I figured they'd be vicious, and they are. But what I have learned through working with her organization and most recently the Healthcare Network is that there's a tremendous group of caring people out in the community that care that quality health care be available to everyone. When I was first on the council, my knowledge of health care stopped at the pediatrician's office, and we didn't even have the Children's Hospital then. In fact, we had to work for the bonds for the Children's Hospital in 1984, and Brackenridge Hospital was in terrible shape. We almost lost the hospital that very year because of the financial difficulty it was experiencing. And as I recollect, I don't even think city employees had the opportunity for dental benefits. And so those accomplishments are behind us, and you've been wonderful in your education effort. And my plea to you is that you keep up the fine work, you keep up the education effort that you provide for all elected officials, and I thank you.
Thank you. And we'd like to just give you a certificate.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Land, thank you so much. Ms. Sue Shore. She'll be followed by Mr. David Elliott.
We don't need to be helped by lobbyists. We don't need lobbyists. We have plenty of expertise around here. Just say no. Not all of us were wined and dined by these people. Not all of us know what they look like. I'm thinking in terms of some of our special interests. We have a lot of material on historic zoning, how to form a neighborhood combining conservation district. We have many neighborhood groups. We have experts. We have university studies on houses that could be saved. This is just one. It goes to Betty Baker's department to find. It's called a case study in historic preservation. Has the illustrations, all the experts' words, has plans and maps and so forth, indications. There are other areas in which we don't need help. We don't need help to lose our money in art. You can just take some of the wonderful courses that are offered in this city. You can attend them. You can do artworks for yourself. You don't have to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in an art field. Just please, just say no to these special interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shore. Mr. David Elliott, and he'll be followed by Mr. Calvino Fernandez, who'll be followed by Mr. Paul Robbins, who'll be followed by Mr. Ken Altus, who'll be followed by Mr. John Sanford, and then Mr. Felix Rosales.
Mayor and members of the council, yesterday I had the opportunity to attend the subcommittee meeting on the airport issue, and I discovered to my amazement that we're still paying consultants on a monthly basis for Manor Airport, and I thought most of that money had been spent. I'd like to ask the city manager how much money we are expending each month on these consultants that we're going to Manor, and as soon as I get that, then I would like to find out and go on with my statement here, because I think this is an appalling situation, and I'd like to find out and put on the record here how much we are spending monthly to maintain Manor consultants.
The information that we gave to the Aviation Subcommittee yesterday is that the monthly cost for Sverdrup-Gilbane is $37,780 per month. For ZR&R, there is a schedule. That is our land acquisition consultant. Through April and May, it was almost $25,000. In May, $7,000. In June, $10,000. July's rate is $9,700. We also gave the council the estimated cost to buy out the ZR&R contract, which is $38,000. None of the other contracts are currently, there's no money spent on any of the other current contracts because we have not authorized any additional notice to proceed, and the rest of the contracts would require that affirmative action before any additional costs would be made. The Sverdrup-Gilbane contract is not simply for Manor, but is also, of course, used in the evaluation of the Bergstrom contract.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a copy of that report, and I would like to have one. Thank you. So if we can put it on a monthly basis, what is the number?
For Sverdrup-Gilbane, it's about $38,000. It's the number right at the bottom of that
I thought
page.
that the contract was over. Under what authority are we paying them $38,000?
No, there's additional money that's been authorized that is from previous authorizations of the City Council, and that's the money that they're using to continue to the work on the various airport issues.
And how long will this go?
Joe, can you help me with that?
Based on this, that level of expenditure, their contract will expire at the end of August.
So,
Well, and I would like to say that I really think these expenditures are expenditures we shouldn't be making under the circumstances we have here. I also wanted to bring up the fact here that I think it's time for the City Council to consider a 50% reduction in their salaries. And even if they had a 50% reduction in their salaries, they would still be 4 times what the City of Dallas pays their council members. And as the outgoing members are leaving here, they have the opportunity to vote out some of these salary increases they voted in when they were in office under the Cooksey administration, and they could give the city something to look forward to, at least a little less council expenditure for the city council salaries. Because when we spend $73,000 for 500 phone calls and all of the other business that we're going on here, and we're spending money on these Manor consultants still, these are absurd expenditures, and the people of the city of Austin just don't want to put up with this anymore. And so I wanted to bring this out because this came out yesterday. These were not what I had in plan to talk about today, but as a result of this, I did want to bring these things out and keep this butthole going all he wants to, because I was talking here earlier and I was listening to Mr. Barnstone. These expenditures are not in the interest of the citizens of this city. And it's time for the council to understand that they're not in the interest of this city and do something about it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Elliott, just for your information, because I know you want to get the facts straight, the only time the council salary increase came up was in 1985. I voted against it. I was one of 2 votes against it, sir.
Thank you then. Appreciate that. I'd like to see it rescinded if we can, because the $30,000 we pay is entirely too much for what we get out of the city council.
Mr. Fernandez, and then Mr. Robbins, and then Mr. Altus.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cavino Fernandez, and I'm a 16-year employee with the City of Austin. I briefly have two suggestions for the upcoming budget year. It is my hope that this council will revisit the opportunity that we at one time had, and that was by creating the employee suggestion box. I think that at the time that it was available, it brought out very legitimate cost saving, and until you will receive what Barbara Jordan calls raw input. And my other point is that it is also my hope that this council will consider and revisit the reinstatement of tuition reimbursements to city employees so that they can go out and educate themselves and be a true catalyst to quality customer service to the citizens of Austin. And I think that this in itself is a true, realistic financial investment in the workforce. And at this time, I would hope that Mayor Pro Tem Sally Shipman would come up front, because the kids from South Austin have a special surprise for her. I think she walked back there with Councilmember Smooth Carmichael. Is she still in the building?
To Mayor Pro Tem Sally Shipman, my name is Billy Jones, a member of the South Austin Recreation Center Teen Advisory Board. On behalf of the youth from the South Austin Recreation Center neighborhood, I would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to you for your commitment and dedications demonstrated during your tenure on the City Council towards saving recreation center hours, swimming pool hours, library hours, and supporting youth programs offered at the Recreation Center in South Austin, and East Austin, and most of all caring for us, the teenagers. We love you and miss you dearly. We wish you well in the future and hope you never forget us, as we will never forget you. Support and contributions to us, the youth of the South Austin Recreation Center. You will always be a part of our lives and our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wish y'all were old enough to vote. We sure had a great time last summer, and we had a great basketball season, and I really do thank you. This means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Appreciate all the kids being here. Mr. Paul Robbins.
My name is Paul Robbins. I've been an environmental and consumer activist for over a dozen years, most of it in a volunteer capacity. Unfortunately, so much of politics is posture rather than action. I've spent many years as a private citizen trying to get results on environmental protection. Other people try and convince the public that they have done things. Often this is not the case. In early April, 8 environmental groups, including Sierra Club, Earth First, and Clean Water Action, presented what we considered a relatively accurate accounting of the Council's record on environmental issues over the last 2 years. Some council members scored high, others low. No one likes to be scored low, but Council Member Robert Barnstone took a great exception to this, saying we maligned his record. He has written a number of people giving them numerous specific criticisms of what he believes to be skewed. His criticisms are mostly void of substance, and I will deal with a few of them in the short time I have allotted. I want to make it clear that I am not attacking you, Mr. Barnstone. You are attacking the environment. He claims that since I worked on this report card and I've been his critic, I can't be objective. The fact is, one of the main reasons I am his critic is because of his bad environmental record. His point is not valid. Moreover, 8 respected groups signed on to this report card. I don't have the power to get 8 groups to do something against their will. In fact, Sierra Club endorsed Mr. Barnstone in his 1988 election campaign. Several members of Earth First have told me personally that they think he's, quote, coming around. The group obviously these 2 groups aren't obviously predisposed to bias. He said we didn't weight the votes for importance. Actually, at least 2 of us did weight the votes to look at the contrast, and Mr. Barnstone's score went down. But since we did not have the time to gain consensus of participatory groups, it was not used. Time precludes me from going into any more specifics at this time, but I may entertain coming back in the future. I will say as closing that if I had 45 minutes, I could refute all of Mr. Barnstone's arguments that he sent in letters to people, point by point. But maybe if he had an agenda other than destroying other people's agendas, I wouldn't have to.
Thank you much, Mr. Robbins. You know, I guess we can present facts like this or comments like this all the time, but I'm not sure that they are serving to the benefit of moving this city forward. I wish that, as we're trying to do, and I appreciate people like George Avery that are trying very hard to build bridges between different points of view rather than continue to look back and point out, and continue to point out, and continue to point out. And I'm not sure that that's really to anybody's benefit, Mr. Robbins.
I don't know that the criticism sticks to me, sir, because I've tried to do more positive things for this city than most people that make presentations.
Well, I think that we would all...
I could show you the programs. I can show you the documents if you desire it.
Well, Mayor, I would hope in the future that all citizens, not just you, would come forward with positive solutions.
Mayor,
I have, sir.
Mayor.
Yes.
If I could, I usually don't do this, but I agree with your statement about having positive statements. I hope that we can have that not only from citizens that come here, but also from everyone on the council. I'd like to say in defense of Mr. Robbins that he has promoted a number of positive programs for this city, and I don't think he would ever come down here lightly and make the comments he made and make them in such a vein that he's not very sincere about that. So I think your criticism of him is very unwarranted. He has a long, exemplary record of service to the community, voluntary service, I might add, to this community. He has certainly been of assistance to my office in helping with a lot of programs, and I appreciate him coming down here and pointing out some facts that needed to be pointed out.
He's been assistance to my office, too, in the past, too. I'm just saying, in respect to all of us, I think we would all serve. I'm just pointing out Mr. Robbins, but I'm also pointing out for everybody that comes before the podium, we would all be better served if we're looking for solutions rather than pointing back and saying, you did this or you did that.
Mayor? Well, I find it interesting that Mayor, that you finally make those comments with Mr. Robbins at this point in time. All I've heard for the last 6 or 7 months is people coming down here and making negative comments about the city and about the city council, and they have the right to do that, but and I've sat and listened to them very quietly and very respectfully, and they've exercised their First Amendment rights to come down here and speak to this body. That's their right as citizens. I just find it curious you've made the response now to Mr. Robbins.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Evening.
Mayor, I really have to respond to that because following up to what Smoot says, there's one gentleman in particular who's come down week after week, which is his right, and been very critical, which again is his right. But I think, as you know and everybody knows up here, the statements that he's made as factual have been way off base.
And I've challenged
him. And they've been very, very negative. And yet nothing has been said. And then when Mr. Robbins comes down and has the facts and the figures and they speak for themselves, then he's being criticized. And that's wrong.
Well, I think you're incorrect, council member, because I have been critical of that individual, and I have called him on a number of points.
But week after week it happens and he lets it go.
Mayor, may I say a word in my defense if I may? I'm the one that was the butt of all of this. Time does not permit to go into the factual points. I think that the distinction perhaps between this incident and this type of incident is the personal nature of it as opposed to the general comments about city actions. But with respect to the construction of that earlier report card, I'm going to share with you sometime this afternoon, as soon as I get it into the council chamber, a letter from one of the very groups that you say participated in that has an entirely different scorecard than the one that you constructed. Many of those people had commented that they had never seen your documentation until the day they came to the press conference. And I think that the record will show, with the number of letters that you've written to the editor, the extensive personal attacks that you have made upon me, that there might be just a tinge of little bias in your comments about what my actions are. But I want you to know that on the record, the Audubon Society has written a revised letter and scorecard, as well as other members of the organizations that you purported had signed off to the statement that you made back in early April.
Sir, I went through the process. I cannot do anything more than present the things that I did to the appropriate people. If they wish to revise things later, there's nothing I can do to control that.
Mayor.
Mr. Canaltis.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Ken Altus, Chair of the Resource Management Commission, and perhaps this is an uncomfortable time to bring this up. I do have something to pass on to you all. I really bring this up reluctantly. It happens to be a very similar issue. The Resource Management Commission is involved in overseeing and watching the energy conservation and work that the city does. Very important work. And we've got very important issues that we ongoing with the city, and it's very important, a budget season that's getting ready to come upon us. It's very important that we approach this with integrity and with honesty. And I have to point out that I received Councilmember Barnstone's response to this environmental scorecard, which I had nothing to do with the original. I don't have a particular opinion either way about it. I just was not involved. But in the response from Mr. Barnstone, there is, under the title Misrepresentations, this short paragraph: Southern Union Gas Water Heater Program. The contractor who got this contract sat on the Resource Management Commission. That's not true. We do not have contractors on our commission, which recommended him, it says. We never recommend contractors, and his was not the low bid. Now, the bid he's talking about actually was given to the low bidder. And then it goes on, and you say, I failed to prove that there was a conflict of interest. What is your definition? I note that the same, and then he mentions a contractor's name, helped to put together your press conference. Well, it's a different contractor who got this contract. So every fact is wrong. Every fact here is easily verifiable. And I would just ask, and Mr. Barnstone and I have had a friendly and a gracious relationship, and his staff has been exceedingly gracious and pleasant to me. And I would just hope that in the future that when there are facts about or questions about our commission and our work, that first you ask possibly the city the city manager, the department head, call me, and before this goes out to press, other environmentalists, and other folks, that we get the facts right. I will note that I called the office as soon as I got this, Mr. Barnstone's office, and I did get a correction, but I just don't think, and you have it there too, I just don't think it's clear enough
And I still think it leaves the impression that there's a conflict of interest. We are all volunteers. We all put in a lot of time. We all believe in what we're doing. And basically, I don't think it's fair to charge us with a serious charge of conflict of interest. If you, Mr. Barnstone, I would recommend that when you next have this notion that there's a conflict of interest, that you pursue it. That's a very serious charge through the city attorney. Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember. And following Mr. John Sanford will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Office, for correcting the record, and thank you also for noting that as soon as you brought to my attention the incorrect statements in my letter, which, as you know, was very complicated and called upon 2 years of research on a whole series of votes, that we did allow a mistake to creep into it, and I did make a mistake, and I apologize for that. And I noted that immediately after you brought it to our attention, and
I consider the record cleared then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like an opportunity to respond to the rhetoric because this is my last opportunity to do that. And I'm very glad to see that you're taking this council in a new direction and are asking people that speak before us to use proper decor and to stick to the facts. I only wish that happened 7 months ago. I have sat here and listened to people hurl lies, derogatory remarks to members of the council, and as a courtesy, we have chosen not to respond because people have the right to say what they think, and that's what citizens communication is all about. I will not miss the lies and insults. I want you to know that. And Councilmember Barnstone, I want you to know I had not seen your personal environmental scorecard until this very moment. And according to you, you rate yourself very high. But I will call attention to all the members of the council that I had the highest rating on the environmental scorecard, and I suffered the greatest defeat of anybody. Thank you. It didn't matter.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I'm John Sanford. I live at 4206 Avenue F, and I'm here hopefully to discuss a positive issue.
Good.
I'm here as a chairman of the Hyde Park NCCD committee. We have started work, and at the council's direction, we are working on a NCCD for the Hyde Park area. As we work with city staff, we've got some of the information that we need from them, and we've made some headway getting our application ready to submit. But we needed some clarification from the council, and Betty Baker suggested that I get on citizens communication and bring this to you, and that is when the council authorizes an NCCD to be processed, that fees are waived, the normal city fees are waived in that particular instance. And since we are going to get to the point where we're going to be actually submitting the proposal at some time in the future, we wanted to have that issue cleared. We also wanted to be able to get other information from the city, such as copies of maps and any other documents that we felt like we needed to help in this application process. The maps in particular that will be helpful to us, there are some planimetric maps created for the Electric Utility Department by UAM Incorporated, and if possible, we would like to get those maps in what's referred to here as a DXF format for our proposed study area, which is between 38th Street and 45th Street, and between Guadalupe and Duval. We are anticipating that there will be a phase 1 of the NCCD, which will include property immediately around the Hyde Park Baptist Church, and then a phase 2 that will include the rest of the neighborhood. If you can, I don't know if you need to pass a resolution to waive these fees, or if there's just a standard procedure. And we also need to have it cleared up that the city staff is supposed to work with us when necessary.
We need to have an ordinance posted for action.
Mayor, can we post that for I'm not going to be here next week, but
The 28th?
If the council concurs, we can post it next week and take action on it.
Well, it was part of the motion. When the motion was made for these, for the planning team to meet representatives from the church and the neighborhood, I believe it's 5 each, that was included in the motion. I believe if someone will, it was certainly part of the discussion. If it was left out of the specific wording of the motion, it was inadvertent, but the fees were with a publicly initiated NCD, which is what you are. It was initiated by the council. It becomes a public initiative and not a neighborhood initiative. You just have to do all the legwork.
Right. I guess what we're looking for is making sure that that issue is cleared up and
Well,
it's
it
not
certainly needs to be.
not a
Why
wobbly.
don't we, if we need to, we can, if we need to post an ordinance on the agenda next week, we'll do that. If it's already been clarified in the previous motion, we'll do that. I might add as the council liaison to the planning team that things seem to be going reasonably well. There's not an agreement yet, but I think they're down to discussions about 40 parking spaces. Perhaps they're very hard nut to crack, but there is real progress, and the group is getting along extremely well and really making genuine progress. And I just thank all the members, including John Sanford, for their hours of time that we have been spending on Wednesday evenings trying to resolve this issue. But we'll get the fees back.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Mr. Felix Rosales.
Buenas tardes. I am Felix Rosales Jr. For some of you, this may be the last time y'all see me, but I hope it's not so. I'm here to discuss the Bergstrom feasibility study and respectfully ask that you compare Bergstrom to Manor and not the city's current airport to Bergstrom. You people are gambling with our lives and our jobs, and you're jeopardizing the FAA funding for a new Manor airport. We also want to highlight that if you overlay the Manor airport onto the Bergstrom site, that the majority of Montopolis and a good deal of the southeast and the Del Valley Independent School District lies within a LDN that is not suitable for education, much less living in such an environment. We also have an environment in East Austin. It may not be the water, but it's the air, the noise, and our quality of life that you deal with in East Austin. We have 4 schools in the Del Valley Independent School District that would have to be relocated. We would not accept insulating portables so our children can be educated in portable buildings. We would not accept our children playing in those playgrounds and playing their ball games with this type of commercial air traffic. We in fact believe that these LDN figures are untrue. They'll be far worse than what's being pictured. But I'd like to get on with dealing with the resolution that's sponsored by Council Member Smoot Carl Mitchell. It's number 49 on the agenda, that we support comparing Maynard to Bergstrom. And also that the spending of what was left of that Bergstrom feasibility study, the $28,000 that was left, that should be done in comparing Bergstrom to Maynard. And that, last but not least, is that the Montopolis Neighborhood Association will fight a move of the city municipal airport to Bergstrom, even if it means in the courts. I'm sorry that, y'all want that type of situation to happen, but in closing, the Bergstrom site is unacceptable.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes is 50 years worth of living with Bergstrom is 3 minutes isn't enough to discuss why we should accept a municipal airport. And I feel that if you do want a municipal airport, then let's move on with the Manor site or look at alternative sites. You got Camp Mayberry or somebody in West Austin
Gonzalez, your time's up.
wants to give y'all some land to build an airport on, go for it.
Okay, council, let me make the public aware of changes and time certains on our agenda. At 3 o'clock today, we do have a public hearing and approval of an ordinance resolution, first reading of an ordinance granting a charter bus franchise to American Aero Company and approving a proposed rate of fare. This is item 30. We'll be taking this at 3 o'clock. That's about an hour and 8 minutes. We do have a number of zonings at 4 o'clock, items 32 through 47. Items 32 will be a very time-consuming ordinance or time-consuming public hearing. It is what I will be doing, council, is taking all the consent public hearings that we can take in advance of item 32. It is my estimation that once we begin item 32, we will take no more items on the council agenda for today. That will be our last item today. So I will identify right before we begin the public hearing on item 32, which is the Barton Creek PUD, which items we were not able to get to today, so any citizens that were here for subsequent items will not have to have their time delayed. We do also have a public hearing at 4:30, approval of ordinance and resolution amending the Land Development Code to authorize college and university uses for LI limited industrial. I do plan to take all the public hearings that we can take, and then item 32 would be the last one, and if this one does not, we do not get to our 4:30 item, we will probably either delay that, or if we do not get to 32 before 4:30, I probably will take item 31 on the land development codes for colleges and universities before I take item 32, council. Let me also say that one item has been pulled from our agenda. Item number 50 will not be heard today. So item number 50 will not be taken today. That's under, and then we do have some, so those are the changes and generally how we will proceed this afternoon. What I would like to do now is I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Shipman if she would come over here.
Front and center.
Today is the last official meeting that Mayor Pro Tem Sally Shipman will be attending as a public servant for the city of Austin. She has served the citizens of this city for 7 years on this city council. Prior to that, she sent a lot of recommendations to me and to other citizens who served from 1977 to 1981 as a planning commission member. She has put in a lot of years for this city. I'm not sure how many were on the planning commission, Sally, but you probably know very specifically. To me, from my perspective as mayor of the city for the last 2 years, and even prior to that as a citizen, whether I was working at the Chamber of Commerce or whether I was running my own company or whether I was working at Texas Instruments, I think Sally Shipman to me represented someone that looked at the planning of the city, looked at the neighborhoods of the city, looked at the environment of the city, and was very sensitive about where Austin would be going in the 1980s. She, in my opinion, these last 2 years that I have served here, probably represented the person with the most expertise in planning, zoning, and the issues that really on a day-to-day basis have a tendency to impact the citizens the most, showing up at those 4 o'clock hearings. And I guess the tendency too is when you go out of those hearings, there's always somebody that's happy and probably somebody that's unhappy. And I think that she worked very hard to try to be sensitive to both points of view, although I know, as she knows, as everybody that's ever sat up here on this dais know, that at zoning hearings you probably leave somebody on the short end from their perspective. but I think we always tried to hear them and make them feel like that their point of view was heard during those debates. I will say to you that I personally appreciate the courtesies that you've extended to me as mayor and the courtesies that you have granted in those kinds of hearings and meetings over the last 2 years. I have known Sally Shipman long before either one of us got into public office, as has Barbara, my wife. And I want to say on behalf of this city council and on behalf of Barbara and myself that I wish you and Bob the very best. And I want to thank you sincerely on behalf of the citizens of this city for the hours and hours, probably the helping us all in the aging process that you have contributed to the people of this city. I think personally, even though there's always differences of opinion up here, that we're better off that you served. Thank you very much. This is in appreciation to Sally Shipman in recognition for her enthusiastic dedication and outstanding public service to the citizens of Austin, Texas as Mayor Pro Tem from 1987 to 1990 and a member of the Austin City Council from 1983 to 1990. Thank you.
Thank you. Ooh. I made it through 7 years in total composure, and you blew it, Mayor Cook. Thank you very, very much. Exactly 19 years ago this August, a young couple with 3 babies put everything they owned in a U-Haul and said, we're coming to Austin, we're native Texans, we don't like Yankee land, we were in upstate New York, and we're going to raise our children in Austin, Texas. We're going to do whatever it takes to do that. And it meant my husband quitting his job and changing jobs a lot just to stay here. And I got involved. They wouldn't put any sidewalks in my neighborhood. And so I went back to graduate school and said, I'm going to be certified as a planner, and I'm going to go tell that head of urban transportation that we need sidewalks in that neighborhood. And I did it. And the sidewalks are all over West Austin. And every morning I jog on them, and old people walk on them, and I feel good about that. And I don't regret 1 minute of the Planning Commission or the City Council. I've loved it. I've loved the debate. And I don't regret the decision we made to rear our children in Austin. We're leaving Austin not because we choose to leave Austin, but because my husband has worked in Houston for almost 3 years. He's commuted to Austin, so, quote, Sally can do her thing. And our youngest child just graduated Saturday night from Austin High School, so our mission is complete. That's what we had chosen to do here. And now we're going to tackle another place and start a new life. And I really thank you. Mayor, I won't miss the politics, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Council members?
Can I just say a few things? Besides Sally being on the council for 7 years, she also spent 5 years on the Planning Commission and 3 years before that on the Board of Standards, Building Standards. And that's quite an incredible amount of service, but besides the service is the things that Sally accomplished. A lot of people don't know about it. We have a landscape ordinance here in the city of Austin, and without that landscape ordinance, Austin would not be as beautiful as it is. Sally Shipman was the sponsor of that, wrote it, and probably the greatest form of flattery is people following that, and hundreds of other cities have followed that. Austin's better because of the landscape ordinance. Clean air ordinance. In other words, where we said no smoking in restaurants and places like that. Well, when that was first brought up, people said we couldn't do it. It's been copied by 286 cities, and then you go to the movies and it says no smoking, people clap. Austin's a better city because of that. Sally Shipman was the sponsor of that. Swimming pools. Year after year, year after year, city managers, not this one, have said, we're going to close the swimming pools. And year after year, Sally Shipman has said, no, we're going to keep the swimming pools open. And we've kept them open. The recreation centers, year after year, they've tried to cut the recreation centers, and Sally has come to the forefront and said, we're going to keep the recreation centers open. Sally's also been very supportive of conservation issues. She has opposed the nuke from day one. She's been a strong, strong opponent of that. She is an environmentalist, and on the scorecard, she received a very, very high report. But I think the thing that Sally probably did the very best that I really want to thank you for is that Sally is the mother and one of the starters of the Austin Neighborhood Coalition. Austin is a better city because of the grassroots, because people within their own neighborhoods organize. Sally Shipman was one of the founders of the Austin Neighborhood Coalition and the founder of her own neighborhood group, the West Austin Neighborhood Group. Sally Shipman has made Austin a better city. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Council, we will now go to consent items on our agenda. Mr. City Clerk, we'll start with, let's pull item 12 at the request of a citizen, so we'll start with item 13.
Discussion and approval of a proposal to establish a sister city relationship between Austin, Texas and Owita City, Japan. Number 14, approve an ordinance adopting impact fee, capital improvements plan, and impact fee for water and wastewater.
We better pull that. Okay, Council, do I have a motion?
Move approval.
On item 13?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those that favor this on consent signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Number 15, approve third reading of an ordinance amending Article 7 of the Sign Regulations, Chapter 1302, Land Use, Title 13, Land Development Code of the Austin City Code of 1981, relating to the regulation of signs in Austin's planning jurisdiction and containing other provisions relating to the foregoing subject. 16, approve an amendment.
15 is pulled.
16, approve an amendment to the Austin City Code to modify the following speed zones. 11-2-99G, 30 miles per hour when flashing. Delete Congress Avenue from 469 feet north of the center line of North Bluff Drive, station 300 plus 95.7, to 375 feet south of the center line of Eberhart Lane, station 300 plus 95.7. 11-2-99G, 30 miles per hour when flashing. Add South Congress Avenue, Loop 275 from 465 feet north of the center line of North Bluff Drive, milepost 18.452, to 340 feet south of the center line of Eberhart Lane, milepost 18.654 at Pleasant Hill School. 11-2-100F, 35 miles per hour when flashing. Delete South Congress Avenue from 874 feet south of Stastny Lane to 772 feet north of Bluff Springs Road. Item 17, approve an amendment to the Austin City Code to modify the following speed zones. 11-2-100B, 40 miles per hour, add Grove Boulevard from Hogan Avenue to East Riverside Drive. 11-2-100C, 45 miles per hour, add Grove Boulevard from East Riverside Drive to Montopolis Drive. 18, approve an amendment to the Austin City Code to modify the following speed zones. 11-2-100B, 40 miles per hour, add South Congress Avenue from 354 feet south of the center line of Old Horse Street to the center line of Ben White Boulevard at U.S. Highway 290, State Highway 71. 11-2-100B, 40 miles per hour, add South Congress Avenue, Loop 275 from the center line of Ben White Boulevard, U.S. Highway 290, State Highway 71, milepost 16.641, to 820 feet south of Sheridan Avenue, mile point 17.385. 11-2-100C, 45 miles per hour, delete South Congress Avenue, Loop 275, from 354 feet south of the center line of Old Horse Street, station 142 plus 43 to 1,311 feet south of William Cannon Drive, station 337 plus 80. 11-2-100C, 45 miles per hour, add South Congress Avenue, Loop 275, from 820 feet south of Sheridan Avenue, mile point 17.385, to the east service road of Interstate Highway 35, south, mile point 20.870, 11-2-100D, 55 miles per hour. Delete South Congress Avenue, Loop 275, from 1,311 feet south of William Cannon Drive, Station 337 plus 80, to the south city limits, 750 feet south of Foremost Drive, Station 381 plus 69.92. On the addendum, item number 56, adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 10-2 of the Code of the City of Austin, 1981.
We want
as
to pull
amended.
56 and 57.
That's all the ordinances.
Oh, you need to also read item 54.
Okay, that
We haven't got...
54 is an ordinance.
Oh. Okay, excuse me.
Just read as a resolution.
Okay, council, this is ordinances on consent. This is items 16 through 18 that have just been read. Is there a motion to approve? It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Shipman and
Mayor?
seconded by Councilmember Erdy.
A point of clarification, sir. I'd like to point out on number 17, that's basically the same street. I'm trying to determine if it's 40 or 45 miles, but Grove Boulevard, if the whole thing would have been constructed, it would have gone from East Riverside to Montopolis Drive. Since only half of it was constructed, it went from East Riverside to Hogan. So I'm trying to figure out, is it 40 or 45 miles?
I think it's both at different points.
At different points?
Yes.
According to Hogan, it sounds like from there it's
45,
Okay.
right.
All right.
Okay. Okay, there is a motion and a second on consent. All those in favor of these items signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That passes 7-0. Okay, we'll now take resolutions on consent, starting on page 3 with item 19.
Eminent domain, U.S. Highway 183. Authorize and approve the filing of eminent domain proceedings to acquire fee simple title to .187 acre of land and a permanent water and wastewater easement containing 1,942 square feet of land out of the James D. Good Survey number 30, located in the city of Austin, being partially located in Travis County and partially located in Williamson County, Texas. Number 20, authorize and approve the filing of eminent domain proceedings to acquire fee simple title to .211 acre of land and a permanent water and wastewater easement containing 2,126 square feet of land out of the James D. Good Survey number 30, located in the city of Austin, Travis County, Texas. 21, authorize and approve the filing of eminent domain proceedings to acquire fee simple title to .181 acre of land, fee title to the main building and porches located on the same .181 acre of land, and a permanent water and wastewater easement containing 1,874 square feet of land out of the James D. Good Survey number 30, located in the city of Austin, Travis County, Texas. Number 22, authorize negotiation and execution of a contract with the J.C. Evans Construction Company for the construction of a clay liner at the city landfill located at FM 1812 at FM 973 in the amount of $317,789.20. Number 23, approve a 12-month supply agreement to Uniforms of Texas for uniform shirts and trousers in an amount not to exceed $36,509, and to Martin's Uniforms in an amount not to exceed $101,591, with an option to extend for up to one additional 12-month period at an annual dollar amount not to exceed $138,100. Number 24.
Item 24, 25, and 26. Let's pull those for discussion. '27,
approve a resolution offering an incentive package for Continental Airlines maintenance facility. 28.
Excuse me, pull 27.
28, set a public hearing to amend Title 13 of the Land Development Code relating to the procedures and standards for approval of the construction of public school facilities by an independent school district. Suggested date and time, June 28th at 3 p.m. 29, set a public hearing on an appeal of the Building and Fire Code Board's decision to uphold the decision of the building official to revoke a building permit at 3113 Edgewater Drive. Suggested date and time, June 28th at 3:30 p.m. Item number 54, under action on the following. Authorize City of Austin participation of the State of Texas in real property acquisition for the U.S. 183-290 projects. The city's cost is $1,600,000. And on the addendum, number 58, authorize the negotiation and execution of a contract for the acquisition of 29.075 acres of land in the Delve Springs neighborhood in the amount of $300,000 for park and recreational purposes.
Okay, council, this is move consent on items 19 through 23, 28, 29, 54, and 58. Do I hear a motion?
Approval.
We have a motion and a second, Councilman.
I don't want to delay it. That's why I didn't pull it. Item 27, I want to make a one minor amendment.
It's been pulled.
Oh, okay, fine.
Okay? It was not in the motion. We have a motion and a second on consent. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, items on consent from the City Council, beginning with item 48.
You want me to read them? Number 48, consider waiving capital recovery fees for water services at Palma Plaza Park. Number 49, consider a resolution outlining the procedure.
49.
Number 50 has been pulled off. 51, approve canceling the regularly scheduled Electric Utility Board meeting of June 19th, 1990, and rescheduling the meeting for June 26th, 1990.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on consent for items 48 and 51. All those in favor of these items signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries 7-0. Okay, council, we will now return to the items that have been pulled for discussion. Let me say that we will pause at 3 o'clock to take our 3 o'clock hearing, and we do have one urgent item, council, on executive session dealing with the appointment of a relief judge, which the municipal court is in desperate need for right now. We have judges pulling double shifts, and so sometime between 3 and 4, I am going to recess the meeting so we can have a brief executive session to discuss and hopefully then take action on the appointment of a relief judge. We'll now start out with item 12, which is an item that's been pulled on the agenda. Okay, this is reconsider an agreement with the State Department of Highways and Public Transportation approved by the City Council January 18th, 1990 to exclude the installation of a center turn lane on Balcones Drive between 2222 and Parkcrest. Bill Stockton, could you give us kind of an update on the meetings that have gone on between the various groups that have been before the council the last 3 weeks on this?
We have had one large formal meeting in the vicinity of the project, as well as several other meetings in various locations. Met with the Highway Department and all the property owners on both sides of Balcones Drive. I believe that we have in place a proposal for modifying our existing agreement with the state that will meet everyone's needs. Our proposal is that we would redesign Balcones Drive to include a left turn bay at Northland rather than a continuous left turn lane throughout the entire length of Balcones Drive. We would go ahead and operate that project for at least a 12-month period until we could establish whether there were any accident patterns or operational needs that were then obviously compelling to a two-way left turn lane. And if at such time we needed to add a two-way left turn lane, they understand that the right-of-way is the city's and we could in fact proceed. But that would be done so only after obviously council action and considerable discussion in the neighborhood. We'll work with the property owners in the major development there to help them with additional circulation in the area. We will leave the median that is planned on 2222 in place so that there will be a continuous raised median from the Mopac frontage road to Balcones Drive, and that we will also work with the property owners in the area to identify alternate access that we may be able to work out with the highway department that would potentially relieve the intersection of Balcones and Northland.
Questions of the staff, council? Seeing none, Mr. Jerry Goff. Mr. Jerry Goff, is he here? Oh, excuse me, Jerry.
I'm not sure I need to speak. We agree with what
Okay.
the staff worked out, and we appreciate the staff's help and your help.
Okay, Mr. Charles Katz.
I don't believe I need to speak either.
Okay.
We agree with staff completely.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
Approval.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any other additional discussion, council? Sensing none, let me thank the staff, everybody, for working this out. I think it probably is in the best interest of everybody. Everyone in favor of this signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, council, that completes item 12. Now go to item 14.
Yes, Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Carl Mitchell.
Yeah, I'll move we adopt an ordinance 1 that's repealing the current fee ordinance and approving the impact fee capital improvement plan and establishing the maximum allowable fee for water at $34.63 per service unit and $18.60 per service unit for wastewater, and establishing the assessed fee for water at $1,700 per service unit and $1,300 per service unit for wastewater, establishing the collected fee at $13.08 for water and $7.87 for wastewater, and establishing an additional exemption from the fee for City of Austin CDBG projects, and establishing a discount of 25% for construction within the corporate limits of Austin.
Second.
That's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there discussion on the motion? Let me say then, if there's no additional discussion, that I am opposed to this. I would prefer a motion whereby we could reduce from those numbers the in-city by 90% and the out-of-city by 65%. Is there additional discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call the roll.
Councilmember Erdy? No. Mayor Cook?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman?
Yes.
Councilman Barnstone? Councilmember Carl Mitchell?
Yes.
Councilmember Humphrey?
Yes.
Councilmember Nossiger?
Yes. Mayor? At 4-3, if we have got, it's my understanding that we're going to need a special meeting on Friday and Saturday to pass this.
It's been posted.
If we don't have that special meeting on Friday and Saturday, then the capital recovery fees will be abolished. Now that sounds great to waive a fee, but I think everybody agrees that growth should at least partially pay for itself. We have a great deal of debt in the water and wastewater department, and that's one of the reasons our water rates are so high. If we don't pass this, every one of your water rates and your wastewater rates will go up because somebody has to pay for that $2 million a year. And that's not fair. Special interests are getting a free break on this, and unless we pass this ordinance to have growth partially pay for itself, every person in here, every small business is going to get screwed. And so I really hope that we can go forward.
I changed my vote.
Okay. Councilmember Barnstone changes his vote. That passes 5-2. Good. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
You persuaded.
can we go ahead and instruct the clerk to cancel the 2 special meetings that were posted?
You could have instructed him all day, but there wouldn't have been any special meetings because it's past 5:02, so there wouldn't have
No,
been
I know. That's
necessity
why I
to
want to
have
cancel those 2 meetings and make
Okay.
sure that everyone knows those 2 meetings are canceled.
Okay. Okay, council will now go to item 15. This is to approve the 3rd reading of an ordinance amending Article 7. This is sign regulations, Chapter 1302, and Title 8 of the Land Development Code of the City, Austin City Code for 1981 relating to the regulations of sign in the Austin planning jurisdiction and containing other provisions related to the foregoing subjects. I think as we all know, council, we've had several hearings on this, and this is really for 3rd reading. Again, my opposition relates to one specific thing, and that is in support of the task force who worked for 2 years on this, who wanted a 50-foot sign versus a 35-foot sign, and that is my specific and only opposition. Other than that, I think this is an excellent step in the right direction for sign ordinances. Is there
Mayor, I move approval.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. It is on the floor. Are there questions or discussion of the council members? Sensing none, is Mr. Floyd Clark here? Mr. Clark?
First, I would like to publicly say that the sign task force did an admirable job. They spent a long time on this. They've done tremendous work on it, and I don't see Mr. Barnstone. He can probably hear me though, but I agree with him that they should be congratulated.
Go right ahead. Your time's not up.
Wow,
I don't know what
that was
happened
quick.
there.
Please understand that the other week when I came in and mentioned some concerns, I'd like to point out I have no axe to grind, and I just made a mistake of reading the ordinance, and I pointed out some things that I think that the city attorney agreed with me on, and that on the transitional statements and that sort of thing. As a member of the Board of Adjustment, I'd like to point out that virtually every one of our decisions made with the sign board are on items that are judgment calls. They call for absolutely no intricate knowledge of the construction of a sign. They're usually for increased height, increased square footage of a sign, or a setback, change of the setbacks. Also, I would like to disagree with the task force attorney at one point, and you all have a note there I put in your box at least, and that is that the zero setback on all signs with a post of 12 inches or less. A 12-inch pole can hold a pretty good sized sign, and if you take a series of these 12-inch poles, they can hold up a billboard. So I think and then also that particular clause changes all of the previous setback requirements in the Land Development Code. So there is a change of city direction on this philosophy. And again, I would like to say that in the note I gave you was that there's no grandfathering statement in there about the portable signs. Portable signs have been illegal since 1985, so is festoons. Festoons being those little pieces of tinsel that hang and fly. And I doubt if any of them are 5 years old. And I don't see how you can grandfather something like that. And driving into town today along South 1st Street, I counted no less than 20 portable signs, meaning to me that this ordinance hasn't been enforced anyhow. So it's up to your philosophy on how you want to handle that. Because if you're going to buy back those signs, I think they ought to be some way to guarantee they're over 5 years old. So if there's, hopefully this is the last time I'll be here on this. Thank you very much.
Okay, council, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there additional discussion, comment to the motion? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Mayor Cook,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman,
Yes.
Councilman Barnstone,
No.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell,
Yes.
Councilmember Humphrey,
Yes.
Councilmember Nofziger,
Yes.
Councilmember Erdy.
Okay, that passes 4-2. Okay, council, we'll now go to item 24. Approval of an ordinance amending 9-11 of the Code of the City related to the ground transportation services and off-airport businesses at Robert Miller. The ordinance sets permit fees for commercial vehicles, off-airport rent-a-car, and parking lot businesses. Is Mr. Charles Gates, our aviation director?
What number are we doing?
Item 24, council.
No, diesel itself is prohibited.
All right.
Council, this is an off-airport ordinance that will allow those individuals who do business on the airport to pay us a permit fee. And if you're a rent-a-car that does more than $25,000 per year, 95% of your revenues, you would pay an 8% fee. If you're a parking lot operator, the first 25 spaces per month are excluded, and then the average revenues at 95%. Basically, this is to help contribute to the expenses of operating Robert Miller Airport. This ordinance was developed along with the Airport Advisory Committee, the off-airport rent-a-cars, and the off-airport parking lots. And we feel it's something that needs to be done here in the city of Austin. Almost about 100 airports now have passed ordinance similar to this ordinance we're presenting today.
I'll move approval.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? There's no second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. We have it on the floor. Council members, questions?
Mr. Gates, do I read my backup material correctly, and what do you expect to collect on this fee?
Basically, most likely we'll be collecting primarily as the $100 permit fees on the rent-a-cars based on the
No, how much do you expect it to collect totally for the city when you impose this tax?
Approximately about $14,000 on an annual basis.
$14,000. And have you figured out how much it's going to cost you to administer it?
Basically, the permit fee, we've factored in that dollar amount. What was that?
About $500 for Christmas fees.
Okay. The permit fees itself will have about $500 worth of revenues, and then to process that, it's no more than another $500. It's just an internal amount of an individual coming in, filling out a form. We process the application fee form, know that they're certified.
The question is, how much administrative staff do you think it'll take to... I realize that that's a flexible number, but it's already taking time right now. I mean, we figure it costs the city council about $10,000 an hour.
No additional staff, maybe about 5% of the staff time once the process starts, and then once it's finished, then it's just a matter of a renewal basis.
Do you think that this fee might be raised in the future?
In the foreseeable future, you mean the $100 permit fee? No, sir, I don't believe it will be raised in the foreseeable future. And we also, by eliminating the first $25,000 and the first 5 parking spaces, was trying to also give the small business person a break so that the only thing they would have to pay is the $100 permit fee.
How do you deal with the equity issue that some of these people already pay higher property taxes because their property is appraised at a higher level?
and here we are coming back and assessing them yet another fee.
Well, unfortunately for us, sir, we do not get any of the property taxes. We have to generate our revenues from airport revenues.
Well,
and
I know,
the individuals coming on the airport, there is a cost of maintaining our roadways. It's our responsibility, our own police. We also get back charged for the fire and those kind of things.
Right.
And
of course, when you're saying we, you're speaking now as the director of the airport.
Yes, sir.
That we're the board of directors of that.
That's correct, sir.
However, we're also the board of directors of this city, and some of your airport vehicles run on our city streets, and we don't go charging your fund for your airport vehicles running on our streets. In fact, you probably drove over here, didn't you?
I sure did, but we also pay back charges to other city departments for services that.
I know, but we could start charging each other quite a, on the same theory. Suppose that he decided that, well, let's see, parking lots get some business off the airport. Hotels, don't hotels get business off the airport? How far are you willing to stretch this theory that off-airport revenues belong to the airport?
In some cities, some hotels do pay a fee. The reason we decided not to include hotels because most of the hotels that do come on the airport with their vehicles are buying advertisement on the hotel-motel board, so therefore they are already contributing to the revenues, which will help pay for the expenses. That's right.
They've already bought protection, so to speak.
What was that again, sir?
They've already bought some protection, in a manner of speaking.
They're contributing to maintaining the services that we're providing at the airport.
Could we possibly argue it, as I'm suggesting, the other way, that the roads already belong to the city? No, I mean, we don't charge for those uses.
It's certainly within the council's discretion not to charge the fee. The basis for this fee is certainly not to buy protection, but to provide an incentive for rent car areas to move on to the airport, and also to recognize that much of the business is generated by these businesses from the airport. That's the theory. But it's certainly within your discretion not to impose this fee if you so desire.
Thank you for that. I believe that. What did you say? How many cities did you say had this?
Approximately 100 airports now have a off-airport ordinance.
100 airports, although
there are 206.
Survey that you.
There's about, I said approximately 100. There are 262 air carrier airports, and we're talking basically about 1/3 of them now approximately have a off-airport, a form of an off-airport ordinance.
Form. Do you think it's as much as 8%?
8% is only on the rent-a-cars gross.
Well, what would you say to the people that had the unsettling suspicion that this tax was going to grow? I mean, this fee was going to grow. I realize that the council...
As you said, as the board of directors, you would have to decide to approve any increase in those fees.
I mean, we might be...
This is a summary of what they're charging in terms of rates. It is about an average of 5 airports that are fees right now.
Okay.
City manager, if we wanted to exact this kind of fee for the general fund, could we do so?
Which kind of fee are you talking about, Councilmember?
Say we decided that, we want to tax those parking areas and just exactly what this fee is. $100 annual permit fee for agency plus 8% commission. We just want to tax that activity. The same thing that's being proposed on that board.
I'm trying to think of a parallel fee that we charge. We have a similar fee with our drainage fee where we charge a certain amount for maintaining of drainage that's different from our taxes and different from our utility charges. We also charge other fees for other services. I'm not sure I can find an analogy as I'm running through my mind real quickly of a general fund fee like this, and I would certainly defer to our legal counsel about whether we have the legal authority under the general fund to charge such a fee.
Does anybody want to venture an answer to that? Do you know? Both yes.
As far as the legal
yes, sir, we could charge the fees.
We could charge
yes,
that
sir.
fee?
In fact, if you recall, like taxi franchises now, them to operate in the city, things like that.
So, counsel, think about that one for a moment. This is a fee that we could charge, and we could charge it and get it for our general fund, or we could charge it and pay it into the airport fund, which once it goes in there, we can't use it. And what's more, this is a reach from the airport to the rest of the city. It's reaching past its boundaries and saying, we want some of those revenues. So I wonder if the council would want to consider the alternative. If we feel that we must charge this fee, or we have a right to charge this fee, not to assign it exclusively to the airport, or more properly, just if it only collects $14,000 a year, and I do have the suspicion that we're not going through all of this just to collect $14,000 a year, that indeed this thing may grow in the future, that we might just defer action on this, because what we find is that we have the highest rates in so many areas, and it seems like every time we discover one area where this city doesn't tax to the max, we're going to...
No offense, Max.
No. Tax. Sorry. Poor choice of words, actually.
I helped you out there.
Thank you.
Let me just join in for just a moment. I think the point as far as trying, looking at sign ordinances and all the kinds of things and impacts that we make on small business people, but is it an assessment by the staff that the people that we are, quote, reaching for get the predominant amount of their business from the airport, or do they get the predominant amount of their business from other rentals? In other words, would they be a viable business if they were not getting rentals off the airport?
That's correct. Our ordinance basically addresses those individuals that do their predominantly their business comes from the airport.
Also, I want to be sure that we clarify the general fund comment, because I don't know that our legal counsel was responding to this particular fee. Could we just impose this fee and give it to the general fund? There are some provisions in this, as you know, that have to do with auditing the revenue that's associated with the airport, and you may want to, Joe, you want to clarify that so that we've got that straight?
Yes. This fee is actually based upon their revenues that are generated from the airport. What we would do basically is ask them to provide us records that showed whether or not they were at a 95% level. If they weren't, the fee would be adjusted down on the percentage of actual business they get from the airport. So the connection to the general fund would be severed. It wouldn't be the same. We wouldn't be looking for use of the airport.
Who's doing this auditing?
Our finance staff would do it.
And you're going to have some person going out and checking how much, and this is going to cost less than the $14,000?
Yes. We're estimating approximately 5 to 10% of the fee would go to simply do that auditing work. There are only about 9 or 10 of these companies that we anticipate this will be addressed to. So we're not talking about a major audit. And they're also, most of them are small businesses, and we don't believe they'll come up to the $25,000 level where it will even apply to them. Just the $100 fee would apply in most cases to them.
Well, I'm still curious. If it only generates $14,000, why are we so interested in doing this?
When we began the process of looking at this, that was prior to our having brought on board the other auto rental companies on site. So there was a major piece of business out there that was not coming on, that we were not getting revenue from, who was doing business because of the airport. Now that they have come on site, it isn't as major a piece of revenue to the city, but there's still a market niche there for a major rental company to come in and be off-site. Some companies specialize in being off-site versus on-site. So the fee would take care of that market niche if they should come into this market. For the small businesses, it is not a major piece of revenue, but it is also an incentive for them to be on site, and if they are not on site and they are doing substantial business, that they support the operation from which they are getting their income, they're generating their business.
Yes. I think the question here really is an equity question, and I believe at this point everybody else who takes advantage of the airport pays a fee. Taxi cabs pay a fee. They pay a franchise fee to the city, and each time they pick up a passenger, they have to pay, 50 cents, I believe it is now. And those entities that are on the airport, all of the services that are on the airport pay a fee to the city. The ones that take
advantage of the airport by moving just outside of the airport and are not currently paying a fee are the parking lots, the off-site parking lots, and the off-site car rental places. So, and they take full advantage of the airport, as do these other entities. They're currently paying nothing. And so it's an equity issue of them paying their fair share of the cost of provided of all the services that are provided, so that they do take advantage of that. And I think it's important that we do that. And I think staff mentioned that one of them is to provide an incentive for those who are on the airport to remain there, as well as to provide for those situations that exist at every other airport in this country, where these car rental places pop up just outside of the airport all around. And the only reason why they're there is because of the airport. And I think they should pay their share just as everybody else is doing.
Call a question.
Question's been called. There's a motion on the floor which is to approve as recommended by staff. It's been seconded. Call the roll, please.
May I ask one question?
Go ahead. Mr. Humphrey.
Is there a possibility we might want to put this in the did we say we could put this in the general fund?
I don't think there's any rationale for putting it in the general fund, since the airport related.
Excuse me, council, before we have a roll call on this, let's have Mr. Richard Fleming would like to speak on this item.
Thank you. My name is Richard Fleming, and I'm the general manager and one of the officers of a company called PCI Rents, doing business as Thrifty Car Rental. Currently, we are located off the airport. We have bid for a concession at the Austin airport, and assuming you pass the next item on the agenda, we will be an airport concessionaire. I am standing in front of you speaking to this issue because I think that the proposed fee is anti-competitive, and it's unfair. We're talking about here an 8% fee levied to an off-airport company versus roughly a 9% fee being assessed to an on-airport concessionaire. There's a tremendous advantage of operating from within the confines of the airport terminal. I spent 17 years of my career working for an on-airport company. We did bid on the airport. Frankly, the word incentive has been used as far as encouraging companies to bid on airport. Yes, the thought of an 8% off-airport fee was an incentive for us to bid on the airport, because I don't think we could have remained in business paying an 8% off-airport fee. I've delivered to each of one of your offices some documents yesterday, I believe, that was prepared by our franchisor. Relates a lot to legal issues. I'm not a lawyer, I can't address those. I just ask you to look at the equity of 8% off-airport versus 9% on-airport. Thank you.
Motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Mayor, we're ready to call the roll.
Okay, let's call the roll on this item.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman?
Yes.
Councilman Barnstone?
No.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell?
Yes.
Councilmember Humphrey?
Yes.
And Councilmember Nofseger?
Yes.
And Councilmember Erdy?
Yes.
Mayor Cook?
Yes. Okay, that passes 6-1. Okay, council, we'll now go to item 25. Item 25 is approve a resolution to award contract to 9 companies to operate rent-a-car concessions at Robert Miller Airport. Revenues to the city amount to approximately $496,000 for the first year and $3 million over the 5 years.
As we mentioned a few weeks ago when we were going through change orders, it was our desire to expand the amount of competition on the airport. We did go out for bids, and we were hoping to get at least 9 or more bids. We did get 9 bids. Aggregate total for a minimum guarantee over the 5-year period from the 9 rent-a-cars would be $12,339,647, or a percentage of gross revenue, whichever is greater. The percentage of gross revenue goes on the basis on the first million, it's 9%. On the next million, it's 9.5%, and everything over $2 million is 10%. Past history has shown that we, on the average, our share at the airport has been about 150% of what the minimum guarantees are. So we believe that this is a step forward. We wanted competition. Those off airports said that they wanted to come on, and we did what they asked, and here are the 9 contracts before you for approval.
Mayor, a second.
Excuse me, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Discussion of the council to the staff.
Yes, Mayor. And I don't know if you need to comment or not, staff. You mentioned we'd had this yesterday at the airport subcommittee meeting, but as a result of this, what do you call remodeling that we approved some time back, there are 4 new car rental companies.
Correct, 4 new ones.
On the airport, and the total, and this is guaranteed minimum revenues that you're showing here.
That's correct.
That total adds up to over $460,000 that we will gain, and we're guaranteed in the first year.
That's correct.
That expansion, I believe, that we did, the change order, as we call it, an expansion we did to provide for these 4 additional ones, cost like $200,000.
$176,000.
$176,000. So we get it. We're more than doubling. The additional revenue is more than double what it cost for the expansion in the very first year.
That's correct.
I think that, and I believe that's the rationale that staff brought that to us under, and it seems like it was an extremely, since these are now guaranteed revenue, so, and we may very well, as you said, get maybe 1.5 times that much, but already with the guaranteed revenues, we will gain some $200,000 as a result of that business deal we agreed to make. It's a very good deal, I think.
Any other questions by council members of the staff? Okay, Mr. Don Bell. Mr. Don Bell? Mr. Akwazi Evans? And he'll be followed by Mr. Ben Bloom.
Mayor, council, I'd just like to remind you of your now pro-apartheid ordinance that we used to call an anti-apartheid ordinance, and the fact that it is my interpretation that some of these companies are doing business with businesses in South Africa, Hertz in particular, with 49% ownership by Ford, possibly a couple of others, Budget. There are companies that have associations with firms doing business in South Africa, and I know there's a question of the interpretation of the ordinance as it has been amended with the exemptions and revisions that you've made, but I do not think that the exemptions that the revisions that you made excluded some of the parameters that were already included in the ordinance. Therefore, the definition of a person would apply to some of these companies, and they would have to seek a waiver from you showing just reason why they should be allowed to continue their association with South Africa and their association with the city of Austin. Until they do so, I would recommend that you not award a contract, even though you will make money, because we do want to end apartheid and not just lip service. Until they can come forth and show good reason why they want to share with us in ending apartheid, they should not be awarded these contracts.
Mayor? Mayor?
Councilmember?
Can we have staff respond to that? I understand there was some question about that, and I think that needs to be clarified.
In response to your question, Akwazi, Hertz doesn't fall under the ordinance. They don't fall under the ordinance because they're not, the holding company that owns them only owns 49%. And under the ordinance, it's a majority, which is 50% or better, 51%. The legal department went back and looked at it. We thought that they fell under the ordinance, which is why we were posting it anyway. As we looked at it more closely, it was determined that neither Hertz nor Budget Rent-A-Car are affected by the ordinance.
But you said majority ownership. As I read the ordinance, and I could be incorrect, not being a lawyer, but it still seems clear to me that majority ownership is not the only specification for denial. And if you look at that definition, where it says majority ownership, that is one of the inclusions, not the only one. There are 4 A, B, C, and D subsections, plus this little tack-on for majority ownership. But all 4 of those, A, B, C, and D, including the tack-on, apply. Therefore, it would apply to them as well. In fact, if I might read, it says doing business with or in South Africa or Namibia shall mean, in the case of any person, A, having any operation, license, franchises, distribution agreement, management or training agreements, majority-owned subsidiaries are contracts supplying to South Africa and Namibia, providing financial services or government services to South Africa. That is one of the inclusions. The one that you were referring to and one you are referencing is all business entities in which majority ownership is held by a person doing business with or in South Africa and Namibia, as herein defined, shall be included in said definition. They are included. That does not mean that all other companies are excluded.
Yes. We've talked a little bit about this, Kwesi, before this meeting, and after examining the ownership of Hertz, and we did a real close look at this because we did have some concerns, and that's why we did request that we put it on an addendum in the event we would have to either request a waiver or have a public hearing as required under the ordinance. But after taking a closer look and getting a complete breakdown on the ownership, I believe that Mr. Marshall was correct that under the definition, because of Hertz situation and how it's owned by Park Ridge Corporation and the fact that Park Ridge ownership is composed of Ford Motor Company, 49%, it's less than majority. It's very close, but it's less than majority. And the ordinance requires majority ownership. And I see your point, because we have several subsections of this definition so that we could encompass a number of different scenarios or situations. You're correct, there are different components in the definition, but for purposes of examining Hertz rent-a-car situation, majority ownership would have to be apparent, and it's 49%, not 51%. Therefore, Hertz does not fall under the definition of doing business in South Africa.
So you are interpreting that last phrase, all businesses in which majority ownership is held shall be the definition of a person, to mean that all persons who are not majority ownership are excluded? All businesses that are not majority ownership are automatically excluded from this ordinance?
No, but I think that you have subsections A through D to also deal with. This last sentence under the definition that you just recited, that is correct, but you have to take it along with the rest of the definition, and you have 4 subsections, A through D. And Hertz rent-a-car would not fall under the definition of doing business, because the it's not a majority-owned subsidiary.
Okay, well, Budget has franchises. I just talked with one of your staff members about their franchise, and it clearly says under A, franchises, would the ordinance apply to them?
I'm not familiar with Budget having a franchise. Are you saying in a franchise in South Africa?
We discussed this earlier. Let me tell you quickly what the situation is. There are really 2 tests under the ordinance. Test number 1 is, does the company you're going to contract with do business in South Africa? And the test number 2 really expands that and says, even if the company you're going to contract with doesn't do business in South Africa, if they're owned 51% by another company that does business in South Africa, they're still pulled under the ordinance. So you look at both tests. The situation with Budget is that the contract is not with Budget. If we were contracting with the Budget company, you would be correct. They would be pulled under the ordinance. But we're contracting with a local Texas corporation. It's owned by Texas individuals. And the question then is, does that Texas corporation do business in South Africa? And the answer is no, they do no business at all in South Africa. Then you look at the second piece, and that is, even if they don't do business in South Africa, are they owned by a company that does do business in South Africa? No, they are not. They are owned 100% by local Texas individuals. They simply have a franchise agreement with Budget. Avis is in the same situation. So the difference between Budget and Hertz, really, Hertz owns their local rent-a-car operations. So in Hertz, you have to look at Hertz and who owns it. In the situation with Budget, you look at who we're contracting with, and that is not Budget. So I think you have a 2-step procedure, and you have to look at both steps. 1, Do they do business in South Africa? The answer is no. Second, are they owned by somebody that does business in South Africa? And the answer is no also on that.
Mayor. Council member.
Sir, which one of these businesses under their name or franchises do business in South Africa?
Remember the franchises?
Under the name of Alamo or Hertz or Avis or Budget?
The only two on our list are Budget and Hertz. The city's anti-apartheid list. Only those two. Avis has a subsidiary that does business in South Africa, but the Avis of the United States that franchises, local franchises, does not.
Mr. Ben Bloom.
Mayor, Council, my name is Ben Bloom. This was put on the agenda at 12:58 on Monday. We found out about it Tuesday morning when I picked up a copy of this. For the last 2 days, I have been in a series of meetings going from city office to city office, trying to track down what the waiver request was, who submitted the waiver request, so forth and so on. For the average citizen, this is a very time-consuming process, and it's a process where citizens cannot get involved in the governmental process very easily. I, because of circumstances, have a little bit more time. This is what one thing I'm upset about is how it was put on 3 days before the city council meeting, and I had to go run around and squash all these fires and go here, go there. I was at the city purchasing office for about an hour. I talked to the city manager. I've talked to Byron Marshall. I've talked to the other assistant city manager. I've been over to the legal department, and this takes a long time. So therefore, that's one thing. The other point was, in my discussions with city staff, I was told that this was an invitation for bid on April 16th, and that it has only come back within the last week. And I was further told that there was no proactive statement on the bid documents which requires the corporations that are doing business in South Africa to tell the city in a very frank and timely manner, because from what I understand, there was a pre-bid conference on this invitation to bid, at which time Hertz and Budget were not, there was no dialogue between the city and Hertz and Budget as to their status on the anti-apartheid situation. So therefore, I would like to see a tightening up and a proactiveness on the city purchasing department and others, so that we don't have this emergency situation where we have citizens running around for 3 days. And luckily, as I said, I have the time, but I would like to see proactive city action so that we know in advance that there is going to be a waiver request, and we know that in advance what we need, where the information is, and where this is going. And I'd like to see on budget, on the RFPs and the IFBs or IP, whatever they are, that we have proactive language of this, or proactive language. So therefore, while I put down that I am opposed, to speak, I am not opposed to the contract, because the contract no longer has corporations which, according to your legal department, are doing business in South Africa, which is open. But I came to discuss the citizens' participation and the bureaucracy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Byron Marshall, could you speak to that as to why this was actually posted on Friday, but there was an addendum added Monday, because there was the concern, I believe, of the staff that there could be a problem with the Hertz, not the other 8, but with Hertz.
That's correct. After it was posted, the legal department discovered a possible problem with Hertz, so we had to post the public hearing. But I also wanted to respond to Mr. Bloom's other concern. In the RFP, item 6.6 notifies any potential bidder of the anti-apartheid ordinance and the fact that they have to comply with it. And in fact, that was discussed in the pre-bid during the pre-bid conference. with all proposers. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Daniel Lannis.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm speaking to you, Daniel Yanis. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Austin Peace and Justice Coalition. This is very, very bad form for this to have come up just like this, especially last week, since the Austin Peace and Justice Coalition, Akwesi Evans and a couple of other people met with city staff talking about this anti-apartheid ordinance. APJC came up here 2 months ago in a mediation capacity. We brought back some of the members of the task force, which lost confidence in you all, Ms. Shipman. We have been, in good faith, renegotiating, trying to work it out so that we have a real and a strong anti-apartheid ordinance. Last week, in the middle of the week, we met with city purchasing, talking about this anti-apartheid ordinance. Nobody in the city has done anything about this until we came up here and shook it up. We're looking for a really strong, concerted effort on fighting racism, not only in South Africa, but in Austin as well. So now we get this like end run. APJC office was not notified about any of this. We weren't told in the meeting last week about any of this. I tried to talk with the city manager. I tried to talk with Mr. Marshall's office. No one would tell us anything about what's going on. Suddenly we find it on the agenda. We came to mediate. We brought the disenfranchised and dissatisfied task force back to the table in good faith. We would hope that look, very simply, you have all these companies that want to renew their contracts. If there's any question that any of them may be dealing with South Africa, then don't award them the contract. Show us that each one of you sitting up there, Mr. Carl Mitchell, and all of you up there, that you really want to end racism. Show us. Give us some kind of like sign or signal, because it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. We spent a lot of hours, a lot of time trying to deal with this issue. We would like to come up in a public hearing and discuss this. The city internal staff, the internal task force, evaded the whole question. Our question was the weakening of this ordinance, and they spent hundreds and thousands of our city tax dollars working on procedures for the ordinance with these exemptions. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the point. We were addressing the actual fact that there were exemptions. And so we go through this 2-month exercise in futility. Now, the city of Austin has not denied one single contract based on the anti-apartheid ordinance to anybody. So what's the point? So here you have, excuse me, Mayor, here you have an opportunity to show us in the community that you really are against racism, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Don Bell.
Mayor.
And any of you out there, look for the anti-apartheid ordinance coming up before City Council soon. I would hope to see this kind of support.
Thank you, sir.
For anti-racism like you are for Barton Springs.
Daniel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bell.
Yes, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, and council members. I don't have much to say about this, except that this looks like a blatant end run. And the best I can say about anybody who votes for this is that they're provincial, and the worst I can say is that they're racist. And that's all I've got to say.
Okay. Okay, Council. Councilmember Humphrey.
Thank you. The manager had something to say.
The council member asked me if we had denied any contracts. There were waivers that were not granted that had to do with contracts. I'm trying to remember which ones they were. There was a large computer contract, which was the waiver was denied, and we rebid that one. And the other ones, I don't know without researching what they were.
Call for point of clarification on that, Mayor, please.
Excuse me, sir. No, not at this time. Okay, Council. Did you have a question? Okay. Okay, is there any other questions of the staff, council members?
Oh, yeah. I guess I do have a question of the staff.
Council member Barnstone?
The city attorney's point of view, was this considered a bid process?
Yes, it was a bid process.
Bid process.
It is a bid process. So what standing do we have to make this deliberation that we're being asked to? In other words, what are the options before the city?
Are you talking about the applicability of the ordinance?
I'm just saying, what are the choices for the city?
You can either support the staff recommendation on these awards, or you can choose not to support the recommendations. However, the ordinance, I believe, anti-apartheid ordinance, is not of issue because of the majority ownership definition, as I mentioned earlier. Those are the two choices that you have.
Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Humphrey?
Yeah, I think it's real important that even though there's only 49% ownership on this, Iris, and I know that you helped write this, it's the intention of the city to say no, and I think that we should probably follow the intention of the ordinance. And it's my understanding that two of the companies, if you call up their 1-800 number here in Austin, Texas, that you can rent a car in South Africa. So on those companies, I'm going to be voting no.
Okay, council, would the maker of the motion restate the motion?
Staff recommendation.
Okay, and there was a second? Okay.
Mayor.
Do we want to have a division of the question?
Mayor.
Councilman Bertie.
I think it is important. I think this does, in fact, point out some of the weaknesses in this ordinance. But I do think that if we really are committed to doing whatever it is we're committed to doing on this, that a commitment should be, that varies from time to time, I think, that our effort should be then to correct the ordinance if we so desire, but not to thwart it. And I think for this purpose, the wrong thing for us to do is to simply try to have some subterfuge ordinance. The ordinance is what it is and is interpreted legally. And if that is not doing what we want to do, then the appropriate thing is to change the ordinance. Anything short of that does nothing in my mind. And, these experiences that we're going through now, tell us, in fact, what the ordinance will or will not accomplish. But to simply arbitrarily, in a sense, go beyond the ordinance does a disservice to that whole process in my mind. And I think that if that really is the goal, then we use this very clearly, so we want to change whatever it is that we want to change in the ordinance to accomplish the goals that we want to change. But I think it weakens to simply arbitrarily sort of make changes as you go without going through the process of formally changing the ordinance. The ordinance applies to all of the contracts, not just these that are before us today, and it should apply equally to all of them. So I think, as we do normally with any other ordinances, we are to some extent bound. We do not have to approve any contract. That certainly is true. But this ordinance is a process ordinance to some extent, and I think we should follow that process until we change the ordinance, and not simply to vote at some point in time against or for some particular contract. That, according to the ordinance, comes within the ordinance. So
what do you recommend?
Well, I'm recommending if what the ordinance allows is not what we want it to do, then we ought to oppose the changing of the ordinance. We should apply the ordinance equally. As long as it's enforced, we should apply it the same to all companies and all contracts. And if we so desire to change the ordinance, we should change the ordinance and then apply it from then forward to all contracts equally, and not make sort of selective judgments with the ordinance. I think that's the only way we'll ever strengthen the ordinance, rather than simply achieve the goal of in some cases of denying some contracts. So that's basically my position, and I think that it seems to me the question raised here is with regard to two things. One is the majority ownership part, and one is the situation of franchises, which is, and I don't know I don't know whether we can more effectively get at that or not, where a group of individuals here have a franchise with, in this case, Budget, I believe, and therefore they do not represent Budget, whereas Budget does business in South Africa. That I don't know whether we can strengthen that or not, but it seems to me that those are the 2 points, rather than these particular contracts, that we ought to be concerned about, and should then. And I didn't know. Someone mentioned that I believe Daniel, you did, that you met the other day with staff, and that the coalition that was disenchanted by the ordinance that was passed by council was sort of back at the table. No one told me. I didn't know that was going on. No one.
Trying to contact your office.
Well, I talk to Kwesi every other day. I just talked to him yesterday. And you know, that's my point. If that is the case, then I think we ought to put those items on the agenda for those for the coalition and whoever else was working on that to address it. Otherwise, I think we're again, as we've done many times with this and many other ordinances for that matter, sort of playing around with it, and the same thing will happen week after next. You know, something will come up. And so if there is going to be an ongoing process studying this, and people are going to be at the table, I think that those 2 particular items ought to be placed on the table. And there should be a discussion as to how we can strengthen that ordinance with regard to those 2 particular items.
Mayor?
That's what I would propose that we do.
Mayor?
Council member?
Well, and Dr. Early, if I understand what you're saying, to do that, how about if and I'd like to propose to the maker of the motion that we go ahead with the 7 contracts and hold the Budget and Hertz contract for examination in light of the discussion we've had here today, the franchise language that would seem to impact Budget and the percentage that is the majority ownership. If Hertz is at 49%, that's very close to majority ownership, and I think we could look at our ordinance in light of these 2 very specific examples and see if our ordinance is doing what we want it to do. So I would ask the maker of the motion to pull out the Hertz and Budget contracts, proceed with the other 7, and give us 3 weeks to look at these 2 specific examples and see if we might want to change our ordinance.
And I don't know what staff's comments are, but that certainly is all right with me. And I don't know whether those are the only 2 or not under those concerns. If there are others, pull them out too. Okay.
Let me ask staff a question, Mayor.
Can we, if we hold these 2 items, for several weeks and re-examined our ordinance and changed our ordinance and then applied a new ordinance to these contracts that had already been submitted, can we do that legally? Wouldn't we be then doing a retroactive deal on 2 that had been submitted? Okay, that's what I'm asking legal for that.
Mayor, it's my understanding that what we're going to do is go ahead with several of the contracts, perhaps. But what you'd be doing is amending the ordinance and then wanting to make it retroactive to apply to this particular award of contracts. Is what I understand that
Well,
you're proposing to do.
I'm not suggesting necessarily that we amend the ordinance in this interval, but that we look at these 2 specific examples and see if we might want to change, not right now, but change our ordinance for subsequent cases. That these 2 examples may have pointed out some soft spots in our ordinance. And we can take these 3 weeks to examine that. If at the end of that 3 weeks we're satisfied that these contracts would fulfill the intent of what we're trying to do with this ordinance, we can go ahead and approve those, and then we may want to amend the ordinance for subsequent cases that may arise. I'm not saying in particular that we'd want to change the ordinance and then review these contracts retroactively.
Councilmember Humphrey?
Max?
We will be going to our 3 o'clock hearing immediately after this item.
Max? It's my understanding that Avis also has a business franchise in South Africa, doing business as Avis in South Africa. Would you want to put that under there too?
Councilmember, I don't have that information, but if you are stating that that is the case, then yes, I think Avis needs to be under our review also.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor, I had requested that this be considered as a friendly amendment.
I know, and I haven't heard a response from the maker.
Well, one of the questions I had, and I think legal answered it, was whether you could make it retroactive. I don't have a problem pulling them out if we're going to look at them and answer the questions that have been raised by the citizens on their status. But I don't think you can. I'm not sure what we're going to accomplish if we're not going to do that, because we can't make, if we change the ordinance, we can't make it retroactive. And according to the staff's reading of the ordinance, and I think in 3 weeks, what would be acceptable to me is to have a clarification on what the status of Hertz and budget is, and come back in 3 weeks. And if their status is such that they are not covered by the anti-apartheid ordinance, then I think we're compelled to approve the contract. But unless you're pulling them out for that purpose, if you want to look at the situation that Hertz and Budget are in, Budget, as I understand, you have a Texas corporation using the name of Budget as a franchise, and Budget Corporate is doing business in South Africa. I think if you want to look at those specific instances and come back with amendments to the anti-apartheid ordinance to take care of those cases, then I don't have a problem.
Excuse me. If we could have quiet in the council chambers, thank you very much. Go ahead, Councilmember. Joel Lassard, Assistant City Manager. Speaking on pulling the 2 items as requested by council member Knopfler and under consideration, I presume, by the maker.
Excuse me, Mayor, include Avis to make that 3.
Okay.
Hertz, Budget, Avis.
Okay.
There are implications in the way that the package was presented for bid. If you pull out any one of the bidders, the other bidders that are below it move up and take the place of the one that has been eliminated from the package. If you wish to hold it, you need to hold, if you want them to retain their positions, you need to hold the whole package. If you wish to hold the whole package, you need to also know that our construction contract for them to go in and do the work, now that they have been allocated spaces, the contractor is waiting to go in and do the work to the specifications of the bidders. They've been waiting for this bidding package to be completed. We have cost damages of $2,700 a day to hold the construction contractor who has been waiting to go in and finish this work for these vendors. So there is a cost to holding all the items, and if you hold any one of them and award the others, that person loses their position in the order as they are
Well,
now.
let me ask a question with that regard. Is that the order was determined by the
highest bidder?
Highest bidder.
Yes.
So is there potentially a legal issue there if you move someone else up, and we deferred discussions on several of the bidders for a period of weeks?
Okay. While they're looking at that, let me say, as a point of information, the council chambers are approaching maximum capacity. As has been reported to me by the fire marshal, when we do reach maximum capacity in the council chambers, we will limit entry into the council chambers simply because of the fire code of the city of Austin. I'm being told that is now no more people can enter the council chambers because we're at our maximum capacity under the fire codes of the city of Austin. Please, respectfully, those citizens that seek to participate understand the limitation we have under the fire code, and we appreciate your patience and indulgence. Council?
I believe the answer to the question is that you have to hold and throw out the entire package of all of the bidders or award all the bids.
Excuse me, Mayor? Mayor?
Excuse me, let the city attorney address that, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Knopfler, the reason why you cannot award just 7 out of 9 is because this is one bid invitation that we're dealing with. And even though you have 9 contracts to award, it's one bid invitation. And the way this particular bid invitation was structured, it was for certain places, if you will, certain spaces or spots. And that's the way it was structured. And if you're going to throw out one, you have to throw out the entire process and start all over. So you're going to award on this basis because they were competing for spaces, or you're going to have to grant it that way, or you're going to have to throw the entire thing out and start over.
If they don't qualify by the law, however, they...
Well, Mr. Humphrey, I think I've already addressed the legal aspect, and they do, as the ordinance is currently written.
There is another alternative, that, as I understand. If you award all of the contracts, and we determine that one of the bidders is in violation, and contrary to the information that we have now, their individual contract then can be canceled. But at this point, from a bid standpoint, it is either all or none of them.
Okay, so we can approve the contracts. We can further scrutinize then Hertz Budget Avis in particular, and if we find that they are not in compliance with our ordinance as it currently exists, then we can X that particular contract.
That is my understanding, yes.
That's fine. Let's have them look at it.
Councilmember, what's your pleasure as a maker? So that I understand as the chair.
Just the amendment from Councilmember Knopfseger. The motion will be the staff recommendation, but to have them look at Hertz, Avis, and budget and get a report back to us whether they're in compliance with the ordinance or not.
It's my understanding that's already been done, and they are in compliance.
Well, I'd like further information on that.
Okay.
I think
the motion is amended for further information, staff recommendation with further information on the three car rental companies as specified by Mr. Knopfseger. Does the second accept that? I think it was Dr. Okay. All right. Sensing no further discussion, let's call the roll on the motion.
Councilman Barnstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell?
Yes.
Councilmember Humphrey?
No.
Councilmember Knopfseger?
Yes.
Councilmember Erdy?
Yes.
Mayor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6 to 1. Okay, now, council, we will go to our 3 o'clock public hearing. Approve the first reading of an ordinance granting a charter bus franchise to American Cab Aero Company, Inc., and approving a proposed rate of fare. Do we have a brief staff overview of this?
Mayor, a point of information, will item 26 be brought up today or at a later date?
As a point of information, we will get to as many items as we can at 4 o'clock. I will move into our 4 o'clock zoning. It is my estimation, and I will try to keep the public apprised, that those items that we do not take up before we take up item 32 will not be taken up today. And I'm taking up items in order, with the exception of items posted for time certain.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, if you could give us a brief overview of this public hearing.
American Aero Companies has applied for a charter bus franchise that will provide motor coach charter service in Austin. They've been in operation in Texas since 1930 and have a good safety record. They also request approval of a rate structure that is comparable to the existing charter service. American Aero has met all applicable ordinance requirements, and we recommend approval.
Council, are there any speakers? I don't have the cards. Does he have any speakers signed up? Is there anyone here to speak on this 3 o'clock public hearing that has or has not filled out a card? I don't see anyone here to speak. Is there a motion from the council?
Move approval.
I would second the motion. To close the public hearing and move approval?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We close the public hearing and move approval. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? That passes 5-0. Go back. Thank you. We'll go back to item number 26. Mr. Clerk.
26, approve an ordinance to transfer $60,000 from the Aviation Capital Fund to to the Bergstrom Air Force Base feasibility project to provide funding for other city departments' participation in the Bergstrom Air Force Base feasibility study and new airport site selection process.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation on this? And we do have citizens signed up to speak.
Yes, very quickly. When we presented to you the Bergstrom feasibility study, we identified that some of the functions that would be undertaken in the study would be conducted by current staff. It was in our verbal presentation and also an attached matrix that showed you the responsibilities that would be taken on by the consultants as well as the staff. To do that work, obviously, since it was for aviation purposes and that work was conducted by departments or provided by departments that are general fund departments, we are recommending or requesting that you reimburse those general fund departments out of the aviation fund. In addition, we're recommending, and that reimbursement is approximately over $31,000. We're recommending in excess of $28,000. We anticipate that you will be requesting us to undertake additional work in the coming months, and we are requesting that you go ahead and allocate $28,000 for additional staff work to be reimbursed if work should be undertaken at your request. If it is not undertaken, the funds will remain in place. But that would provide us, in this case, an opportunity to go ahead and budget the funds and not have to come back on a piecemeal basis for transferal of funds and reimbursement out of the aviation fund.
Can I clarify this? Are we going to be spending new money, or is this to cover old debts?
This is to cover expenses that have already incurred for the feasibility study that we presented to you.
It's not new money.
There's some additional money in there?
Well, what I was saying is if the council requests us to do additional funds...
Excuse me, citizens, if I could. Citizens, if you would like to talk, if you could please step outside. Thank you very much.
The $31,000 plus is for previous work that was done to conclude the feasibility study we presented to you. The additional 28 would be allocated or spent only if additional work was undertaken at your request. That is to enable us so we don't have to come back piecemeal and request reimbursement. We anticipate that this would be adequate to get us through the balance of this fiscal year.
Can we... Go ahead.
But the additional $28,000 would not be transferred until there was additional work required by the council on Bergstrom.
And we're talking about only $31,000 in addition to the 20.
That's the staff.
Yes, this is transferring from the aviation fund to public works, planning, finance, those departments who did work on environment, those departments who did work on putting together the 60-day feasibility study on Bergstrom.
And the source of these funds at the airport, or is this the bond proceeds?
It's not the bond proceeds. No, it is the aviation capital fund, or the aviation
operating fund out of aviation.
Do you expect that this additional, what is it, $31,000 that you're asking for would be used exclusively within our own staff, or what might you hire some outside consultants?
No, the $31,000 is for staff time that has already been expended.
All right, the
and
balance
it includes no consultants.
No, but I'm talking about the reserve.
The $28,000 would be used only for city staff, not for consultants. Yep.
Okay, any other questions of the staff council? Okay, Mr. Savino Renteria?
Not here.
Okay, Mr. Enrique Lopez? Okay, is there a motion, council?
Move approval. Second.
Excuse me, Laurie Renteria? There's a motion and a second. It's on the floor for discussion. Laurie Renteria.
Thank you. I would just like to encourage that if you're going to, in this study, that you need to talk about East 7th Street and include the costs of making a 6-lane freeway dividing East Austin and taking the 50 businesses that would be required. So I just want to make sure that the costs and the, in your feasibility include the dislocation and the taking of 7th Street and turning it into a major highway. Thank you.
Laurie, is this for the Manor option?
No, the Bergstrom
Manor,
option.
why is it that you don't need an expressway to get to Manor, but you do to Bergstrom?
Well, I'm not sure, Robert. All I know is when we read the feasibility study, it said that there needs to be a freeway, 6 lanes down 7th Street, and that it would require taking about 50 businesses. And I don't think that those costs have been factored into the Bergstrom feasibility. So if you're going to spend the money to continue studying the feasibility of Bergstrom, then I think that those major highway improvements need to be included in the study.
Okay, any other discussion, council? Okay, we have a motion. Motion by Councilmember Carl Mitchell, second by Councilmember Bodie. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay, council, we'll take item 27, and then we're going to have a short executive session.
Mayor?
Joe?
Mayor?
Yes.
Can we take up item 49 for the executive session?
Well, the
I think that's
executive
next
session
on
will
the
be
agenda.
very short.
Okay, then right after that.
Yeah, right
take
after that
item
we'll
49.
take, yes.
Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council, as you know from the session before last, Continental Airlines is considering Austin along with 13 other cities in 6 states for a maintenance facility very similar to the United Airlines inquiry several months ago. We were instructed to develop a proposal which addressed both of the potential airport sites for the Continental proposal.
Okay, council members, do you have any questions of the staff before we take citizen input?
You have there a package, which
Yes.
is our proposal that I passed out to each of you, and we also have more to that, but I didn't think you'd want to read any more because you already have those documents which relate to the sites.
Mayor, the only thing that I'd like to clarify or suggest that we amend the proposed resolution is that on the tax abatement question, that we include de-annexation as an option from where they may locate.
Well, they'd have to locate on one of the airfields, either at Manor or at Bergstrom.
Both of them are on the fringes of our...
Bergstrom is in our tax base at this time.
Right, but we can de-annex a portion of that, the portion that they're in. That's essentially what U.S. Memories, that's the initial resolution in U.S. Memories.
Well, if we de-annex them, then we wouldn't enjoy a benefit of taxes at a later date, unless we re-annex them. No, we did not. In the U.S. Memories proposal, we didn't.
The final one we didn't, but in the initial one, when the resolution was posed before us, it had either
or.
Either or.
What
and that's
came?
what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
Robert, that's really an implementation question, and that may be a vehicle for doing that. So
Yeah, I'm
I don't
just
think
suggesting that we add it.
Well, I think the resolution is consistent with the United Airlines resolution, and I would just assume leave it that way. If we are saying we are offering that as a tax abatement, if to abate city taxes is to if we disannex, then we abate city taxes. So.
In the proposal for U.S. Memories, we did not actually tell them that we would disannex. What we said is they would receive tax abatement. We did not tell them the procedure or the process that we would go through to give it to them. The council would have options as to how to do that. Either or.
In this case, you also have those options.
Yeah.
I mean, it is not a minor point from the city, I mean, with respect to fire and police services and so forth.
Sure, but if they did not get police and fire services, then I don't know what that would mean to their receptiveness to the proposal. That certainly is the detractor. if they're not going to get police and fire.
I'm just suggesting that if that's the interpretation, that when the council reserves is not exclusively tax abatement, that it may be the annexation. And just add it into the motion.
Okay, council, what's the pleasure?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Carl Mitchell and seconded by Councilmember Erdy. Is there additional discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
Mayor, if I could just ask a brief question of Mr. Kreider. I was just handed the packet here, and how did you address the question of the fact that we have two site options?
Mr. Lassard in the Aviation Department might be better to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Kreider.
I'll take that exit. Mr. Knopsik.
Very quickly, let me just identify the sections in the introduction that you have in your packet that address the question of the two sites. In the introduction section, the fourth paragraph reads, "This proposal addresses the capability of either site, Manor or Bergstrom Air Force Base, to meet the requirements set forth by Continental Airlines in its request for proposal for its new aircraft maintenance and engine overhaul center. Although the decision on which of the two sites will ultimately become the new Austin Airport has not yet been made, the City of Austin believes that it will be possible to meet the Continental Airlines schedule for opening of the aircraft maintenance and engine overhaul facility." Later, under the airport facilities sections, we point out the two sites, and the last sentence there, while the second, when we're talking about Bergstrom, we identify the two alternatives as well there. So there are several sections there where we identify the two options at Bergstrom as well as the Manor alternative.
Thank you very much.
Other questions, council? Okay, citizen input, Mr. David Elliott.
Besides all the free tax write-offs we're going to give Continental here, my question as pertains to Continental here is that, as I understand it, they're into a bankruptcy proceeding. Now, I want to pose a scenario to you that says this. What if the Continental goes ahead and accepts our proposal here and wants all this tax write-off that you're going to give them, and you're giving them the city bank here on this thing, and you're not really making public what you are giving them, and this needs to be brought out here also, and they go into bankruptcy, what's our legal liability with the city? Can they still come in here after bankruptcy and their reorganization and not have any responsibility to the city of Austin? I think you're putting out a proposal here to a corporation that's already into bankruptcy, at least that I understand it. It's kind of foolish at this point in time if you don't have some legal ramifications of this. And I'm no attorney either, and I'm not about to start the law school anytime soon, but I think we need to address some of these legal applications here as to what we're doing here, besides giving everybody a free write-off against the city and having all the taxpayers who live in this city having to foot the bill. So if you get a bankrupt corporation in here, and what are you planning on doing with it? Thank you.
Okay, council. What's the pleasure? I think there's been a great deal of discussion about this particular item as there was United, and I think most of us registered our comments at the previous meeting.
Call a question.
Can we add the word "or the annexation"? As an amendment?
That's fine. Same difference.
Well, I don't think it is myself.
What is it?
The annexation is a specific that we have not added before, and I don't think we should add it in this incentive package. It's an incentive package, and the incentive is tax abatement. And how we accomplish that is, the best way we can in agreement. But see, de-annexation is not that same thing. And I would not want to at this point, simply interject that into a proposal that we've been working on for some time.
That's a good point, Dr.
Okay.
Am I assuming that the maker... Go ahead, Councilmember Cornerstone.
I want to ask staff whether our credit is being used on these revenue bonds.
It's my understanding that while the state law allows us to issue revenue bonds, they are solely at the responsibility of Continental to pay, and they're not tied to the city's credit at all.
Can we get something, Councilor, more definitive than that?
Yeah, get Chuck Griffith to answer. He answered this question once. Chuck Griffith.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, could I hear the question again, please?
The resolution calls that we provide Continental Airlines provision of tax-exempt special facility revenue bonds to finance the construction. The question is our credit?
The city's credit is in no way pledged to those bonds. The only things that are pledged to those bonds, which are revenue bonds, is a source certain, which are the payments that Continental Airlines will pledge to meet the payment of the bonds. If for some reason Continental were not to make a payment, the bondholder would have no right to go against the city, which is opposed to bonds which are issued upon the city's full faith and credit.
I understand that, and as you know, we had a lot of discussion about issues like, for example, the one that purchased the Sumican building and the Avanta building and those things where specifically not only was there no pledge of the city's credit, but in fact it specifically precluded the bondholder from going against the city.
Yes.
And yet the decision, or at least the interpretation of our staff has been that indeed we could not turn our back to those bonds in case...
Turning your back to the bonds could well affect your rating. However, in that case, you are talking about something with a far closer tie to the city. Because of the particular structuring of the certificates of participation, you know, they are in fact not pledging the city's full faith and credit. They are basically undivided interests in what is essentially a year-to-year lease, which eventually turns out to be a purchase. In the case of these bonds, in the case of the bonds that we would issue for Continental, those bonds would be issued not really on the city of Austin's credit, but on the bondholder's perception of Continental's credit.
These sound to me very much like the kind of industrial revenue bonds that used to be sold.
They are precisely that. They are classified as industrial revenue bonds.
But I thought that those were outlawed.
Beg pardon?
I thought that those were outlawed. How did we find our way of doing what I thought?
The Tax Reform Act of 1986 put some very severe restrictions upon industrial development bonds, industrial revenue bonds. It did not altogether eliminate them. It is still possible to issue special facilities airport revenue bonds. You can, in fact, still issue small issue IDBs until September 1 of this year. The Tax Reform Act of 1986 was more directed toward the abuse of small issue industrial development bonds than this particular sort of thing, although they did complicate the issuance of them.
Okay. There's no doubt that the bond issue on these two are perplexing to me. These are the only two that we've ever put the bond issue up, because United and Continental literally want whatever city they come to put up such of a bond issue so that literally their maintenance facilities can be built with these kind of a bond issue. Okay, Council Member, you have any other questions?
What do we know about Continental's ability to sell bonds in the market, considering their state?
I don't believe we have any information.
We don't know anything about that. In fact, there was an item in the New York Times that said that they didn't have access to the credit markets. What was that?
I will mention that Continental just did sell some bonds at LaGuardia, special facility bonds for a new terminal facility at LaGuardia. Interest rate was quite high. They were tax exempt, I think 9.5.
but they sold.
You know that. Well, assuming we know what that means, let's...
Okay. Is there additional discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Knopfseger. Councilmember Erdy.
Yes.
Mayor Cook.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman.
Yes.
Councilman Barnstone.
No.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell.
Yes.
Councilmember Humphrey.
Yes. Okay. That passes 6-1. Okay, council, we're taking a brief recess for executive session. This item is executive session dealing with personnel matter, discussion and appointment of a relief judge for the municipal court. I would hope that the council would immediately go so we can take this very quickly and would maybe refrain from spending time during interviews with the press. Thank you very much. We do need to make this appointment today, council.
You are right to go back and have the right to put us down. In fact, those bonds, as I understand, they sold, Gordon was sold, well, I'm going to ask that question.
It's just their bond.
That's right, it's their obligation. They probably would be difficult to sell.
The city council is coming back into order. If I could have quiet. If I could have quiet in the council chambers. If I could have quiet in the council chambers. If I could have quiet in the council chambers. Thank you very much. Okay, the council is coming back into session. Council,
Mayor,
I'll defer to coming out of executive session to item 53. Excuse me, item 55.
move to appoint Chuck Wood, relief judge.
Okay, we have a motion to appoint Mr. Charles Wood as a relief judge for the municipal court. That has been seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor of Mr. Charles Wood signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries 4-0. Okay. Let me say, council, that we will go to item 49 next. After 49, we will go to our 4 o'clock public hearings, which deal with our zoning cases. We will take zoning cases on consent or zoning cases asked for dismissal.
Mayor?
Yes.
Since this is an outgoing council, I want to address the issue of bringing item 49 up ahead of time. I think we should take it in order. It's not the next item in order. And furthermore, I think it's premature in the sense that new council should properly be dealing with these things. We're the ones that will, or that council will be making the decisions. And with all due respect to the outgoing council members, to impose...
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very full council chambers. I know it may seem like to you that minor whispering would not be annoying, but when 200 people are doing minor whispering, it is very, very difficult for me to even hear my colleagues up here on the council dais. So respectfully, I ask you if you would remain quiet. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
On top of it, the item does deserve some deliberation, and I think that to just run it through as a... I'm asking that we defer it and give it the full deliberation that it deserves at the proper time, respectfully.
This is an item that is going to take considerable discussion. There's no doubt about it.
Well, Mayor, I'd like to discuss this because and I think it is very timely, given the time frames on the decision we need to make on where we're going to build a new airport, and given that we have received information both from the airlines and the Federal Aviation Administration at the completion of the Bergstrom feasibility report. As soon as that report was completed and presented to the council, the aviation subcommittee has looked at this several times. We had an extensive meeting on this yesterday, on the items of discussion, particularly the letter from the FAA. And we need to get on with this and set up a process whereby we can collect the additional information that we need in which to make a rational decision with all the facts. And I think we need to do that as quickly as we can because of the legislative mandate that we move Austin's airport by 1996. If the choice is made to move to Bergstrom, then we're going to have to go through a master plan phase plus an environmental impact statement, which are very extensive and very expensive processes. And I feel that we need to move on with this process at this point in time and get the information and the facts out that we need and provide an objective look at the comparison between Manor and Bergstrom. The actual decision, once we get the information collected, will be made by the council hopefully sometime this summer, so we can make a decision on this and move on with this process. So we are not making a decision, we are simply setting a process in motion.
What do you say about the fact that the new council will be deliberating these things and will be looking at the criteria, and shouldn't they decide all of the things that you're asking us to decide right now?
If they wish to amend this or repeal it or whatever, that's the pleasure of the new members of the council. My concern is the time frame. We're on a very short time frame. Once we got the feasibility study, I spent the last month looking at this, requesting information. We had the airlines review the information from the feasibility study, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, and this resolution reflects the information we have received back from the airlines and the FAA, as well as information from the feasibility study. One of the pieces that is missing, and a very clear piece that is missing, is a update to the origin destination study, as well as a time distance study of is Bergstrom more convenient than Manor, or Manor more convenient than Bergstrom. And I think that's one of the criteria that we need to look at and have the facts laid out in which to make an objective decision based upon the facts. And that's all this does, is it lays out a process whereby, and I think most of this work can be done by the city staff. The one piece that I would urge the council to consider is an update to the origin destination study, because I think it's important that we know where the flying public comes from in Austin, and when they get on the planes, and where they're going to when they get off the planes here. And that's a piece of information that we do not have in hand. I think the Bergstrom feasibility study very clearly stated that an airport at Bergstrom is feasible. There are certainly some issues that can be have been hotly debated and will continue to be hotly debated, but I think we need a clear playing field and we need a very clear comparison, and all this does is get information together and gathered for the council's consideration on making a decision based upon the facts. And that's all this does. If new council members wish to look at additional criteria, I more than welcome that input. But the key thing that's driving this is the very short time frame, because we would have to start a master plan at Bergstrom.
Would you pause for a question?
This fall.
Is this, you say this resolution, which has the words, the city staff shall furnish the council as completely as possible by blank date the following information. As you know, any council member has a power to ask an information request of the city council. Why do you need a resolution? Or am I being too suspicious? Excuse me, am I being too suspicious to suspect that there's a consultant study buried in that request?
No, there's not. The only one I think you would have to have outside people hired, perhaps, and I'll let the city manager speak to it, is if the council so desires, is an update to the origin destination study, which I think needs to be done anyway. Yeah.
The origin and destination study, we would probably need consulting assistance. I think that we may also need consulting assistance for the economic analysis that you've requested.
Didn't we just spend $27,000 on an economic assistance, economic impact study?
Yes, it's my understanding that this is a different question on economics than what we have answered.
Can I get a copy of the one that we just spent?
Yes, it should be ready next week.
But then back to the issue. You're not interpreting this resolution as authority to hire any consultants?
No, what we would do is come back to you with any recommendations that we would have on what it would take for us to do it.
So what you're saying is that you would come back with recommendations on how to do this?
If we needed consulting assistance to carry out that,
but you've already identified some.
We would bring back those consulting contracts to you.
Right. Well, again, that's...
Well, I think, Barbara, and I think I still had the floor, that the key thing is that given the information from the feasibility study, given, I think, in particular, the letter from the Federal Aviation Administration, that we need to very carefully put together the facts and comparison. If we're committed to moving Austin's airport, we need to make a decision in a very short time frame. And all this does is set that process in motion. That's all this does. It doesn't decide the issue or anything. The council that sits here this summer will decide that issue one way or the other. But I think that we have to do this because of the time frame we're talking about. I want that comparison because I want to be sure we reach a decision on this issue, and I don't want it to just kind of fritter away into the future. We have to reach a definitive decision on where we're going to relocate our municipal airport and face the issues, and I think they're significant issues, heads up.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Humphrey? Councilmember Reddy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think at the airport subcommittee meeting yesterday, what staff told us was that if we wanted to proceed to look at the Bergstrom option, that the answer to the FAA, their interpretation was that we would have to go through, in essence, a part of a site selection study, and this would initiate that. In addition to that, we would have to, in order to meet the mandate of the state law, to meet that deadline, we would have to start the master planning effort earlier, and the first part of that is this. And so all that does is to try to get us started on that road, and it takes us down the road of studying both of the options, which is where we are. And that's all that it says. And my understanding is that if we're going to proceed to look at the Bergstrom option, then we will have to do these things. Now, the individual items, such as the issue with regard to the landfill, the FAA has already said has to be answered. But on all of those items, as we determine that we are going to do the specific items and whether it takes a consultant or not, will have to be decided later. But this simply says that we will start in this getting together the data, which as I understood it from staff is where we would be in this site selection process, to do the comparison between these two sites. And that's what we're going to have to do if we're going to proceed to look at either one of the sites. And so I don't see this as preempting anything that the next council might want to do. Then council might just decide to not do anything. That's certainly a prerogative. But if we're going down the path that we're presently on, that is looking at these two sites, Bergstrom and Mena, then this is a necessary step to look at either one of those sites.
And just these four questions, that's it. Mayor and Council, I do feel that all of this deserves much more deliberation than we can give this afternoon. I can't help but think that this is, a last-minute thing. I am relieved that the city manager does not interpret this as authority to go hire another consultant, but that will have to come back. But I am still concerned about the questions and how they're posed, because it seems to me they're just a tad loaded.
Robert, I think they're very straightforward and they have to be answered. How a council member wants to interpret the facts is a council member's prerogative, but we need to have the answers to these questions in order to do a fair, upfront comparison based upon the facts.
And the whole thing is this designed to change the minds of certain council members? I mean, is that what the whole thing is all about?
No, I'm saying we need to make a decision based upon the facts. That's all I'm saying.
Because you're undecided. Just ask.
I'm willing to make a decision based upon the facts, Robert.
Okay.
And I think we need to get all the facts laid out on the table.
Okay, council.
And I assume you're undecided, too.
Sensing no further discussion of the council on this item, we'll take citizen input on item 49. Now, let me explain. There are a number of citizens that want to speak on item 49. We'll take that input and then we'll make a decision on 49 one way or the other. After that, we will then go to our public hearings at 4 o'clock. If we do get to 4:30, that's 20 minutes away, we will probably take briefly our 4:30 public hearing too, because we only right now have one person signed up to speak on that, so we can take that out of the way. And then I will set the ground rules for item 32 for this evening. Okay.
What did you say about setting ground rules?
After, before we start, I'll set those.
Okay. Citizens that wanted to speak on item 49, Mr. Sabino Renteria, Enrique Lopez, then David Elliott, if you could be ready next, then Mr. Glenn West, then Lori Renteria, then Pat Gillespie.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Enrique Lopez. I'm here on behalf of the Montopolis Neighborhood Association, and I am speaking in support of item number 49. Let me tell you, the major folly that I saw on the Bergstrom feasibility study is that it basically made the wrong comparisons. It took Bergstrom versus Mueller, when we know that there was an election to move it and that we're not going to build a new airport at Mueller. What we need to do is do a comparison between Bergstrom versus Maynard. Now, last week we came up and we had a transparency that showed some of the impacts. We had to put this information together because we spent $300,000 for a feasibility study that not even got us the appropriate information. This is a 2-runway scenario, folks. We have not gotten the information on the noise contours, on the impact on the surrounding community. The closest we got was an impact for 2010, 20 years from now, that the study said, well, maybe it's going to affect 590 dwellings. Whereas in Maynard, we have the information from the Maynard Impact Environmental Study that it's going to impact 83 dwellings as well. We need to get current information. The FAA said that they're not going to fund a 1-runway scenario. So that's going to leave alternate 1 at Bergstrom. And what we have done is overlaid the Maynard 2-runway widely spaced scenario over Bergstrom. And let me tell you, half of Montopolis is included. It is not just 590 dwellings 20 years from now. We want current information. We've got to have the comparison. When you talked about the incentive package for the Continental, and I just heard Mr. Lassard get up and said, the two options that were given were Maynard and Bergstrom, not Mueller. So we need to correct this. We've got to be talking apples and apples and oranges and oranges. So that's why we need to move on this, and I urge you that you include noise contours. We want to know in Montopolis how many houses they're going to have to soundproof, because that eventually is going to factor in on the cost at building at Bergstrom. And we feel there's going to be a major impact. The LDNs quoted here, 60 LDNs. We feel that if you study single event analysis levels, they're even higher. We've got people that are going to be in the 70, 75 LDNs, and that affects the human environment in Montopolis and the southeast. And I think that's just as important as any impact in any creek in this city. Thank you.
Mr. David Elliott. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the noise level seems to be edging up. I am respectfully asking, if you want to confer, I'm going to ask you to step outside, and I am going to probably ask the fire marshal to examine this room, because it looks a lot like there's a lot more people in here now than there was 30 minutes ago when he said that we were at our limit.
I just checked that reading, but I'm also checking.
Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Elliott. Go right ahead. No, go right ahead.
Mayor and members of the council here, I'm reading from the FAA report yesterday. This portion was not covered by the Austin American Statesman in their thing. It says the FAA will not require the city to build a widely spaced runway at Bergstrom if the base were made available for civilian use. It is not the role of the FAA to dictate to the city the extent of the airport facilities that should be constructed. Now, this resolution that has been proposed by Smoot Carl Mitchell, obviously, I don't know whether Smoot was out all night or what he was doing here, but he says that the air traffic, that the city council base its deliberations on an airport facility of comparable capacity, including 2 widely spaced parallel runways, as recommended by the air carriers. The air carriers objected to the widely spaced runways that were a mile apart at Manor because of the amount of time and effort and money it would take to go there. The city's aviation consultants, the National Aviation Controllers, and the Federal Aviation Administration in his review of the Bergstrom feasibility study. Well, based on this, the FAA is not requiring dual runways. And so this is nothing but a subterfuge, and I know that he has the votes here to get at least a 4-3 vote, because I don't know what's going to happen. But here we have a new council coming in who at least 2 members would be opposed to some of this, and all we're trying to do is hoodwink the people and hoodwink something, and I don't really understand the intent of this. There has to be some alternative motive that has not come out here. And I don't know what their alternative motive is, but it's certainly this is certainly a less than intelligent resolution, and we've certainly had a less than intelligent council majority on so many votes today, and so many votes in this council in the history here, that I guess this will pass also, but it's just dumb. Thank you very much.
Dave, can I respond?
Yeah, yes, please.
Well, if you read down the letter a little bit further, what you'll find out is that the FAA will not fund out of their discretionary... Dave, let me finish. The FAA will not fund out of their discretionary dollars a single runway at Bergstrom because it does not enhance the air traffic, the national air traffic space. That's very clear. Now, if it is true, the FAA cannot dictate where we want to build an airport, but I think it's kind of ridiculous if we want to go ahead and build an airport without federal participation, which can amount to several $100 million. So that's the reason for the resolution.
Well, they've only offered to bring $114 million into this total to begin with, and then the second thing,
and we would lose most
there are a lot of runways in the world that are only single runways, and you've got one at Bergstrom, if you happen to go that route, that's 300 feet wide and 12,500 feet long, and you've got an auxiliary there already with it.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
And so these are just absurd situations that you're trying to boondoggle. I mean,
Dave, if you don't want to look at the facts, don't look at the facts.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Mr. Glenn West. He'll be followed by Lori Renteria, who'll be followed by Mr. Pat Gillespie.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm Glenn West, President of the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce. My brief comments are simply to say that we want to try to help you as you make this decision. Remember why it was that we've talked about having a new airport in Austin. We talked about it because we want to get the airport out of East Austin in the current residences around that establishment. We talked about it because we wanted to eliminate airspace conflicts that now exist. Two of the primary reasons why we talked about a new airport is because we need a facility to meet our future need and our future demand, and also because we need to look at improving and get ourselves in a situation where we can improve air service to the community. We now have, since the election in 1987, an opportunity to look at some more historical data about what's happening with demand. And indeed, since 1987, we've been looking at about an 8% per year increase in passenger traffic at the airport. That's a quite vigorous number. And we're looking at about a 40% increase in air cargo over the last 3 years. I wouldn't say that's not vigorous, that's rather spectacular growth. And indeed, so the demand for greater facilities continues to grow. Most importantly, we think that we need to build a facility that will permit us in the future as a community to get more aggressive with the airlines in trying to strengthen the amount of air service and the caliber of air service that we have in the community. Many of you here on the council and many of you on the city staff have had the opportunity to work with us in looking at companies that are considering Austin and know that repeatedly we hear the concern about the caliber of air service that we have, the penalty that companies pay or that their employees must pay by having to have so much of our service go through Dallas or Houston. We feel, we think the FAA is correct, and we would agree with the FAA that it is desirable to look at our new airport wherever we build it with a minimum configuration of 2 widely spaced runways, and we would urge you to support this resolution.
Mayor?
Excuse me, council member?
Just briefly, Mr. West, I think that's, and this is really one of the principal reasons why we need this resolution. I think that I'm particularly impressed by the statement of facts that you mentioned, and this is important to us, the facts of this situation, why we're moving the airport and why we need to move it. And I think it is doubly important that we do what this resolution calls for, and that is that we put all of the facts on the table and look objectively at these 2 options and come to a conclusion as rapidly as we possibly can. And some people, we continue to have some difficulties because of distortion of facts, individual facts here and there, and failure to recognize certain facts. And I think that clearly what we have before us here related to the facts that we have been presented, and we need to sit down, all of us at the table, whatever council it is, and look at all of those facts and make a rational decision and move ahead. And I appreciate your comments to that effect.
And then let me join in making the comment that for your information, I happen to know that the consultants that have been working on the main master plan considered many alternatives, including those that did not have 2 widely spaced parallel runways. So the dictum today that all of a sudden now, that is the only configuration that will do.
And Robert, it is the only configuration that will do because it's the only one that the FAA said that they would approve. And they've said that all along, and it is a national effort. And this city would be totally and absolutely insane to try to develop an airport that is in conflict with the national efforts of the FAA. That would make absolutely no sense, would be the laughingstock of the world, let alone of this country.
Okay, Lord Renteria. Should we follow by Pat Gillespie?
I think it's real important to approve this resolution, Council, because as it's been pointed out, the $300,000 Bergstrom feasibility study compared the existing airport, which must close and move, to Bergstrom. We have not compared in the feasibility study Manor to Bergstrom. And I would like to clarify, Dave Elliott, a friend, read from the FAA letter that they sent. I'm going to read further on. The selection of the 1 runway option by the city would not increase capacity over Robert Mueller, and therefore the remaining funds committed by the FAA, $62 million, would be withdrawn, and the remaining balance of $25 million for the new airport would also be withdrawn from the city. The city would then proceed with its own funds the preparation of an airport master plan for Bergstrom that would produce an airport layout plan that must be approved by the FAA. The environmental impact statement would also have to be prepared. So it was kind of misleading to say that the FAA is getting away from the report. It's going to withdraw all the funds, which is $87 million. I think it's also not been real clear. The 2-runway option at Bergstrom is $27 million more than the move to Manor. And, I just hope y'all will pass this resolution today so that we can get all the facts out. There's been a lot of hype with the last election that, it's cheaper to go to Bergstrom. That is just not true. And in addition, I'd like to make sure that the folks realize that the feasibility study did not include that, even though it's $27 million more to build 2 runways at Bergstrom, that didn't include the cost of all the major highway renovations that would be needed on Riverside Drive and East 7th Street, 6-lane freeways. The State Highway Department has already committed funds for the road improvements necessary to go to Manor. So there's a whole lot more cost to the Bergstrom that need to be studied and brought out on the table before we commit to moving to Bergstrom, and the new council needs that information. Thank you.
Mr. Gillespie, go ahead.
Mayor Cook, members of the City Council, my name's Pat Gillespie. I'm a registered voter and a citizen of Austin. I haven't been down here for a while. I haven't taken a stand on the airport issue before. I figured that the voters voted. Whatever they voted to do, we would do. At the time, we were bombarded on Cable 6 and by other media about what the FAA was going to do and the commitments that they were going to make for that airport. After we voted to move that airport, we found out we'd been bamboozled because the FAA backed out on a lot of the money they were going to put into it anyway. And the council was very active in the vote to move that airport. Now, having voted and having started the land acquisition for the Manor Airport, the United States government is deciding to look at closing a number of military installations. I've been knowledgeable about Austin, Texas since I was a small child. I'm 61 years old. I started school at Palm School, and I went to Met School also. But I want to tell you something. I've watched Bergstrom Air Force Base through the Korean War and the Vietnam War and World War II. It's big enough to land B-52 bombers out there, and like Mr. Elliott has told you, it's got better runways out there that have been maintained and supported on United States federal taxpayers' money better than anything we got at Robert Mueller. Our expense in moving to Bergstrom, we could move into Bergstrom tomorrow as far as those runways are concerned. The only expense that we've got is what we do about the buildings that handle the passengers. We've also got a full community out there with a guard gate where you can get in and off. We've already got an access into Bergstrom that has been built at highway expense to dump the people off. I'm very much opposed to this. I think it's high time that people that are elected to serve in the public interest on this city council use some common sense about what is good for this city, instead of sitting around with a slide rule with a consultant on their arm trying to figure out how they can spend $500,000 to tell us what is as plain as the nose on our face. I resent it.
Very impassionate, Pat. Okay. Council, what's the pleasure on item 49?
Mayor, I move that we postpone this item until
There's a motion on the floor. Is this a substitute motion?
Well, I move make a substitute motion that we table this item.
Okay, I'll second that. Voting on tabling. Call the roll.
Mayor Cook? Mayor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman?
No.
Councilmember Barnstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell?
No.
Councilmember Humphrey?
No.
Councilmember Knopfseger?
Yes.
Councilmember Erdy?
No.
Okay, that passes 4-3.
That fails.
I mean, fails 4-3. Excuse me, would you?
Yes.
Was there 4 votes
To not table.
to not table? Okay. So it's back on the floor.
Yes. Now, before we vote on that, let me just comment, because one of the reasons why, and I listened very carefully to Mr. Gillespie's speech and drew great applause, the only problem is it was totally wrong. That's part of the problem that we have with this issue. And we've got to sit down and put the facts. I don't see why anyone's afraid of putting all of the facts on the table. And that's what I've been asking for, and that's why I support this resolution, so that we can make a rational decision, rather than simply people picking out parts here and there and speaking what they think about that. You see, because all of those statements were absolutely and totally false. And it's very misleading to this community. And I, for one, will absolutely refuse to do that when I know better. And I know better in this case. And so what we need to do for all to see, for everybody to see, is to put all the facts clearly on the table and line them up. And then see where that leads us. And everybody should be willing to do that if they're not afraid of the facts. And that's what this resolution proposes that we do.
Councilmember, I agree with you with regard to the facts. I would like to allow for the debate of the new council members in this process too.
Mayor?
That does not preclude the new council members debating it, Mayor.
I think Dr. Erdy says everything very well. We need to look at all the facts. Smoot, what I would appreciate is on your motion is if we can look at the double runway and the single runway options so that we can get a full spectrum, look at it both ways, every which way possible, and so that the new council can keep going and then they can add and choose whatever they want, but they get both options to take a look at and are able to make their decision. Because this decision is not going to be made 2 weeks from now or a month from now, but in 5 or 6 months from now, and they need to have the option of looking at all the options.
Well, George, I'm not going to accept that. Let me tell you why. And it's a very simple reason. The letter from the Federal Aviation Administration, and let me explain. That letter is consistent. There's nothing that's changed on the FAA's position. Yeah, but since we got into the debate about moving the airport since 1985 and 86, the FAA's position on funding for a new airport has been very consistent. Their national mandate is to improve national airspace capacity. They told us all the way through the debate up to the 87 election that they would only fund options that improved, i.e. increased capacity of the national airspace. That's their mandate for their discretionary funds. What this letter says is that if we only build or only have one runway at Bergstrom, at Manor, wherever, they will not fund that out of their discretionary funds. They simply will not fund that. And right now we have $114 million of commitments from the federal government for this airport. I suspect we can get additional commitments if and when we move ahead with building a new airport facility. That loss of funding from the federal government is simply too great a hit to take. So I think the only rational comparison between Bergstrom and Manor is a 2-runway scenario, and lay out all the facts on both those scenarios, and then come back and you can debate the facts and debate the issues and make a judgment based upon the facts. That's all this resolution does. People don't seem to want to acknowledge that the single runway configuration will not work either place. If that's what we want as a community, then y'all just leave the airport where it is. 'Cause that's what you got there. So, but our mandate from this community right now is that to move Austin's airport out of Robert Miller, away from the neighborhoods, out of East Austin, and that's the mandate that I think we need to continue to follow.
But that's the reason for this resolution. It doesn't make a decision for anybody. It will just lay out the facts, and then people can make their decisions based upon those facts.
Mayor, just briefly, I'll be finished. The new council can and will, I'm sure, consider any option that they want. Nothing that anybody does here will preclude that. That is not what this resolution says. We are not considering a one-runway option at Maynard, simply because of the FAA and the airlines at that time said that that would not make sense to consider one runway. So if the new council wants to consider a one runway option at Bergstrom and at Maynard, they can do that. But in either case, it will not have the support of the FAA. And so, you know, that is what this says, is that we should compare apples to apples. The two-runway option, the only one we ever considered at Maynard, with the two-runway option, which is the only one the FAA said that they will contribute to at Bergstrom. I can't understand why that does not make sense. The new council and any council will have to make that comparison. They can look at any other option that they will choose to look at. One runway in San Marcos if they want to. You know, I mean, wherever they want to look at it. That is certainly their prerogative, and this does not preclude that. But at the stage where we are now, and the stage where we are now is considering the Bergstrom and the Maynard option. And also in that FAA letter, what they said to us is where we had to start with a site selection type process. Staff's analysis of that is that what we would have to do is to look at this Bergstrom site in more detail and ultimately would have to compare it to the Maynard site, the two-runway option. That is where we are. And it does not matter whether this council acknowledges it or not. We will have to do that if we're going to build an airport.
Can we call the question, Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, the question's been called on the main motion. Call the roll.
You don't want to take addendum?
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman?
Yes.
Councilmember Barnstone?
No.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell?
Yes.
Councilmember Humphrey?
No.
Councilmember Knopfziger?
No.
Councilmember Erdy?
Yes.
Mayor Cook?
No. Motion fails. Okay. All right. We're going to our 4:30 council. We're going to our 4:30 item. Very briefly, staff.
Mayor, this is an ordinance amendment to the Land Development Code which would allow college and university facilities in the LI Limited Industrial Zoning District as a permitted use. Council initiated this amendment investigation on May 17th. It went through the Planning Commission. They recommend it to you. We recommend it as a consent item for your consideration.
Okay, it's been recommended. Council, we have no citizens signed up for this. Do I hear a motion to close the hearing?
We would close the public hearing and move we approve the amendment.
Okay, it's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem that we close the public hearing and approve the amendment. Do I hear a second?
This is 31, right?
Yes.
Only 31. Okay, fine.
I have a second by Councilmember Barnstone. Item 31?
Fine. Do it.
Okay. All in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries 7-0. Okay, now we're at our 4 o'clock public hearings. Mr. Tracy Watson. And if we could, let's take those that we can take on consent first, if you could go through those, or at least read those.
Mayor, I would like to pull 35 and 47.
Okay, Councilmember Barnstone, to win.
Well, since we probably won't be able to get to it, then...
Yeah. I was looking for a time, a date.
I would suggest...
It's either next week or the 28th.
28th?
Okay. Councilmember Barnstone has requested that we pull item 35 and 47 to the 28th. As I always do, I'll honor that request. Does the applicant want to say anything about this? I mean, Mr. Jerry Harris?
Yes, Mayor, I represent the applicant in this case. This is a case that we've worked out an agreement with the neighborhood.
I don't think we can hear the case right now, Jerry.
No, I'm not trying to hear the case. I just want... If you would just
this
speak
is
to
only on the postponement.
That's right.
We have
you could just speak on the postponement.
Yes, if you look on the agenda, this is posted as an emergency item on the agenda. This is a proposition where we have a lease with the Texas Education Agency to occupy these premises by August 1st, trying to get the situation settled before the school time starts. It is unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. The staff is recommending it, and the Old West Austin Neighborhood Association has approved our agreement. It's a very difficult hardship for us to meet those time frames and to get those people moved in. And there really should not be anything controversial about it. In fact, we're reducing the 50,000 square feet off this project.
Mr. Harris, would you be willing to consider a one-week postponement?
A one-week postponement? That would be fine.
Okay, we'll take a one-week postponement to the 14th.
And any questions that you have, Councilman Barnstone, I'd be glad to get with you and try to get them answered and cleared up. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor and Council.
You bet. Okay, Council, we're going into our 4 o'clock zoning hearings, taking, as we always do, those items on consent first. Let me say that it is my estimation, as I always do, that 2 items posted as addendums to the City Council agenda this week, item 56 and 57, will not be heard this week. If you're here for items 56 and 57, they will have to be deferred until next week. Due to the fact already on item 32, there are well over 200 people signed up to speak. I would imagine that hearing will go way into the morning, if not till tomorrow. As I said at the beginning of the council meeting, once we got to item 32, that would probably be the last item we would take on the City Council agenda for the 7th of June. So, if you're here for item 56 or item 57, that will be deferred to next week. And if you are here, you could relinquish, unless you're here for another hearing, those chairs to citizens who would like to come in for subsequent hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First, for consent, item 33, we would offer for first reading only. It's in the name of Presbyterian Church of the Hills. It's a request from SF2 to LO and SF6. It's recommended by the Planning Commission on a 7-0 vote. It would be for first reading. Item 34 needs to be postponed until the July 26th. The Planning Commission did not hear that, so that would not be up today. You've already postponed item 35 to the 28th of this month?
No, to the 14th.
Is it 35 to the 14th or 47 to the 14th?
35 and 47 both to the 14th.
Excuse me, I didn't catch that, sir. Thank you. Item 36, termination of restrictive covenant is postponed till July 26th due to Planning Commission inaction. Cases 37 through 40 on this page are all recommended for dismissal cases. Those are recommended to you by consent of the Planning Commission. We'd recommend those for consent. Item 41 on the agenda is a dismissal case as well, consent by Planning Commission. Items 42 and 43 can be pulled off the agenda. The applicant has agreed to meet conditions and they will be processed. And items 45 through 46, 44 through 46 are also offered for consent for dismissal.
Okay, do we have a motion, council, to take the items as presented by the staff on consent?
So moved as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, it's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Shipman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nossiger. Okay. All in favor of these items on consent, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Item 32 is the remaining item on the agenda. This is actually a continuation of the public hearing from 2 weeks ago on the Barton Creek Planned Unit Development. We made a full presentation.
Okay, before you get into that, let me speak to this item. First, if you are here for item 56 or 57, if you are here for any other items that we've just now completed, we are going to ask that those people that do not want to stay for item 32, in respect to the many people that are here for item 32, I'm going to pause for a moment and allow the fire marshal to come in briefly and just be assured that we're meeting the fire code. We're going to take a moment to do that. And while we're doing that, let me make some points. As what we will do on this public hearing, a very important continuation of a public hearing we've already had, we will hear from the city staff, council. They will summarize and review. They will point out the changes that have been made in this agreement, what discussions have been going on. We will hear first from the planning department. Then I will ask if you have any questions of the planning department. And then I will ask if there are any other key staff members that need to present on this, and certainly it's your prerogative to ask questions of any of them. After that, I am going to ask the current chair of the Environmental Board to give a brief overview of their work on this item. Then I'm going to ask that the chair of the Planning Commission give a brief overview of their work on this item. Then I'm going to ask the Texas Water Commission to give a brief overview on this item. And then we will go to the applicant for their presentation. We will hear from the applicant. At the conclusion of that, I will ask for questions of the council, for the applicant, any questions you want to have after and during their presentation, which would include their expert witnesses. And then after that, we will go to the public. And in respect to everybody that would like to speak, we will do the following. As I always do on public hearings that are very important to this city and much difference of opinion, I will call everybody's name, and I'll try to call several names. There are a number of people that are staged in other areas of the city that want to speak. I have their cards, so I'll try to call multiple names. So if you're in another part of the city, it'll allow you time to get here. However, if by the time I get to your card, you're not in the audience, and you notify the staff at the door that you have arrived, I will come back and call you to give you ample opportunity. We are tonight going to limit public comment from pros and cons from our citizens, because there's so many citizens that have a keen interest in this subject. 2 minutes, not 3 minutes, but 2 minutes to speak. And we will proceed through the evening listening to that testimony. At the time we conclude the public testimony, and we will take testimony for as long as anyone wants to speak, then we will go back to the applicant for rebuttal on the testimony that has been given. Then it would be appropriate. Excuse me. It would be appropriate. Then we would close the public hearing, and then the council would have the option, if it's their pleasure, to take any action they want to take. Councilmember Barnstone.
A point of order. I do appreciate. I think it's reasonable, as you've requested, that there be some compression of the discussion and still hear from everyone, and you've been very gracious to go around the council and ask everyone's views. But just as a point of order and for the record, the rules of the council are established by council and set by ordinance. So if we are going to limit it to 2 minutes, I suggest that the proper way to do that is through a motion to suspend the rules to limit testimony to 2 minutes.
That would be fine from the chair. I'm setting the rules, and if the council wants to verify those rules, a motion to that effect would be very appropriate. But let me finish, if I could, because I'm not yet.
Okay.
Let me also suggest, because we're continuing this public hearing, and because so many people do want to speak, out of respect to your fellow citizens, your fellow Austinites, if once you have spoken, to relinquish your chair and leave and either go watch this on television, to allow other people the opportunity to come in so that we don't get into a situation of people having to sit outside or be in other places. I would also respectfully ask that if you have spoken on this matter before, that you limit any comments that you're going to make tonight to new information. Please respectfully don't come up and say the same thing you said before. We've got a lot of people that want to speak, and if it's already on the public record, please present to us new information. And I might also say, as it has been on many, many meetings that have taken place in these council chambers that are emotionally charged, we will probably extend this meeting a considerable length of time if after every speaker, whether they're pro or con for this issue, there is a great upheaval of support or opposition. I'm going to ask, out of respect to your fellow citizens, that we not have that kind of disorder, because then it takes time to quiet everybody down before the next speaker can speak, and that drags the meeting way, way into the night. I think everybody wants to be heard, and I would ask everybody to respect other people's opinions. You may disagree with it, but please respect it. That's all I'm asking, in a sense of order. I will say, if there is, or I sense that we are losing order in this council chamber, I will ask those people that are disruptive to leave the council chamber. If they're reluctant to leave the council chambers, we will have any citizen that is disrupting this public meeting to be removed. I don't expect that to happen, but I do want to set the rules, because this is emotionally charged, and as we get through the evening and different points of view are being expressed, that can happen. It has happened here before. I hope it won't happen tonight. From those point of view, those are the general rules, and let me just say one additional thing for those citizens, and we're delighted to have everybody here, and we appreciate everybody being here. But we do have the rule of no food and drink in the council chambers, and I ask you to respect that. And with that, council, if anyone wants to make a motion about the 2 minutes as it deals with citizen input, that would be in order.
Mayor? Mayor, sorry. Because this is such an important issue and there's a lot of people who are concerned about it, I think 3 minutes is even a short period of time per person, so I'm going to vote for a 3 minute as usual, so everybody can speak on that.
Is that the wish of the council, to go with 3 minutes? Okay, then we'll go with 3 minutes. Okay. All right, council.
Mayor, one suggestion, since we, I want to be sure people don't miss their turn, because I understand there's people out in the parking lot next door. Can we just have people come up in, maybe not necessarily in the card order, but as they wish to speak? I think it may go faster if they line up at the podiums. I know the councils used to do that years ago, and I think to get through this hearing and hear from everybody, that may be a preferred method of calling people's names.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I think in light of the fact that people want to speak on this, and some people have come several hours ahead to sign up tonight, while I know that that would expedite the process to just let people flow up here, I'm going to respect the fact that all these people have come and signed up and gotten in line to speak, and I don't think it's fair for someone to maybe now come right now and get to speak versus someone that came several hours ago.
Why don't we do this one, just in terms of expediting it, is that we call a series of names and encourage people to come up and line up before the other person is finished.
As you know, council member, as I always do, I try to call multiple names, and I try to point out that there are 2 podiums. When your name is called, you can go get in line and be ready to go. That will help all of us. I don't think any of you want to stay here to 4 o'clock in the morning. Maybe you do. I don't know. But if you do, we probably will be here to 4 o'clock if we don't expedite it just a little bit. And I think we want to hear from everyone. Okay, now we'll proceed with the continuation of our 4 o'clock hearing, Barton Creek PUD, and I'll yield to Tracy Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. As I indicated, this is a continuation of the hearing last time. Staff did go through its analysis of the plan as presented itself, but I'd like to concentrate on, unless you have any questions about that, is where we've come with the agreement that accompanies this planned unit development in the ETJ. and where we stand at this point. You received 2 weeks ago the first draft as drafted by the developers' representatives of the agreement. Since that time, the City Attorney's Office and the Planning Department staff have been working with the developers, and we've gone through about 6 or 7 drafts of this item. There were, in our opinion, a number of changes that were absolutely essential. There have been numerous and major changes which have resulted from these meetings since the second draft that Council received, I believe, on Friday or Monday of last week. All the changes contained in the agreement as presented today that we have delivered to your dais have been orally agreed to by the applicant's representatives in their entirety as we have requested them, with the exception of 2 environmental variances that were denied by the Planning Commission. Those are discussed in a memorandum, or mentioned in a memorandum that accompanied the document on your dais today. These 2 variances effectively were the ones that affected what was referred to as Pod 9, and the variance that affected the Barton Creek Boulevard bridge crossing. They concerned proximity to critical environmental features and the effect on rimrock features in the Pod 9 area. What is before you now reflects the City staff and Planning Commission concerns and recommendations as presented to you last week. To summarize some of the major changes from the June 1st draft, this agreement now requires compliance with all chapters of the Land Development Code as they existed on December 13, 1989, with 2 exclusions. The exclusions are first, deletion of the appeals section for site plans, and the section concerning commission-approved site plans, which would mean all site plans would be administrative. Absent the agreement, only subdivision and water quality regulations would apply in the unincorporated area. I think, as you can see, this is a major change from the early drafts. All Land Development Code regulations, other than those that I mentioned, will apply to this project. In addition, no land is to be disannexed for limited purpose areas. City procedures relating to the Water District 19 will basically follow those for amending consent agreements of out-of-city municipal utility districts. There will be city review rather than automatic approval through an agreement. Amendments to the city water and wastewater service area are acceptable to the utility department. The city will continue to serve areas currently annexed by the city. There is no unilateral termination provision for the Barton Creek properties in the agreement. There are no in-kind contribution credits for actions other than those normally permitted under city procedures. The Regional Habitat Conservation Plan language has been modified to delete any credits for any future fee or assessments of the plan. The traffic phasing agreement is consistent in form with similar agreements approved by the city. The scope and content of the agreement has been thoroughly reviewed by the transportation staff of the Planning and Development Department as well as the Public Works Department. The phasing agreement is included as a part of this overall agreement as an appendix. The agreement incorporates all Planning Commission and staff recommendations as approved by the Planning Commission. We did attach to the memorandum that has these comments in them a set of sheets of the Planning Commission recommendations for your ease of review. The agreement has been reviewed very thoroughly by the city legal staff. As a matter of fact, what you have, if you look in the upper right-hand corner of the draft, this is the city attorney draft dated June 7th, 1992 p.m. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Okay, Council, we have...
Do you want to take questions on the agreement itself right now, or you want to go?
Certainly, that would be very appropriate. At this time, any questions of the staff as it deals with the proposed agreement, this would be an appropriate time to answer any of those questions, either of Mr. Watson or of any member of the staff that's participated in reviewing and...
And we have people here from water and wastewater as well as legal?
They're all here.
Okay. Here's what I'd like to ask. I have 3 drafts. One is dated the 23rd of May, and another one is dated the 1st of June, and another one that's just been handed to me, which is the one that you've just been describing.
Yes, sir.
This was posted for action when? On May 23rd?
I'm not sure when the first...
When was it posted for
I
action?
believe it was the 23rd. Yes, sir.
So, I guess what I'm curious is, so much of this has been discussed as, been in the pipe for so long, yet we on the council just heard about it. How is it possible that we're getting so many revisions to the draft when it was supposed to be acted on 2 weeks ago?
We had asked that draft agreements be provided. The response generally was it would be rather useless to try to look at those until such time as they at least went through the Planning Commission. As a result, there was not one furnished us until the afternoon prior to the 23rd hearing.
But the picture that we have is that there's been negotiations going on to, as a matter of fact, this last one is not only dated, it even has a time, June 7th at 2 p.m.
We had a previous one at 1:30 a.m. this morning, yes, sir.
Really? So, okay.
I think I have almost as many drafts, so...
I want to discuss an area that is going to be a little bit different than most of the discussion, which concerns the
Excuse me, Council, are you going to direct these?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Well, the legal may want to answer that, or water may.
Let me do one thing, if I could, before we take questions. Because the environmental department has been so involved in this, I think it might be good to have comments from the environmental department before we then take questions, if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. To be very brief, I'd just like to review the environmental staff position on the Barton Creek PUD.
Is this the memo that was received from, sent to Joe Lassard?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I will just briefly go through that outline in my comments for you. The environmental staff, as well as with the planning staff, supports the PUD specifically with respect to its compliance with the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance. The variances recommended by staff represent, we think, a minimum departure from the terms and conditions of the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance. We're not, however, in favor of the bridge crossing variance, nor the road to POD 9. We're opposed to those because of the impact that they would have on critical environmental features. We have found, as a result of some of the information that's been brought to us in the last couple of weeks and our own independent analysis that we've been able to do over the last several weeks, that the Barton Creek, in our view, is currently impacted by pollution. There is visual evidence of past algae growths on the stream bed and a marked increase in sediment, and that particularly occurs between Lost Creek Boulevard and Barton Creek Boulevard. Changes in the aquatic regime in the area adjacent to the golf course seem to indicate creek impact to us. The data we have collected in conjunction with the U.S. Geological Survey indicates an increase in nutrients in the stretch between Barton Creek between Highway 71 and Lost Creek Boulevard. We feel, and I do particularly, that the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance is the most complete non-point water quality ordinance in the country and is the strongest in its controls, and the depth of those controls and the breadth of those controls. I think it's implicit in the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance that its goal is to achieve a condition of no increased pollution above the baseline condition. However, it is our view that the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance does not achieve that goal in its application. For example, the buffer zones are required in the ordinance as implemented by the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance are not always effective in removing pollutants. The structural controls are not always as effective as they could be. They convert suspended nitrogen to dissolved nitrate, making it readily available to algae. Erosion and sedimentation controls are not effective in severe storm conditions. About a year and a half ago, the council approved the Barton Creek study, which was a series of studies about Barton Creek, whose purpose was really to determine scientifically the environmental protection needs of Barton Creek, Barton Springs, and Town Lake as well. The study, which is now underway, that you approved, and will be complete, we hope, in several more years, will determine the water quality impact, for example, of full build-out within Barton Creek under the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance. It will also, for example, determine the level of control needed to maintain existing conditions, the conditions we now have in Barton Springs. It'll also hopefully tell us the level of development that can be sustained under any of the possible water quality conditions or development conditions that you would wish to examine. Council was advised, I believe, of the potential problem that I've described with the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance when it was received, when it received the study recommendations from the Environmental Board and the staff approximately a year and a half ago. At this point, what I can say is that we cannot ensure that no degradation of water quality would occur in Barton Springs or the creek with further implementation of either the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance or even the LCRA ordinance. Pollution levels for individual projects, not necessarily the one before you, but could include the one before you, will increase from 2 to 8 times over baseline for some controls in some situations. The majority of Barton Creek remains currently in a pristine condition. Increased degradation could cause the following problems. It could increase the number of days the Barton Springs pool is closed for safety reasons due to visibility impairment from either or both algae and sediment. It could increase the water treatment plant costs at Green Treatment Plant. It could decrease the aesthetic value of the creek, and it could increase the odor levels at the spring. These issues were raised in connection with the Barton Creek study, but are not considered in individual development case reviews because of the following reasons. The ordinance for the staff is the benchmark for water quality. It's the policy that we've received from the council, and the staff takes the view that it is our job to implement that policy. Speculation by staff on non-ordinance water quality matters, I believe, leads to uncertainty in the development process and inappropriate policy making on the part of staff. The procedural avenue that you have provided for us for change to the ordinance to reflect its possible inadequacies has been recommended to you by the Environmental Board and I believe accepted by you. With these points in mind, I would offer you some possible suggestions or recommendations for the Barton PUD or for what we might be able to do as we move down the road. One is to possibly enter into a joint LCRA City of Austin effort to revise the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance to meet a non-degradation objective for any area that drains to Barton Springs. I think that this would probably take in the order of 6 months to complete, possibly as long as a year. At the same time, the City of Austin staff could be working with the Barton PUD applicant to examine specific best management practice or non-point source control placements and techniques that will achieve the non-degradation objective that you might seek. Again, I think that might take as long as 6 months. Thirdly, I think the Barton Creek study that we are now in the middle of could be accelerated to some degree, that we could have for you a preliminary report concerning what the conditions in Barton Creek are in approximately a year, if you would like that to take place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Austin. Council, I think a number of these items also were relayed to the council yesterday, too. If you have questions of the staff at this time relating to any aspect of what's been presented or the agreement as we were about to do, this would be the appropriate time. following those comments or questions, and I have a number, but I'm going to hold mine for right now, we will go to the Environmental Board and the Planning Commission next.
Mayor.
Excuse me, Councilmember Barnstone, I'm going to yield back to you unless you want to yield to Councilmember Erdy.
Here's what who on our staff participated in the drafting of this agreement? I imagine it wasn't just one person. It must have been.
It was primarily myself and Mr. Martin on an ongoing basis, and any number of other staff on technical items, Mr. George Zapalax in transportation, Alice Glasgow for land use, and others.
Since I just got the draft that you've, the 2 p.m. draft, it's now old, it's only 3 hours old, I'm going to deal with the draft that I'm more familiar with, and it's got some language there that I'd like you to explain to me. Concerning water and wastewater obligations on the part of the city. On the section under utilities, it says that the Water Control and Improvement District has a section where basically it says that the city is not going to provide water and wastewater in that area, right? I'm on page 28. You're on page 28. On.
Do you know which draft it's on?
Yes, I do. I have a copy of that draft.
Okay. And it has this language. It says that first of all, it says we're not going to provide water and wastewater, and then it says, notwithstanding any of the foregoing, it is contemplated that Barton Creek Properties may request an agreement with the city on terms acceptable for water and wastewater service on an interim basis. And I guess what I want to know is, how do you provide water and wastewater on an interim basis? Do you have plastic pipes or a truck going up in?
No, sir, that was not only a philosophical but a technical question as well. This draft contains no such language. We will not be offering to provide anything on an interim basis. Mr. Goss could respond to that, but we had some of the same concerns. That is not in your 2 o'clock draft, sir.
It's not in the 2 o'clock draft?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I guess what bothers me about that is what was the intent? In other words, are we going to get a request down the road to provide water and wastewater on an interim basis?
Let me let Mr. Goss
or Mr. Goss? And what was the thinking there that...
Are you referring to an earlier draft?
Well, this is the June 1st draft, that if we had acted on this the last time it was posted, it would have passed.
That's our first draft.
Okay.
Yes, Goss. Our intent would not to be to serve them on an interim basis.
No, but I'm just curious that the language appeared about serving them on an interim basis. And
Councilmember, that is the draft you're referring to is the draft that was submitted to us by the applicant, by Mr. Armbrust.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the several provisions, the many provisions that over the course of the last week we have been negotiating with them and suggesting that unless that particular language was one we said if that language is not removed, then we wouldn't be in a position to recommend the agreement.
Well, I understand that, but it is rather revealing because it says that notwithstanding any of the foregoing, it is contemplated that at some future date, Barton Creek Properties may request an agreement with the city. So I guess I have to then turn the question to the applicant whether or not what you meant by this intent. Or I guess we can defer that to later.
I think really
okay, then let me ask one more
what we ought to do is...
One more question of staff on this point. And that is that on section 7.04 on wastewater and drainage service, it's got, which in the June 1st draft, I don't know where it comes out on the June 7th, 2 p.m. draft. The city agrees to amend District 19's consent agreement to allow the district authority to issue bonds to finance sewer and drainage facilities.
Where are you looking at?
I'm looking on page 29.
Okay.
In fact, it's on 29 on both drafts.
That also has been amended. Mr. Martin may speak to it more directly, but in general terms, there is no automatic consent to anything regarding wastewater or what the WCID or bonding as an approval in this document. They will follow effectively the out-of-city mud procedures for review by city staff and city council. Mr. Martin may want to expand on that.
Well, you just said a word that I hadn't heard before in connection with this. You said out-of-city mud procedures. Are we anticipating that there will be mud created out here?
The language, you'd have to ask the applicant as to whether there is an anticipation of a mud. As far as we have been advised, there is a plan for the Water District WCID number 19 to include within it all of the area within the PUD that's not served by the city, and then for that water district, single water district, to be subdivided into several districts.
Here's where my question is going, is are we going to be asked, and this is the language that, by the way, does appear on the 2 o'clock drafts, that the city agrees to amend the consent agreement to allow the district authority to issue bonds to finance sewer and drainage facility, and agrees its consent, the city's consent, which will not be unreasonably delayed or withheld. Is this an obligation on the part of the city?
Councilmember, this entire document is a negotiated document, and that is language that was very explicitly negotiated. At the earlier drafts that were provided by the applicant made this agreement itself the city's consent for the issuance of bonds not only for drainage and sewer, but as proposed in the first draft, emergency, other things. Anyway, but we have now gotten to the point where the water district will have to go through the procedures that the city has, existing procedures, for the review of its consent for the issuance of additional bonds.
Let me call your attention to the discussion that we had during the Circle C mud bond deliberations, I believe it was, the Circle C. And you recall that at that time, because of the Texas Water Commission ruling, we knew that we were going to lose money on those contracts because those people would only be paying 79% at the time that our in-city rate customers paid. And the rationale that the council used to approve them was some prior agreement, a contract that they had that obligated us to consent to those mud bonds being approved at that time. And so what I'm suggesting is, does this language suggest the same kind of pregnancy, if you will, or obligation on the part of the city?
I think it does. It does say that we agree that the consent will not be unreasonably withheld or delayed.
Well, see, this is an aspect that has not been discussed up until now. And I don't understand the logic of the city agreeing to underwrite bonds on terms that are as vaguely spelled out as this agreement is without deliberation.
If Glenn Webb is here, perhaps we could get someone with a little more expertise as to the issue. It's my understanding that the city, that this does not involve any financial obligation on the part of the city, that this district is a standalone city outside of the city and will not be contracting for any, it will not be a customer of the city in terms of water or wastewater.
Well, depending on which draft you read, because it's apparently anticipated at some point that they were going to come back to us for water and wastewater on an interim basis, whatever that meant.
If they do that, that will be an issue to be decided by the council at the time and at that request.
Yeah.
I guess I'm trying, you're basically speaking to Water District number 19's consent agreement to where we really give our consent to allow them to issue bonds for sewer and drainage facilities. That's what you're saying. That's what you're questioning.
I want to know on what terms we're obligated.
I questioned it in a previous draft too, and I guess I would like to have Gwen Webb speak specifically to that as soon as we can find Gwen Webb. Because I want to understand what that means as far as the obligation on the part of the city financially. We have other questions? Here she is. Gwen, we're basically, the question is with regard to a consent agreement to allow Water District Number 19 to issue bonds to finance sewer and drainage facilities. What, by our granting of that consent as a city, what does that mean as far as any financial obligation on behalf of the city of Austin, or are we lending our full faith and credit to this water district in any way?
We're not lending the city's full faith and credit to the water district in any way. I'm not looking at that specific provision right now, but the intent of the provision is to provide for the district's financing of water.
Page 29.
Okay. Of water and sewer facilities to be financed by the district. It would not create an obligation. These would be district bonds, not contract bonds on the part of the city. The reason the language is done like that is because the bonding approval is something that is specifically authorized by state law. Just take a minute to look at this. And I'd point out, too, that the language contemplates a change in the consent agreement, which would be an agreement subsequently developed between the city and WCID 19.
You know, the sentence right above that says the city shall provide water and wastewater service to the city service area in accordance with rates and policies applicable to other similarly situated properties.
Councilmember, that language, I think, also has been deleted from the June 7th draft.
Have to speak a little louder.
Excuse me. If I could do this, we could direct the fire marshal to bring citizens who want to come in around to this door so that we could keep this door closed simply because of the noise outside. It's very hard to hear every time that door opens. So if citizens wanting to... Ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to have this kind of display, I will clear the council chambers. And I am deadly serious about that. I ask in a very sincere way, very early on, democracy is not outbursts, sir. Okay? Democracy is having a chance to speak, but we can't even hardly hear up here. That's also democracy, too. Ladies and gentlemen, I am asking you to maintain order in the council chambers, and I am asking that we let people exit and enter through this door over here. Council member just got through saying he can barely hear every time that door opens. So citizens would respectfully exit and enter through this door over here. Excuse me, this here? Council member, do you need this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We can take it down.
The only thing I'd like on these particular points is ask the applicant to address what was the intent in this language that apparently was excised. I mean, can we say that we're going to be asked to provide water and wastewater to this area? What was intended by the phrase on that I've addressed, and also discuss really what is their plan for financing this, the improvements, the water and wastewater improvements in that area. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do that, but as part of your presentation, or why don't you just do it as part of your presentation? Or,
pardon?
I just asked the applicant to address the questions of what was intended by...
What I'd really like to do is let the applicant make their presentation.
That's what
If you
I
have
suggesting.
questions of the staff, this would be the appropriate time. If you have questions of the applicant, let's let the applicant make their presentation, and then we'll ask questions of the applicant. Does any other member of the council want to ask questions of the staff as far as the initial presentation and the initial agreement that is before us?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Erdy.
Let's ask legal to just briefly, and in simple terms, not necessarily legal terms, tell me what happens if the PUD is agreed to and if it is not. What happens from the city's point of view? What can and cannot the city do?
If the city council designates this area as an out-of-city PUD and enters into this agreement, then the development of the Barton Creek property will be regulated by the city to the extent that this agreement provides for that regulation. As Mr. Watson was pointing out, as the agreement is as it currently exists and is proposed and recommended to you by the staff, that means that this property will be developed fully in accordance with the Land Development Code provisions as they existed on December 13th, 1989, with the exception of the variances that are included here, and with the exception of two procedural requirements that otherwise are in the Land Development Code. One is that there be an opportunity, a procedure for appeal of site plans. That would not apply. And the other one is that certain site plans, which normally would go to the Planning Commission for their review and approval, would not go to would be approved administratively. So that's what happens if this agreement is approved. And that would be the case as it would exist for at least the next 15 years, because the city is agreeing that it will not annex any portion of this property for a minimum period of 15 years. Now,
after that point, the city
after that point, then the city is not prohibited by this agreement or by state law as it exists today from annexing the property. Whether the city would be capable of annexing that territory then is really going to be a question that the council will have to answer at that point. If you do not enter into this agreement, then the only real legal significance is that that constitutes the city's consent to the incorporation of any community that may exist within the area covered by the Barton Creek PUD. It doesn't guarantee the incorporation. It's simply the first step that any municipality that wants to incorporate within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of another municipality must go through. They must first go get the consent of the city that has the ETJ. They would have obtained that consent. The other proviso is that the city would not be able to challenge an incorporation that occurred pursuant to that consent. Consent doesn't mean that incorporation is a foregone fact. It simply means they can go forward with the next steps towards incorporation. And 2 weeks ago, I was able to explain some of those steps to you, and I've passed out a memo to you today that gives a little more information. That is what happens, or that's the decision tree that you have in front of you today.
Meanwhile, at that point, then, what could they do? I mean, and how would the city be without incorporation? I assume that would take some time, but in that period, what then could and...
They are subject to the exact same regulations that they are subject to today, and that is subdivision regulations and watershed protection regulations, and a minor point, the sign ordinance is also applicable in the ETJ. So whenever they plat property, they come in and they have to comply with the city's regulations. Whenever they develop property, that property has to be developed in accordance with the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance or whatever watershed protection ordinance may apply out there, depending on whether the property is exempt from the watershed ordinance or not. But it's just like any other property that's within our ETJ. It's subject to no more and no less than the regulations that apply in our ETJ.
And in that case, then, how would presumably they could proceed to attempt to develop in smaller areas. And I don't know how small that could be, but and maybe planning could speak to that a little more directly.
Dr. Erdy, if the agreement is not entered into and they remain subject to the subdivision ordinance and watershed regulation only, they can bring in any size from the entire 4,000 acres to 5-acre preliminary subdivision and go through that process. That process, as you're aware, is solely for the division of land and does not in any way control, and I think this is what you heard from the legislature even more clearly, it does not control zoning. It does not control any zoning-related site development standards, so that the particular project could come in with basically the same layout, and we would have no control then over building code for life safety issues, the site plan development for those kind of issues, nor any kind of way to control the density or intensity of land use other than what is permitted in the watershed ordinances as its impervious cover. This particular project, as I understand it, is approximately 5% above what would be allowed without a variance on impervious cover. What they could do then would be to increase the floor area ratios on that same impervious cover and get significantly more non-residential development, for instance. So we cannot control use, intensity, nor get our performance standards for such things as driveway spacings, and certainly nothing in terms of life safety of the building codes and fire codes.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any of the council members that would like to ask staff any questions at this time? Okay, seeing no further questions at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Steve Paulson, who is the, I guess now the immediate past chair, but who was the chair during this this process, to give for the council an overview of really a summation of the environmental board, what your actions were, and summarize the recommendation that you made.
Okay, I understand there are also questions, and I'll gladly answer those questions.
And we will take questions from you, too, from the council.
Okay. Basically, I believe the board's position is that, well, let me backtrack a little bit. The comprehensive watershed ordinance is in essence the city council's adopted best management track practice for controlling non-point source pollution. The applicant and the board understands also that there are many best management practices to control pollution. The LCRA ordinance is another best management practices. They give you more options than the city does. The applicant stated to the board that the best management practices, which would be used as a part of this PUD, are as good or better for water quality than the strict application, that is, strict application with no variances, of the comprehensive watersheds ordinance. I might also add that the board is authorized to deal...
Repeat that.
Okay. The applicant stated to the board that the best management practices, which would be used as a part of this plan unit development, are as good or better for water quality than the strict application, that is, the strict application without the variances of the CWO. That was their basic premise that they came to the board with. The board listened to the applicant's presentation and decided that until the applicant provides more information to the contrary, that the applicant should follow the best management practices of the comprehensive watershed ordinance. That's pretty simple.
So you basically refuted their approach.
Well, the problem was, I think, a lack of information. I think the Planning Commission received more information. I think the City Council has received more information. However, at the time that we reviewed the variances that were in front of us, and I think that was April 11th and April 4th, I think those were the two dates, that the board did not have enough information to, with certainty, approve the variances that the applicant was requesting as a part of their planned unit development. And those variances were from the comprehensive watershed ordinance. I might add that a part of the tone, although it sort of got lost in the transition, these as variances usually do, in the writing of it, the board did leave room for negotiations, of which I think they went on to negotiate with the Planning Commission, and they have been negotiating with the City Council and staff by requesting that a downstream monitoring program be established to determine the effectiveness of the applicant's protection plan, I think also part of the motion was to set aside various areas, set aside a commercial PUD or pod, as they describe them, that would be developed first, set aside a multifamily pod that would be developed possibly first, and to set aside a single family pod that would be developed first. Those pods not meeting the strict application of the 40% downstream buffer in the upland zone, that they would do the monitoring of those particular pods, and if, and I will paraphrase without finding because I don't want to take up too much of your time, that the applicant to prove through monitoring and data analysis that the planned unit development as requested will be more of an effective pollutant mitigator than the comprehensive watershed ordinance. Would you like me to go through each variance request?
Well, if you could just maybe summarize.
It was basically stating that we have a lack of information. That was the problem. I think that some members of the board were requesting site plans for the commercial to determine how, in effect, the drainage could flow into the wet ponds. We, as the board, recognize that wet ponds are an effective mitigator of non-point source pollution. We recognize it's much more effective than sedimentation filtration. We wanted to have some idea how that was going to work. So at the time they presented this information to the environmental board, there was uncertainty in the board, and the board decided not to go with most of the variants. They went with a couple, but not to go with most of the major variances, that is the 40% downstream buffer, the creek crossing, some of the water quality, or some of the wastewater spray irrigation, until it was proven to us through some type of simple formula where you compare the two. I know that's difficult to compare, but there are people smarter than me that can do that kind of stuff. And we could come up with some understanding as to what we have when we're talking about the pollutant loadings of the applicant's request.
You're referring to the nine environmental variances that were requested.
That's what I'm specifically speaking to, and those requested from the Comprehensive Watersheds Ordinance. Yeah, that's...
Could you speak specifically to, we would like you to speak to one, and that's variance number 3, which really talked about to allow an alternative to the runoff filtration required for cluster housing development, where they were talking really about...
It appears that when you do cluster housing, if you exceed 20% of your net side area, isn't that right, that you must be required to do sedimentation filtration. The board recognizes that the whole idea of a buffer zone is to promote sheet flow, and that we do recognize that channelizing the water into a sedimentation filtration pond, having that exit out in some type channel way is not perhaps the best way to go about pollutant mitigation. However, you know, we also believe that there are ways that you can do with your landscaping and your grading plans that could possibly be incorporated into your plans, which, and this is all a real complicated subject, non-point source. It's not an easy subject. It's not something that you can just say one way or the other. And it's such a new field also. But what we were trying to say is that if they could come up with the calculations that the pollutant loading would be less than what would be required to have a sedimentation filtration pond, that is the impervious cover cap of 20%, which that kicks in the sedimentation filtration requirement. If they could come up with a grading and landscaping plan, which basically equaled, say, 16-17%, just to throw out a number, then the board would be willing to look at that and look at that on a case-by-case basis. So it's not that the board was, I mean, obviously the board voted against the motion, but the board then also gave some room for negotiation and some room for challenge to come up with some best management practices that equal or exceed what the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance.
So basically, out of the 9 variances, you supported 2 and left negotiations for 7.
Yes, we did.
Based on what you felt was a lack of information at that time?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay. Questions, council, for the environmental chairman? Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
If I could ask the Planning Commission chairman, Mr. Scott Roberts, if you could give the citizens and the council sort of a summary of how the Planning Commission examined this request.
Thank you, sir.
The Planning Commission held 4 meetings on this subject. We spent over 17 hours in public hearings and deliberations before we made our recommendations. At the time we made our recommendation, the OHAN, the Oak Hill Area Neighborhood Association, was in agreement with our recommendation. I believe they represent 23 neighborhoods in the Oak Hill and the PUD area. It was my understanding at that time that the neighborhood that was located close to it was in favor. There was a minority position that was opposed to it, and I thought that we had had some concurrence in regards to street layouts and type of development associated with that from the minority position also. When we looked at the PUD, we did not look at the question of whether the property should be developed or not developed, and the consequences of whether having something there was good or not having something there was good. What we looked at was how the development would take place. As the PUD ordinance speaks to, it is a mechanism by which you bring in large tracts of land and use flexibility in regards to the zoning and subdivision controls in order to come up with a better product. And the PUD ordinance specifically says that use of a PUD district should result in development superior to which would occur using conventional zoning and subdivision regulations. And that is basically what the Planning Commission looked at and tried to make a determination of whether or not development under the PUD regime was better than the development proceeding under just the subdivision ordinance. Because in this area, it is not inside the city limits. And it is my estimation, and I think it's a valid estimation, that this area will not be annexed inside the city of Austin. And so we needed to look at what we achieved through this PUD. When you look at the PUD itself, the first thing you have is you have a coherent plan, or a plan, for 4,000 acres of land. If it was brought in through the regular process, what we would have is one subdivision here, one subdivision there, and there would be no cohesiveness through the plan of the entire thing. So developing it under one 4,000 acre plan as opposed to a piecemeal subdivision type of development we thought was superior. You then have to begin to look into what you pick up in regards to the PUD. And the first thing that we felt that we picked up was we picked up City of Austin powers that we would not have because we were not going to annex the area. Those are as enumerated. Most importantly was use controls, because through this PUD agreement you establish actual use that will take place on pieces of property. And without this agreement and without annexation, we have no control over that. And the Planning Commission was familiar with problems that we'd already had in the Oak Hill area in regards to asphalt plants and other type noxious uses locating inside neighborhoods and in areas where they shouldn't take place. And we have no controls to prohibit that. Through this agreement, we eliminate a tremendous amount of those uses, and we specifically lock down what we're going to have on the rest. And we feel that's better for the Austin. In regards to, when it comes under the subdivision process, we have no density controls. We only have impervious cover controls. Through the PUD, we establish density caps. We pick up our performance standards. We also pick up, as I said, the building and fire codes, and we pick up site plans. One of the other problems that was given to us at the time was that there was, because of the topography of the area, the erosion control measures of our current ordinances were maybe not adequate. So we asked the developer to agree to additional erosion controls, which such as 2 silt fences, velocity barriers, large brush berms, those type things, to be located in areas of steep topography and where you have extremely concentrated controls. The developer agreed to that. We were also presented with a problem in regards to nutrient loading to Barton Creek. And we were told that the best environmental strategy for controlling nutrient loading was wet ponds. So the commission asked the developer that if all future golf course construction, they would put all of the runoff from the golf courses through wet ponds prior to release into the creek, and the developer agreed to that. Well, that's something that we could not accomplish under subdivision regulations. There is one section of the PUD where commercial is asked for, where they will not have a 40% downstream buffer. The Planning Commission asked, and the developer agreed to capture all the runoff from that commercial area, which is over 2 million square feet of the total 3.2 million, and place it into wet ponds. They would do erosion, sedimentation, filtration, and then wet ponds prior to release into Barton Creek. That is the highest state of the art that you can achieve. They also agreed at that time that they would pick up 65% of the frontage of Southwest Parkway that is not filtered at this moment, that is the responsibility of the county, and that they would run that through their filtration and wet ponds prior to release. So they were agreeing on this commercial area to do something that the ordinance could not even hope to allow to be required. They also agreed that on that commercial area, and I feel this is very key, that they would agree to the LCRA affluent standards for release. As you well know, the LCRA ordinance is a water quality standard. The City of Austin cannot promulgate water quality standards. Only LCRA and the Texas Water Commission can do that. What they have agreed is that they would monitor the runoff from that commercial pond, and if at any time they were not in compliance with the LCRA water quality standard, then they would cease all future development until they brought those releases back into compliance with LCRA. That is something that has never been done anywhere. It is give the city the opportunity to enforce water quality standards where it has not the ability to do. It also speaks to the question in regards to phasing. About if you allow this development to take place, maybe what we ought to look at is to approve 500,000 square feet now, another million after certain portions of monitoring, et cetera, until final build-out. We felt that this was better because what they have effectively said is that at any time during the life of the project that they do not meet the objective standard, then development ceases. That is better than giving blanket approval to so many square footage on a sign of a release basis, as opposed to actually looking at it as the development occurs and looking at whether or not they should continue. So based upon that, we felt that the overall implications of doing the development through the PUD process as opposed to coming through the regular subdivision process was in the benefit of the City of Austin, and we approved it. I'd also like to point out that on the environmental variances, the Planning Commission adopted 7 of the recommendations of the Environmental Board, and the developer agreed with it.
Could you explain why you did that and how you arrived at your conclusions versus the Environmental Board, as far as the 7 recommendations that you adopted?
There were
I don't want you to go into every one of them, but if you could...
Well, one of the 2 that we agreed upon was the crossing, Hawk Hill Crossing, and development on Pod 9, and we agreed that development should not take place because of the nearness of the critical environmental features.
Aren't those 2 that the staff did not recommend also?
Yes. But on the other ones where we went into where we disagreed with the Environmental Board, that was at the time in areas that the developer was offering additional things that were not offered to the Environmental Board. There's reasons for those, and that being golf, taking all the effluent off of future golf courses and running through wet ponds, the agreement about adopting the LCRA standard and maintaining it and monitoring it and stopping if they don't meet it. And I believe it was the additional things and the additional safeguards that were put in is the reason why we went with it, and maybe the Environmental Board did not on those 2 occasions.
Okay, Council, questions of the Chair of the Planning Commission, and I do want to recognize that Gail Gimberly, who is one of the 9 members of our Planning Commission who has gone through that process with Scott Roberts. I don't see any other Planning Commission members, but I do appreciate you both being here. Thank you very much for that brief overview of what I'm sure was a long process for you. I would like to ask, if we could now, before we take the applicant, if we could have Mr. William Colbert with the Texas Water Commission. Mr. Colbert. Yes. If you could state for the record your function, and we would like for you to give us the Water Commission's evaluation as it deals with the water quality and anything the Water Commission has looked at with regard to this project.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. My name is Bill Colbert. I'm the Director of Public Information for the Water Commission. I'm here representing Alan Banky today, who is our Executive Director. The most recent information I can bring to this is a recent complaint investigation we did in the Barton Creek area in which a complainant in that general area alleged that there was pollution coming from the existing Barton Creek Estates golf course. We got that on April 24th, which was a weather inclement time. We went out on May 1st as soon as weather permitting, and we took 4 samples, one generally upstream near Barton Creek Boulevard, one downstream near a low water crossing, but which is upstream from Lost Creek Boulevard. We also took a sample from a spring, which is on the Barton Creek Estates side of the creek. We also took another sample from a gully which drains to Barton Creek. We got those results back just a short time ago, and for the indicators we were looking for, which was primarily organophosphates, nitrates, and nitrites, we found very low levels in the creek, which really could not support at that time the allegation that the complainant had that the golf course was contributing to pollution in Barton Creek. Now, to be completely fair in this and to make sure that this is understood for what it is, let me stress that sample results, particularly one event of sampling, is a snapshot in time. It's a camera picture of the existing conditions in the creek at that time. When we sent our investigation report back to the complainant, we did agree to do an additional sampling run in that area during the summertime, during a dry weather condition. And generally speaking, anyone that has familiarity with water quality studies will understand that it takes considerably more data than just 4 samples on one day to really get an accurate picture. But I would stress that the results that did come back from our lab were very low, exceedingly low in those indicators which we were looking for, particularly the organophosphates, which is a herbicide indicator.
Let me ask you, Mr. Colbert.
Yes.
Over the last, and this may not be a question you can answer directly, but you're indicating a recent event of where the Texas Water Commission went out as a result of a complainant. Has the Water Commission done any sampling in the Barton Creek watershed or in this area in the last 2 years that you're aware of?
Yeah, well, we've done sampling off and on for a number of years in the Barton Creek watershed. And you get into the complexity of dealing with the data at this point and attributing cause and effect relationships. And although we have noticed some problems in Barton Creek, certainly the staff today, your own staff has testified to some of that. Our findings reflect pretty much a similar trend, but it's hard to attribute exactly the cause for those trends. If I may, in 1961, I was a young boy that lived with my parents right there in this very same area where these samples were taken, and I still live there in that area today. And I used to swim in Barton Creek. The changes in the creek, even in those days, there was concern over faulty septic tanks in that area, and just exactly what the types of contributions they may be making through their discharges of a non-point source nature to the gullies and the ravines that were going down there. So I guess what I'm taking quite a few words to say is there's lots of factors at work in that watershed that go back a number of years.
Council, you have questions for Mr. Colbert with the Water Commission?
Sir,
Member Barnstone?
thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate your interest. Over the years, the Texas Water Commission is perhaps one of the most powerful agencies with respect to water quality rights, distribution, and so forth in the state of Texas. And so I treat you with a lot of respect. But whenever water quality issues have come before the council, there's always been an underlying threat that, well, if you don't approve it, we'll take it to the Water Commission and we'll get it past them. What do you say to people about the vigilance of the Texas Water Commission on critical issues like this?
Thank you.
Well, within the last 5 years, I think it's been very good. The Water Commission, as a powerful agency, if I can use your language, didn't really exist as such until September 185. Before that, quite frankly and admittedly, people within my own agency, the agency was not able to do that much. There really wasn't that much there on the statutes in the law books for us to be able to do anything. We didn't have penalty authority. We couldn't take anybody to court and assess administrative penalties.
But in terms of approving discharge permits into Lake Travis and things like that, which were done during this period of time, they didn't have the authority, and things like that were done. And by the way, now that I have you here, and I would just like to ask you about the water rate situation. How is it possible that you all could rule that our outside the city ratepayers would pay less than our in-city ratepayers?
Well, it was obviously a well-weighed and evaluated decision.
I'm not sure this is relevant to the subject here. I will let Mr. Barnstone and Mr. Colbert have a beer and discuss that particular topic, but I'm not sure that's relevant to this PUD today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Colbert, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, council, we'll now go to the applicant. It is my understanding, so that I can keep the citizens informed, the applicant has indicated that they, and this I believe is the first presentation by the applicant, that they have about a 40 to 45, 50-minute presentation. So, so we will hear from the applicant at this time, and they have indicated that at the conclusion of their presentation, of course, we'll take questions from the council members if you have any of the applicant after their presentation, and then we will proceed to the citizens. It is now shortly before 6 o'clock. I would estimate, for those that are signed up waiting to speak, that it probably will be close to 7 o'clock before we will start taking comment from the citizens. So you have just a little bit of awareness of when we'll be taking that. And let me just start out by saying that taking in order, we will start with Mr. Fred Doring, Mr. Jack Murphy, Mr. Dennis Elliott, Dee Vargas, Jim Bordelon. Those will be some of the first people that will be speaking after we have concluded the applicant presentation and the questions by the council. Okay, again, if I could have quiet in the council chambers, and I do respect your perspective, and I hope you will respect ours up here, that we maintain order. And we'll start with the applicant. And if I could have quiet, please, thank you. First, Mr. Jim Moffitt, and then Mr. Robert Dedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jim Bob Moffitt. I'm the chairman and CEO of Freeport-McMoran. I'd like to say that contrary to some of the statements that have been made recently, that we've reviewed the articles published by the Austin Chronicle concerning Freeport-McMoran and the Barton Creek development. These articles are misleading, unfair, and contain material falsehoods. We are dismayed by the malice demonstrated by these articles. Neither the Austin Chronicle nor the individual authors that made these made any effort to contact, to confirm facts, or permit other parties to respond to their misstatements. We believe that both the Austin Chronicle and the authors are guilty of reckless disregard for the truth and gross indifference to the facts. Freeport-McMoran will protect its shareholders, its directors, and its officers, and protect their good name through all appropriate means. I came onto this campus of the University of Texas in 1956 as a young boy from Houston. I was up here on a football scholarship, and at the same time received a degree in geology. I got a Bachelor of Science degree in geology with honors, and graduated with the highest grades of any football player on the University of Texas.
Citizens.
Let me say that during my career, I've had the opportunity to build a substantial natural resources company. And when I came to Austin 3 years ago, what I found in the Barton Creek area was a financial disaster. There lay the ruins of an empire built by two gentlemen well known to everybody in this room,
as well as the ruins of many bankrupt financial institutions, both banks and savings and loan. Those lands, if I could finish, I would really appreciate it. Those lands were all in the hands of private holders, and those lands were being developed on an individual basis. As a matter of fact, what I viewed were many trailers that were disposing of garbage on the property, had inadequate sanitary facilities, all of which we've been in the process of cleaning up. We spent $100 million to clean up the 4,000 acres that have been put together for this PUD. Now, this comprehensive plan, we voluntarily agreed to become a part of the city planning process. We spent over 2 years. The last year, we filed this plan in July of 1989. It's been a matter of public record. As you heard from your own staff, we have spent hours on our own staff and approved by your planning commission, and also approved the variances that were referred to by your environmental review board. So we have gone through all of the planning commission that this city requires. We categorically state that we exceed water quality standards, and our water qualities are standards that will have no impact on creek water. We're prepared to take any steps to mitigate that happening. As a matter of fact, unlike any other development in this area, along this whole Barton Creek area, we are the first to set aside 860 acres of bird habitat. We have also set aside from the 4,000 acres, 1,500 acres for parks that will be forever amber greenbelt. That means that we have dedicated back 60% of the 4,000 acres that once this PUD is formed can never be developed. 6 out of every 7 acres is without impervious cover. Now, having done all of this, I realize there's a lot of emotion about this development. But we have done everything to ensure the safety of Barton Creek. And as a geologist, I will promise you, I know more about Barton Creek than anybody in this room.
Excuse me. I don't know who that gentleman was that just made that comment. But I'll assure you again, I'm not going to put up for that. When you speak, I'm not going to expect people to make that kind of comment to you and vice versa. I will not put up with this kind of language. And I will not put up with this kind of heckling back and forth to the speakers. If I have to, I will clear this entire council chambers out of respect for those citizens that are here to testify both pro and con. And I mean that very seriously.
So that when we talk about voting on this issue, what we're really voting for is whether you want to improve water quality standard for the Barton Creek watershed. Prior to our involvement in Barton Creek, the acreage that we have set aside in the 4,000 acres was doomed to small tract development, and it's beyond me that people that are currently on septic tanks where we're spending the money to bring water and sewer, and also beyond me that people that have claimed that we, with our current golf course, are polluting the stream, allow cattle to roam in the stream currently, and there is no city provision to stop that. We must protect the integrity of the process that this city has encompassed. As I say, we voluntarily agreed to become a part of your extraterritorial rights. As you know, we had the right to develop this property without the city. And we chose on a volunteer basis to subject ourselves to this process because my partner and I, Bob Dedman, who is also a University of Texas graduate, want to be a part of the city of Austin and want to be a part of building the Austin area as it grows. We met yesterday with environmentalists, and the environmentalists said the following: even though we have been filed since July of '89 and have been through hours of rigorous hearings, the environmentalists said that they do not have the funds available to them to develop their own technical data to either agree or refute with our data. They also said that although that we've been in the process for 10 months, that they have not had adequate time to finish their study. We asked them how long they needed to finish their study. They categorically could not tell us. It is very difficult with this sort of investment, $100 million invested, for us to agree to a timeless situation. Again, the process has been defined by this city, And we hope that everyone in this room and on this council will want to uphold the integrity of the process. Now, again, the standards that we have in place, remember, once you have this PUD agreed to, even if this property is sold, because we've been asked about that question, it is forevermore a planned development. And no one can violate the plan, contrary to when we started and went through this process. I'll say a couple of last things. It's been said that Freeport-McMoRan, a Fortune 500 company, would not be good for the city of Austin. I can tell you that at Freeport-McMoRan, who has directors, Benno Schmidt, a distinguished alumnus of this university and a great business leader in New York, Mr. Bobby Lackey, who is also on our board, who was one of my classmates and teammates, who is one of the largest growers in all of the valley, Bill Cunningham, who is the president of the University of Texas, Mr. Mike Rankin, who is also a distinguished alumnus of the Business School of the University of Texas, and Jim Elkins, who is the senior chairman of the First City Bank, also a member of our board. He, along with Ben Crenshaw, who has agreed to be our professional and put his name on this development, and Coach Darrell Royal, are the people that we have immediately involved with the University of Texas. Bob Dedman, who I chose as a partner, will make his own comments to you about his alignment with the University of Texas and the Austin area. I will also tell you that other directors on my board, including Henry Kissinger, George Putnam, who is a well-known environmentalist from the Northeast and owns the Putnam Management Company, a multi-billion-dollar money management company, all are directors of this corporation. We have never been cited for a significant EPA violation. My directors nor I would not involve ourselves in any kind of a violation of environmental standards. I close by saying the following. Mayor Bartholomew, who is the mayor of New Orleans, I understand has sent to all of you a letter. And I would only ask the people to understand that he did this when he heard of the slander that was being guided toward my company and to me individually. We have been in New Orleans. We have operated a business. We have over 5,000 employees. We employ many thousands of other people as subcontractors. And I want a couple of these words to be read into the record. I understand that you and the members of the Austin City Council are considering the approval of a real estate development in which Freeport-McMoRan is involved. No one is more aware of the positive impact Jim Bob Moffitt and Freeport-McMoRan have had upon New Orleans and Louisiana than I am. And I think you should be aware of this prior to making your decision. Freeport-McMoRan has been an exemplary corporate citizen in every way possible. The company and Jim Bob personally have contributed much to the community in terms of money and manpower. The contribution by Freeport-McMoRan is such that I do not really know where we would be today without this outstanding company and its fine employees. Through Jim Bob's efforts and that of his company, a significant part of our summer program for disadvantaged youth was funded in '87. The performing arts was saved from closing in 1989 and '90, and the strong business leader has surfaced to help me revitalize this city. In all this time, Jim Bob has never sought special recognition, though grateful community has offered it to him. His goal in all community projects is to bring about a consensus, and this kind of leadership is what has made him so effective in the community. Jim Bob and Freeport-McMoRan are unique civic entities in every sense of the word. They give to the community because they care about the community. They are unselfish and generous in their giving, and a commitment to a brighter future for Louisiana is well known by our citizens. As someone who's worked closely with Jim Bob through the years, I wanted you and the members of the City Council to know what he and the company have meant to the citizens of Louisiana. Now, I very much appreciate the mayor, who I've worked with over the last 12 years and have helped him through a terrible economic depression in the city of New Orleans to try to provide a better lifestyle for all the citizens of that city. And I pledge to this council that if we're involved in this, that we will make the same effort in Austin. That's why we want to be a part of this core city effort. And I will also tell you that whatever this PUD calls for today, if it's approved, that if any standards are shown by any future studies that are done by any environmental group, whether they are state, city, or free enterprise, we will adhere to those standards. We will categorically not pollute Barton Creek. Thank you.
excuse me. I am respectfully going to ask that we not get into the applause, counter applause, applause, counter applause. Please respect that, because that will just extend this meeting out considerably. Mr. Robert Dedman.
Mayor, council people, I am Robert Dedman. I am chairman of the board of Club Corp International. I am also chairman of the board of Franklin Federal Bancorp, which is the largest financial institution headquartered here in Austin. In that vein, we're also the largest landowner in Austin, and I'm sure the largest taxpayer. I say this to let you see some of the financial involvement that we have in Austin, the city of Austin itself, as well as obviously the involvement we have with Jim Bob and his company in Barton Creek, because obviously we're very concerned about this whole area. I do perceive that we do, all of us, that Barton Creek and Barton Springs are two of the jewels of Austin and two of the things that have made Austin and have brought us here. And obviously we would be hurt financially more than probably anybody if anything is done to destroy in any way the pristineness of either Barton Creek or Barton Springs. Another involvement that I have here that is also a financial involvement and an emotional involvement is I did go to the university 3 degrees worth. I am underwriting 3,200 Dedman Merit Scholars. They bear my name at the university. That's a big involvement. I will become a distinguished alumnus of the university this October, as Jim Bob did last October. So I'm saying this to you here to let you kind of understand that you're talking to people here who have a lot of heart and a lot of money. I'm sure more money than anyone else invested in this area. But we also have a lot of heart and a lot of emotion in it. And for anybody to suggest that we're not here to save Barton Creek is a tremendous fallacy. We have more reasons to do it than anybody. We have its name. Literally, the name of the development we have is Barton Creek. If anything happens to denigrate that name, we're hurt both financially and we're hurt image-wise. So we will be doing everything we conceivably can to improve the whole and protect all of Barton Creek, not just our 6 miles of it. Barton Creek is 41 miles long. With both sides of the county, there's 82 miles that need to be considered. We only have 6 miles of it, about 7%, 1/14. So we're very concerned in working with you as partners and with the Texas Water Commission and with the LCRA to make sure that all of Barton Creek and Barton Springs are protected. And we pledge to everybody that that is our goal, and we do have obviously the ability and the financial and the technical ability, we think, to achieve it. We want to set such standards at Barton Creek that the other developers in this area, the whole watershed, will be forced to come to those same standards. And whatever it takes to make and preserve, obviously, Barton Creek and Barton Springs and Town Lake is something that all of us should be partners in doing. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you've noticed our logo. Our basic marketing thrust and concept of Barton Creek is to be a nature preserve where man and nature work together to preserve each other. That's why the top part of our logo is the earth. The bottom part is Barton Creek itself. The TP in the middle obviously signifies man and heritage, working and living together. This is our goal. This is our whole dream. This is what we will do. We will do it, hopefully, with your help. We came in voluntarily, basically, to be partners with you, to preserve this whole area and, in our judgment, to be a part of the solution for Austin and Barton Creek and Barton Springs, not a part of the problem. If you do not choose to be partners with us in this regard, obviously, we'll go ahead and develop the land. We have the legal rights to do it. We'll do it to standards that will be superior to the standards you're now requiring. You can count on that. We will be a competitor with you. We'll be a nice competitor and hopefully and certainly a good neighbor. As a competitor, we will pull for you and help you. Everything that you do good will help us. Everything we do good will help you. So we won't leave mad. We'll just go ahead and be exemplary in making Barton Creek a showcase. We can do this because of our size. I don't know if we are going to have more growth. Interestingly enough, in economics, the definition of recession is no growth. The definition in economic language of depression is negative growth. Interestingly enough, if we have bursts and we don't put up a Berlin Wall with machine guns on top of it on our borders, we're going to have growth. If we do it, we're going to have to provide places for people to live. We're going to have to provide jobs for them so they can feed their families and send their kids to school and get medical attention and recreate. All of these things. We think that we are the exemplary way to do all of those things at Barton Creek. With 4,000 acres, we can set aside parks and game preserves and provide for the recreation. We can provide for our own sewer and these things. All our sanitary wastewater can be handled on site. Small little developments that have characterized most of Austin can't do that. I know there's some other creeks in Austin that have been despoiled by quarter-acre lots and all the streets and the ground cover that it takes for that and the telephone poles. Then when you have that, you can't provide the pristineness that we can with a 4,000-acre tract where we will pad our development, concentrated in small areas so that we can leave big areas in recreation areas, grass, trees, parks, and those sorts of things, and preserve our own deal. So you can count that unless somebody else does tracts that size, they can't have this environmental concern. So I say to you that if, in my own judgment, we're the best thing that could conceivably happen to Barton Creek and Barton Springs. And in this regard, I know everybody's well-intentioned in a conflict like this of opinions. I'm reminded a little bit of those lines from Kipling when he said, well, you have no trouble seeing
If you can keep your head on. If you can keep your head.
What?
If you can keep your head on.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too. We're all citizens, you know, of this state and really invested in this community and want the best for it, for everything pristineness. I could go on and on and on about all of the things that I personally have done in environmentalism. I won't bore you with it. But I assume the other people are genuinely concerned too. So I think it's so important that we try to consider ourselves as partners to preserve this earth, this environment. But people count too. You know, you can't have people first, but you need to do it in such a way in development that you get better, not just bigger, that you use the development to enhance and preserve the environment, not destroy it. Nobody has more at stake in that than we do. The other bit of poetry that I quote to you, Mr. Barnstone, is from Longfellow. He said, "The lives of all great people remind us that we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints in the sands of time." We're wanting to join with you people as partners in leaving some beautiful footprints in the sands of time in a preserved and pristine Barton Creek and Barton Springs. So you can count on us to do it, and we'd like to work with you. If you don't, we'll understand. Sorry we didn't make the partnership. We'd like to try. We're doing everything we know how to be responsible citizens. One last point that I would like to make to you is that I know in Dallas we've had real problems with urban sprawl. Many cities have sprung up around the city of Dallas: Highland Park, University Park, Richardson, Plano, Irving, all of these other cities. And interestingly enough, all of the new growth that's happened in Dallas in the 80s has been into those cities. No large company has moved into the city of Dallas other than our own in the 80s. And it's leaving the central core of Dallas in deep trouble. You can read about it every day. Camille's aware of it from when she was assistant city manager there. It would be a travesty if that happened here. We really think that Barton Creek will be the Highland Park or the River Oaks, if you want to use that term, of this area. If it were a part of Austin, the tax base that he will help to give to the whole area, and the schools, all of these things should be hopefully an uplifting windfall or plum for the city of Austin. We're trying to do it because we think the core is important too. We'd rather not be forced out. So if it could be a historic occasion, if you do vote to say, we had a chance to save Barton Creek, and we chose to go our own way and let them go theirs. I hope you don't do that. I think a vote for what we're trying to work out together as partners will be a strong vote for the preservation of Barton Creek and Barton Springs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If continuing the applicant's presentation.
Mr. Mayor, we'd like to modify our presentation. We have 9 other speakers, but I believe that Mr. Moffitt and Mr. Dedman have stated the commitments of this project with such eloquence and such commitment that we will withhold the other 9 speakers and just respond to questions. These 2 gentlemen have stated the commitment of this project to the environment.
Well, in due respects to your willingness to want to withhold, I want to hear the rest of the presentation because I want to hear your technical presentation so that I am better informed, and I'd like for you to go ahead with it so that I could see it all.
We will do so. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Roy Bechtel. I kind of feel like Elizabeth Taylor's 7th husband after following those gentlemen. I know what I have to do. I'm just not sure I can make it that interesting. I'm land planner and landscape architect for the Barton Creek Master Plan community, and I would like to speak specifically to the obvious benefits of having the luxury master plan in a contiguous 4,000-acre parcel. As you note before you, the 3 graphics we have. On the right is a composite, what I call piecemeal planning map, and it indicates some plats previously submitted on some of the tracts within the 4,000 acres. You might note that there are 42 different ownerships, and we've run comparative numbers that substantiate that we could get about the same density on this tract piecemeal as we could through the master plan process. On the left, the map with all the green is the Barton Creek Master Plan. It's 4,000 acres, roughly 1.2 units the acre. We've got 2,200 acres of green belt, 60%, roughly 5 times larger than Zilker Park. We've got a 0.16 FAR on our non-residential, 865-acre warbler habitat, contiguous warbler habitat, I might note, and about 14% impervious cover on the entire tract. The comparative analysis that you see in the middle between piecemeal planning and Barton Creek, I think, is self-explanatory. It reiterates some of Mr. Watson's comments and shows some of the key advantages to comprehensive master planning. In addition to some of these obvious benefits that we've mentioned, we've been able to comprehensively plan the entire tract, and that's also allowed us to better understand the ecosystem of the entire property. We prepared a resource inventory analysis where we looked at all the natural elements of the land itself as one contiguous ecosystem. It's given us the opportunity of working with a team concept. We formed a team of top-rate consultants and technical experts to help us cohesively plan the entire community. In short, it's allowed us the opportunity to achieve a better awareness of the existing ecosystem and to better provide us with information necessary to allow us to mix the ecology of the human beings with the ecology of what nature has provided us. I might digress a bit and mention that I've lived in Austin all my life. We've won the city's Environmental Awareness Award for 3 years. Spent 15 years master planning environmentally sensitive projects, and I can say unequivocally, which is hard for me to say, that this is the most comprehensively planned project I've ever been involved in. Concerns have obviously been expressed, We've met with numerous groups. We've met with numerous neighborhood groups. We've met with Earth First. We've met with Save Barton Creek, the Sierra Club, the Audubon Society, just about anybody to talk with us. And with the input we've received, and that of which I'm sure we'll receive today, I'm confident that we have a project we can all be proud of. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Paul Linehan, excuse me.
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Paul Linehan, and initially we began the planning process to adhere to the comprehensive watershed ordinance, and I think we've accomplished that goal. There's been concern regarding the variances, and after much review from the Environmental Review Board and the City Planning Commission, we come to you with 2 variances which have not been resolved positively. 10 out of the total 19 were routinely granted, while 9 were environmentally oriented. You've heard from the environmental representatives, the Planning Commission chairperson, and we feel that the 9 out of those 9, they actually help improve the overall planning and water quality by adding contiguous buffer zones and locating development on the 0 to 15% flat slopes. What I'd like to do now is show you the 2 variances which are still not resolved. The first variance is, and we're going to go to a slide format here, is a variance to the setbacks from the for a private access road to Section A, Pod 9. We're proposing 8 single-family lots on 24.5 acres. The critical water quality will be dedicated as public parkland. This is a graphic that shows that. You can't see it very well because of the lights, but this is Pod 9, and as you can see, there's considerable single-family residential around that pod right now. And what that graphic shows is an access road to it, and I don't think I can get this light to point it out, but that access road comes through it, and there's a proposed 8 single-family lots with a critical water quality zone being dedicated. This is an aerial photograph that shows the development up in the upper reaches of the plan. It shows the development of single-family homes all around that Pod 9. This is a view from the golf course showing the land. It's very flat. There is no steep topography, and it shows the existing development around it. Also, this shows part of the hills that would be set aside in buffer zones with the access road to get to the tract. As far as the access road is concerned, it would be coming down. This is a view of Barton Creek, and to your right is the flat part of Pod 9. And then as you go to the right over towards, I wish I could spot it with this light show, but it's not working. There is a ridge line where there is an existing Jeep trail where we'd like to bring the road through to access these 8 single-family homes. This is a graphic showing exactly how that 18-foot wide private road could go along that ridge top, along the existing Jeep trail, and have a sedimentation filtration pond so there'll be 0 degradation to that area. And this is just a graphic example, again, of what we're trying to do in the area and the amount of development that is in that area. The next variance that we want to talk about is a variance to reduce the CF setback along Hawk Hills Road crossing. We are also asking for 2 variances on this because we have to cross the critical water quality zone to access approximately 400 acres of land so that we can have 2 access points to this 400 acres of property. This is a view looking to the north. All this land that you see right here will be set aside in water quality buffer zone and critical water quality zone. This is exactly where the road would lay out. The next slide is actually showing the creek that we will have to cross, and this is looking to the north. And on the other side, it shows the rim rock that is a critical environmental feature that we will span with a bridge that will have its piers outside the creek bed area. It will have sedimentation filtration devices so that the water will be filtered, and we will actually run it across this point. If you can see on the hilltop in the other area, you'll see a bright white roof. That is exactly where the road would run, and it would cross this critical environmental feature, and and would have to cross the critical water quality zone to build this road. We've worked hard on this plan to try to align this road. However, if we have found another alternative, if we cannot get this variance, but we'd like to have the alternative to cross this creek if it cannot be found. But you see in the area in black an alternative alignment where we would have to access through the Uplands project to Travis Cook Road. We will make every effort to deal with the future owners of the Uplands project to provide access to Travis Cook Road so this bridge will never have to be constructed. But we would like your positive approval of this variance in case we cannot have that project approved, in case we cannot work it through the Uplands. All in all, I'd like to say that we worked hard to lay out the few variances that we've asked for. The Planning Commission and the Environmental Review Board have granted everyone except these two, and we hope that you would look on these two variances in a favorable light, knowing that we have made every effort to work around them. Thank you very much.
Paul, thank you very much.
I'd also like to introduce David Ruhlman, who will talk regarding general engineering conditions.
Council member and mayor, I'm David Ruhlman with Licklider Jameson. We were consulting engineers for the project. I'd like to point out that before we ever started on the project, the direction that we had from Freeport McMoran and Club Corp was to design this project in a very sensitive manner so that the integrity of Barton Creek and all the critical environmental features were not disturbed. Protect the creek and protect the environment. Before any planning or any engineering was done, a complete resource data bank was developed by various consultants, checking CEFs, checking the habitat for the golden cheek warbler, and so on and so forth. Once that data was established, we were instructed to try to adhere to all city ordinances. From that time, we proceeded into the planning of the process. Briefly, the utilities for the project will come through WCID number 19. The water for the project will come through a transmission line from Lake Austin. The wastewater will be collected through a wastewater system that will be permitted through the Texas Water Commission with a no-discharge permit for the effluent. Drainage for the project was designed and will be designed through roll-type curbs, grass-line swales, downstream buffer zones as per the CWO, the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance. I'd like to point out that this project, in size-wise, is approximately 4% of the drainage basin for the entire Barton Creek area. That's 4% of the entire area for the creek. Throughout the planning process, there was concern from the Environmental Board, from the Planning Commission, about the density along Southwest Parkway and how it relates to Barton Creek and the drainage. As a demonstration of our client's concern for the protection of water quality, we have some slides that I'd like to go forward with to show you how the downstream buffer zones work and how our plan would be implemented. What you have in front of you is a typical layout starting from right to left. You have a development. Next to that, as you move from right to left, a downstream buffer zone. In this particular case, we have a golf course. Then you go into another buffer zone. From that buffer zone, you go to a creek or water quality zone and into the creek. Through that, many of the runoffs and the pollutants and everything that is addressed in the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance will be removed. What our client has instructed us to propose is how can we improve the quality and protect the quality of Barton Creek. The concern in the commercial area along Southwest Parkway, which is the most heavily developed area of our project, which is a commercial zone, there was consideration made that we have one of our downstream buffer zones that has less than the 40% buffer which is required by the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance. Because of the concerns of the Environmental Board and the Planning Commission and of the developers, we were instructed to review all data available, including, again, the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance, the LCRA's Non-Point Source Pollution Ordinance, and so on and so forth, and other data that was available throughout the country. What we ended up with and agreeing to at the Planning Commission was to provide a wet pond, such as illustrated on the screen. A wet pond is a pond that will have water continuously throughout it, will have aquatic plant life. A wet pond works where it dissolves organics and nutrients which exceed the requirements of the CWO. The wet pond will also reduce sediment and also serves as an excellent area for habitat. I don't know if you can see that slide very well, maybe if it could be focused. Slide 3 it deals with Drainage Basin J, which is the commercial property that was referred to earlier that has approximately 2 million square feet. Starting from left to right, we have on undeveloped conditions. The condition for the folks that cannot see the slide, an undeveloped condition for loading, and this is based on data from the LCRA, you would have approximately 11,000 total suspended solids and 19 pounds of phosphorus on an annual basis. As you move to the right, no controls on a commercial area would have approximately 75,000 total suspended solids and 150 pounds of phosphorus. Per the CWO requirements, if you move through the commercial project, you put in sedimentation filtration facilities, have your 40% downstream buffer, you would end up with 6,200 pounds of total suspended solids, 24 pounds of phosphorus. What we propose and have proposed is to induct this wet pond system into the commercial areas. Again, we would start out with 75,000 pounds and 150 pounds respectively. We would come through the sedimentation filtration basins, additional downstream buffer zones, and then into our proposed wet pond. What we find in the results of the wet pond, and this is data that was supplied by article Controlling Urban Runoff, which is also reflected in the LCRA manuals. The bottom line on the wet ponds, we would end up with 4,200 pounds of total suspended solids and 17 pounds of phosphorus. Let me compare that again, 4,200 and 17 respectively. If you'll go back to undeveloped conditions have 11,500 of total suspended solids versus 19 pounds of phosphorus. What we're telling you is our development is going to improve not just developed area, but we will improve undeveloped area. That's what a wet pond does. We have additional data available. There's also been concerns that have been raised throughout the community about Barton Creek and the impact that the development has currently on the creek and how it deals with current water quality. Because of the issues that were raised by some folks at the Planning Commission, immediately after that meeting, we were instructed by Freeport-McMoran and Club Corp of America, if there's a problem on the creek, we were told to fix it. Find out what it is and fix it, if it's there. Based on those instructions, we went out and reviewed various environmental consultants that were available to do actual lab tests in the creek and proceed with the water quality concerns that were raised at Planning Commission. Following me, and we reviewed everybody, and we hired an international firm, Law Engineering, to do the water quality sampling. And at this time, I'd like to yield the floor to Al Barahel with Law Engineering, who will review the data on the Barton Creek.
Excuse me, back. Put your pointer back.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is... Yeah, here we go.
Pull that mic up just a little better. That's fine.
Okay. My name is Alan Berryhill. I'm with Law Engineering. I'm a senior environmental scientist and the branch manager of our Austin office. I have expertise and background
in natural resource management, water development, water quality, and hydrogeology. And I'm acting as a spokesperson for Law Engineering's team that's addressed the water quality issues on and around the proposed Barton Creek development and in the creek adjacent to the development as well. I have been also a resident of Austin for the past 11 years. I live immediately adjacent to Barton Creek myself and use the creek on a daily basis, so I feel that I also have a stake in what comes out today. Law Engineering, to give you a little bit of background, we're an international multidisciplinary consulting engineering firm. We have offices throughout the world and are involved in environmental and water quality projects throughout the United States and Europe. Our projects run the gamut from one such as this to the Perrier study in France, to the Epcot Center wetland study, to the City of Houston Water Master Plan. We were involved in this project beginning on May 2nd at the request of Barton Creek Properties to make an independent preliminary assessment of water quality on the property and adjacent to the property in Barton Creek. I begin by saying a preliminary assessment because a full evaluation of water quality in a stream and development area is something that takes place over time. However, we constructed a study that would collect the maximum number of samples and hopefully provide the most information over the period of time we've had involved, which is basically May and the early part of June. In order to conduct this study, we assembled a team of staff biologists, hydrogeologists, chemists, environmental engineers, participated in various aspects of the study, and our scope was to review historical data available in the project, USGS, TWC, City of Austin data, and other data that might be available through the Water Well Drillers Board, and to evaluate the stream quality, other runoff quality, and groundwater quality in the area. Also to collect samples as appropriate to characterize the chemical, water quality, and some of the biological, make a rough characterization of the biological quality of the water in Barton Creek. Our study took place in 4 sampling events that were conducted during May. Our first sampling event was right after the significant storm event at the very 1st of May, and so our sampling periods were selected to go as the creek receded to a more base load level. And our presentation will reflect the sampling at times that are appropriate. We feel like we're most appropriate to characterize water from storm down to what we see basically today. We additionally made 5 site visits that were non-sampling events, and that was to walk the creek and to look for visual signs of degradation of the stream. Our focus was on nutrients, inorganic compounds, pesticides, dissolved solids, and again, visual evidence of degradation to the creek or of contamination that might be coming off of the Barton Creek property or immediately adjacent properties. I'd like to go over our findings with you and just in a very brief overview, and then show you some photographs that I feel like depict and present the findings. First, overall water quality in Barton Creek and the contributing tributaries based on dissolved solids and inorganic compounds was very good. In a comparison from above the creek to below the creek, above the property to below the property on Barton Creek, the maximum degradation we saw with respect to nitrates was 9/100ths of a milligram per liter, which is a very low net effect. And in some places, water quality actually increased from above Pod 9 to the area around Leaf Johnson's low water crossing or the Lost Creek Bridge. So what we saw is, and I was not aware of the TWC study or that they had their data back, but it was not unlike their data. We saw very low levels of nutrients. We saw low levels in the creek of dissolved solids. We saw somewhat higher levels of dissolved solids in the springs, which is typical of the Glen Rose and groundwater in that area. It's uniformly higher in dissolved solids. And we saw across the board no pesticides in detectable concentrations in the samples that we analyzed by GC mass spectroscopy, which typically runs to parts per billion or parts per trillion concentrations. The springs on and adjacent to the property were generally quite good quality. The adjacent tributaries during our study were producing water that was chemically acceptable and not degrading the creek in an overall standpoint based on our above property and below property sampling background. During our 10-plus sampling visits and reconnaissance visits, we did not detect unusual algal growth or unusual signs of visual degradation associated with the stream ecology. We would make one note that the stream ecology associated with the stream near Barton Creek is not uniform. That portions of the stream are much higher velocity, high gradient, or high runoff type streams, whereas immediately below the property there is a pond, an artificial pond that was created as a result of a ranching and cattle operation on the pond, which serves to slow the stream, to deepen the stream, and to change the characteristics overall in terms of appearance from a native stream that was unblocked to a pond within a stream and then back to a stream again. Certain changes in the algae type and the ecosystem in the stream are expected when you go from a high velocity, very aerobic condition to a less aerobic, low velocity, deeper pool. And we did note that. Increased sediments were also noted in that pond as a result of the slowdown, the reduction in velocity as you move into that pond. However, based on chemical water quality, we didn't see a degradation or a verifiable or documentable degradation in any of our sampling events that we could tie to any water, much less water coming off the proposed PUD. Finally, that we were asked to provide a general assessment based on our experience of what the best available control technologies that could be brought to bear on the project to assure future water quality. And some of them you've heard of, such as wet ponds, and the types of modeling, of monitoring that can be accomplished today. And we understand that the applicant is committed to working out with the city and to assure the water quality of the project can indeed provide high-quality water of whatever nature that would be coming off of that property through future development, as long as those are planned into the development, which is why we're all here. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name's Tim Long, and during the past 5 years I've been the golf course superintendent in charge of golf course maintenance at the Barton Creek Club. And tonight I'd like to discuss some of the agronomic concepts behind our golf course maintenance programs and how IPM, integrated pest management, has been put into effect at our course. Also, effluent water recycling through turf grass is being recognized as the method of effluent water disposal, and that's in use there. I'd also like to explain how the spray irrigation system is designed to limit runoff, surface runoff, through the use of a computerized irrigation system. In the beginning of this process, we made a search for information relating to nutrient and pesticide contamination of groundwater from golf courses. We found over 250 articles, several thousand pages of information. One of the best pieces of research that we found was done by Dr. Thomas Watchke and Ralph Mumma of Penn State University, and it was titled The Effect of Nutrients and Pesticides Applied to Turf on the Quality of Runoff and Percolating Water, completed in 1989. And this report was requested by the U.S. Department of Interior and the U.S. Geological Survey and was presented to the Senate last year. The reason I chose this research to spot off of is because the geological conditions where the research was done are very similar to what we have at Barton Creek. Their research indicated that nutrients and pesticides used on well-maintained turf grass, and I have to stress that, well-maintained, because there is a difference in turf grasses and native forage grasses. But turf grasses are not susceptible to surface runoff. Even after the soil is totally saturated, water movement across the surface is greatly slowed by the turf grass leaf and the thatch, and it's slowed to the point that suspended particles can actually will actually drop out of the water. Just below the leaf of the turf grass plant is an area of it called the thatch, and it's a decomposing and living organic matter, and it's the portion of the soil profile that is the most alive. There's literally millions of microbes per cubic inch in this thatch layer. And it's very, very important for the biodegradation of fertilizers and pesticides. The Penn State research showed that some of the pesticides never make it through the thatch layer. They become chemically bound and are actually decomposed there by the microbes. This thatch layer also plays an important role in the nutrient and chemical removal during applications of effluent water. And when I'm referring to effluent water that we're spray irrigating on our golf course, I'm talking about water that's already gone through primary and secondary sewage treatment, and by the time it reaches our irrigation system, it's been chlorinated twice. After the water is filtered through the turf, through the thatch, and through the soil, it's essentially been tertiary treated. We've removed the majority of the low-level nutrients that remain in there. To safely apply this water to the golf course, our major concern was eliminating surface runoff during an irrigation sequence. That's the only way that we could see anything moving into the creek. And that can be a problem in the hill country, especially with the limestone and the shallow soils. So we've installed several devices to help us monitor and control soil moisture. Like I said, the computerized central irrigation system is hooked up to a weather station on site that allows us to reapply moisture based on ET. ET, evapotranspiration, that's the total water lost on a daily basis from both the soil and the plant. When we're watering during the summer, a typical irrigation sequence, an irrigation head only runs 8 to 12 minutes at a time. I mean, they don't run all night. They don't totally saturate the soil. The central controller is programmed to identify each one of our irrigation heads and has programmed in it the soil depth, type, the turf type, and the percent slope around each one of the heads. And it uses this information to calculate how many minutes it can water before runoff will start to occur, or before that soil, or until that soil reaches the same point of moisture it was before evapotranspiration took place. So on a daily basis, the watering times for each head are automatically adjusted for optimum soil moisture, somewhere between 60 and 90% of field capacity. We never totally saturate the soil, so we don't, on a daily basis, have water moving through the soil profile. It's staying all right there where the turf plant can use it. The weather station is actually a computer in itself, and it monitors soil temperature at 2 depths, solar intensity, wind speed and direction, relative humidity, hours of leaf wetness, and precipitation. It's from that information that it will compute the moisture loss, the ET, and in addition, during an irrigation cycle, during the night when no one's there, if it were to start to rain, it would automatically shut down. Information collected from the weather station is also used to predict pest problems. such as fungal disease potential, weed seed germination, and insect activity. As you can see, IPM is a very intricate mesh of environmental monitoring, biological and cultural controls, and as a last resort, of course, chemical. In the past 12 months, we've significantly reduced the need for insecticide applications on our fairways and roughs through one of these biological controls that we've instigated. By overseeding our 419 hybrid Bermuda turf in the fall with endophyte-enhanced perennial ryegrasses, we can reduce the numbers of surface-feeding insects such as cutworms, armyworms, sod webworms, and billbugs. The endophytic fungi make feeding on ryegrass undesirable to these insects, and as a carryover effect, when the ryegrass dies out in the spring or early summer, the populations of these insects are still so low that we don't even have to treat to get through the summer. The populations never get high enough to cause damage. In fact, the only chemical application we made to our fairways and roughs last year was Logic fire ant bait, and it goes down at 1 pound per acre. And that's the only thing we used in those areas last year. And that explains why no organophosphates were recorded in any of the water samples we took. We couldn't even find a trace. I guess the points I'm trying to get across here is that golf course management techniques can be environmentally sound, and our industry and professional organizations recognize that there's always room for improvement, and they've led the way with research and education. At this year's International Golf Course Superintendents Association Conference, more than 17,000 people attended an 8-day conference, and it was directed solely to environmental issues relating to golf courses. After that was over with, Mr. Dedman's company, CCA, brought all of the superintendents that are part of that company together, and we had another day's worth of roundtable discussions on environmental issues. In summary, golf course maintenance program at Barton Creek is the result of not only my experience and training as a professional golf course superintendent, but it's combined with information and efforts from the Golf Course Superintendents Association of America, the Texas Turfgrass Association, the Central Texas Golf Course Superintendents Association, the LCRA, Texas A&M, the Texas Water Commission, the EPA, Toro Irrigation Consultants, Fertigation Consultants, CCA Corporate Agronomists, numerous soil and water testing labs, and the city environmental staff. In one form or another, they've all had input to our operation, and I appreciate it very much. I mean, it has been a learning experience. And one other thing I'd like to mention, during the past year, we've been cooperating with the University of Illinois, Penn State University, and Texas A&M in research studies out at the club involving new turf varieties, fertility levels of turf grasses, and biological controls. We're also participating in an environmental self-audit sponsored by the Golf Course Superintendents Association and the EPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I have one interest here this afternoon, and that's the golden cheek warbler. My name is Warren Pulich. I'm from Dallas. I am not connected with any state or federal organization. I'm solely an independent investigator, and I first saw my golden cheek warbler in this county in 1957. In 1976, I wrote a book on the birds, on the golden cheek warbler, which is more or less still referred to as the only definitive work on this species. This species is a very sensitive bird. It's got a lot of things we don't know about it, and I'm sure that anyone here that's interested in the environment is sincere about saving the bird, so much so that it was recently put on the endangered species list temporarily, as most of you know. Now, what I would like to point out, I was brought in to evaluate another investigator's work, who I think very highly of. He's a fine ornithologist. He had worked on your project, or the applicant's project, last year and this year. I knew nothing about your project until just recently. I have never seen Barton Creek, although I've been in Travis County many times. I only wish that when I wrote my book, I had the opportunity to evaluate the habitat at that time. I evaluate habitat in a little different way than some other investigators do, but I do think my expertise in looking at these cedar breaks through many years has given me this insight to the species. I independently looked at the area without any more than a map that showed me where they were golden cheek warblers. In general, my findings were such that Barton Creek is the best area for the golden cheek warbler. There's other areas set aside by the applicant that I would not classify as high. They do have golden cheeks in them. The applicants have already told you they want to save it. This is the first really private organization that I've ever seen that's come forward for the golden cheek warbler. When I wrote this book in 1976, I pointed out that you should to the state and the federal government, they ought to take 8 areas across the Edwards Plateau. There was 32 counties that had golden cheek warblers at that time, and they still have, probably, if somebody go out there and look at them. I'm not sure that everybody's looked at the total area. But anyway, I personally concur with the findings that the ornithologist provided data for the last 2 years. I looked at the map. It seems sound. I think he's even suggested that in combination with his team and the city's team, they would go into the field and do some more work, which is an admirable suggestion. And I think if there's this type of cooperation, you could have golden cheek warblers out there. Now, there's many areas out there that you won't have golden cheek warblers because the golden cheek warbler is a very sensitive species. It doesn't just occur in cedars, it occurs in old cedars. There's been an argument, and I don't think anybody has any data on this, of just what is old cedars. There's one work that says that 20 to 50 years you will have golden cheek warblers. I have never seen this take place. And golden cheek won't occupy entire cedar breaks or entire canyons. They seem to be very specialized, and I don't think anybody knows this requirement. But in order to save them, I think the applicant's already said this, the ornithologist has proposed this. I don't hear any objections from the applicant about doing this, so that I would highly recommend this project in terms of the golden cheek warbler. One other thing I'd like to add to this is that a monitoring be set up which would give us some data that researchers don't have now about developments. It's been said that they won't occupy or be near developments. There's a lot of credence to this. As I understand it, and anyone here can correct me, there's an area here called Wild Basin. They set aside for the golden cheek warbler, and last year or the year before, they've disappeared. Something else is taking place, not just developments. A tremendous lot of factors in this situation, and we need research, and here's an opportunity to get some research in this way. I also saw in your paper where it's been proposed that a conservation committee has suggested to go to the northwest part of the county, and in conjunction with Williamson County and Burnett County, provide a large area and provide some habitat for golden cheek along with other endangered species. This is an admirable suggestion, although it looks like you're going to take a lot of money, but I don't know where this is coming from, and this isn't your problem tonight. But I do go along with the project as proposed for the golden cheek warbler. Thank you.
Mr. Pulick, just let me ask one quick question on when you say monitoring, would you define that for us?
By monitoring, I would suggest that a team of researchers, and the one that the applicants have already hired has shown this, the only suggestion to that, I think they need to come back a little more often, because the golden cheek warbler is only here in Texas from about the middle of March until about now. They're here now, but you just can't find them. The ideal monitoring time then would be about the 15th of March, and not just every day, through April. April is a period of peak activity of this bird, and really see and make some census data on this.
Thank you very much.
I'm Howard Owen. Good evening. I have a company called Texas Update, and we're economic researchers, a market research firm. I've been a resident of Austin 20 years, and I've been going to elections for many years, and it seems to me that the majority of Austin's voters have stated clearly that economic situation and the economic situation that faces the city of Austin is the #1 priority at this time. The city of Austin has the infrastructure and it has the corresponding debt that dictates that the city grows. The fixed costs there, now we've got to put the demand on those facilities. But the growth is not going to occur in the city of Austin by being internally generated. There's very little retained earnings. There's few local businesses that can invest in large projects at this point. The lending institutions have failed, and most of their successors to date have shown little long-term faith in Austin's real estate market. Freeport-McMoran and Club Corp have already put $100 million into this project. That's probably more money than all the other projects combined, multiplied 5 times. Now the benefits, and I'd like to show a slide up here at this time, the benefits, the direct benefits to the city of Austin from a standpoint of tax base, but more importantly to the AISD. Could you give me the next slide, please? This is the impact that Barton Creek would have from a tax appraisal standpoint. Comparing the 4,200 units as proposed in the PUD versus the alternative of 1 unit per 3 acres, by 1995, the applicant's proposal would yield a tax-based difference of an equivalent of Lockheed. By 2000, you would have an equivalent difference in tax base of Lockheed, 3M, AMD, Dell, and Cemetech. And this is in a tax base. I know this is not part of the city of Austin at this point, but at some point it would be a part of the city of Austin. But more importantly, a major issue is the tax base of the city of Austin's, of the Austin Independent School District. A very major issue that's been on the front pages of all of our papers lately. By the build-out on this project, the difference between the counter-proposal and Freeport-McMoran's proposal would be the equivalent of Motorola, a new 3M, a new AMD, a new Dell, a new Lockheed, and a Cemetech combined. If Motorola, if 3M, if AMD, Dell, Lockheed, and Cemetech had already spent $110 million to show their commitment, if these entities had already exceeded or met every environmental standard that was on the book, they would be opened with open arms with this tremendous tax base coming in here. Tonight, I've lived here, as I said, 20 years. And the thing that distinguishes Austin from other cities that I have businesses in, this is probably the most democratic city there is. And that's a great situation. And you're going to hear several viewpoints tonight. And from the vantage point of each speaker, they speak the truth. It's your role to bridge the gap from the vantage points at which we're viewing this and make your decision of what to do based on the facts. I would appreciate it very much if you would consider that when you're appraising this situation, what you're going to do, in essence, you may be giving up 5 companies of this size. And if this was a presentation based on these employers, based on the employment they would bring and the tax base they bring, there would not be any issue at all. Thank you very much.
I would again respectfully ask that while you may disagree or violently disagree with the position at the podium, I continue to ask the citizens of this city to respect the other citizens' point of view, whether you're pro or con. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Jim Miller. I'm Vice President of Environmental Affairs for Freeport-McMoran. There are 4 issues I want to discuss very briefly with you. There's been a lot of misunderstanding and I think misinformation on these, and I just wanted to fill you in on what I think is the truth on this. There's been some questioning and allegations made about our operations in Indonesia. We have a copper mine in Indonesia and have since 1973. The first has to do with Freeport, along with the government, moving indigenous people out of an area that we are exploring for minerals in. One thing is this area is fairly large. We don't know if there's anything in there, and we don't know where it's located. So it's kind of strange and logic that we would be moving people out of an area that we don't even know that has any mineral deposit. In September, latter part of September and October, there was a major earthquake in that area that caused a landslide that dammed up a river. The river broke through that dam and killed 200 people. The government came to us and asked us for relief supplies, which we gave them, and asked us for money for relief supplies, which we gave them. The government, in order to take the risk from these people, decided to move the individuals that lived along that area. Again, that was a government decision.
Excuse me, Mr.
We would
Mayor.
not...
I'm just raising a point of order. Sir, I'm over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate you. I think you're trying to set the record straight from something that someone else has been said, but no testimony has been given to us on any of the outside activities, and I assure you that no weight will be given in my mind to anything occurring in Indonesia over this issue.
That's fine.
Here in Barton Creek.
Well, as I said, I think it has been pointed to goes to the credibility of the company and whether you can believe us in this presentation. So along that line, I would hope that...
Well, I got some questions, but they're about Barton Creek.
Yeah, fine. But I just wanted to indicate that. I also wanted to indicate about the toxic release program, but I'll just get the bottom line on that. In 1989, the numbers will be...
Well, let me just ask one question. Yeah. Does any of the council members want to know anything about the accusations that have been made about Freeport-McMoran's international operations? Because I don't want just one council member to shut down your discussion if others would like to hear it. Sensing that everybody's in accord here, you can proceed with not talking about Indonesia.
Okay, I just want to mention on the Sarah Title III numbers that the numbers that reported gives an indicating that maybe these are not permitted, we're not in compliance. We are fully permitted with those in those discharges. We are in compliance. One of the reasons why this change from the year before is that EPA changed the reporting requirements, and 9.3 billion pounds of material that were reported the year before were allowed not to be reported because of low toxicity and high volume. The type of discharge that we have, phosphate, again, low toxicity, high volume, and we think should get similar treatment. Our numbers for water discharge in 1989 will be 88% less than they were in '88. In addition, we have just approved an engineering the final engineering for a reduction of 35% of our air toxic discharges. We have the commitment to reduce those discharges even though they're permitted. Let me just